Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1267, Clearance Sale. Klein was not unfamiliar with the Dream Labyrinth Tower. The reason his relationship with Miss Sharon had advanced by leaps and bounds in such a short time was inseparable from their experience of supporting each other while clearing its levels. As for Old Huang's arrangements on the first floor of the Dream Labyrinth Tower, although he did not know much in detail, he had roughly guessed that it was an attempt at resurrection by the other party. It did align with the contents of this diary page. Klein had originally thought that if the following diary entries were consecutive, they would describe the process of establishing the Dream Labyrinth Tower. However, the result was quite different from what he had imagined. August 1st, previously, my state was not right. After the wish failed, I just threw aside the 7 Dragon Balls I created. It wasn't until today, after I regained my clarity, that I realized the aftereffects of these things are rather severe. Different from the animation in my previous life, the Dragon Balls I created did not turn into stone after a wish was made. Instead, they directly merged into the body of the wisher, and were born together with the wisher's child. Yes, regardless of whether the wisher is male or female, and regardless of whether the wisher engaged in that kind of activity after making the wish, they will become pregnant, and directly with 7. And children born in this way can only live until 18. Upon reaching adulthood, they will die and transform into new Dragon Balls. What is this? Some evil god hybrid version of the 7 Dragon Balls and the 7 Calabash brothers. Fortunately, I used a mechanical avatar to make the wish, but even so, that avatar became pregnant. How could something I created have such terrifying negative effects? Such an evil thing must be destroyed. Destroyed. Reading this, Klein felt a chill run down his back. Fortunately, Old Huang destroyed that thing. Otherwise, when I first came out of Sapphira Castle and heard about the 7 Dragon Balls, I might have collected them to wish to go home. At that time, not only would I fail to return home, I'd even have to give birth. There's no abortion spring here. After secretly rejoicing for a moment, Klein picked up the final page, and then was startled. Because this page contained only a few lines. There was no date. The handwriting was extremely messy, and it carried mysticism residues triggered by intense emotions. It felt very similar to the previous diary page he had received that concerned self-rescue. It read: "The negative effects of the Dragon Balls were not accidental. That was actually a warning to me. How could it be? How could this happen? What exactly did I experience on the moon? Is everything already too late? No. There's still hope. There's still salvation. There exists something on Earth that can contend against what's on the moon." Klein's head throbbed in waves as he read, but he resisted the urge to rub his temples. He moved his gaze away from the yellowed parchment and pondered inwardly. What did Roselle discover? The negative effects of the 7 Dragon Balls were a warning. Does that mean he had actually already fathered children, yet he himself didn't know? Was it on the moon? If my guess is correct, then the negative effects of the Dragon Balls were actually caused by Old Huang himself being corrupted. No wonder he said it was a warning. At the end of the diary, he didn't seem to give up struggling. What was he planning to rely on? The so-called Spherote. Mr. Tower should know something. I'll ask him privately after the meeting. While deep in thought, Klein made the 3 diary pages in his hand disappear. Only then did he lean back in his chair and look around. You may begin. After saying this, he controlled the world to begin a clearance sale of the items obtained last week from that mixed fleet. Although most of the Beyonder characteristics he had harvested were given to Ebner as compensation for the £500,000 material fee, the extraordinary items in the pirates' possession had been kept for the Tarot Club. Among them were items such as jumping match, bullet seal, spirit vision glasses, threads of delight, and other highly practical objects. In the end, they were snapped up by Justice, Hermit, and Hangman. Miss Justice bought the most. If not for the fact that several items overlapped with abilities she had previously purchased, and that she needed to consider the feelings of other members, she would have wanted to buy them all outright. As for Mr. World being able to produce so many extraordinary items at once, everyone felt genuine awe. They deeply believed that this gentleman had become increasingly frenzied in order to obtain the materials in Mr. Tower's hands. How many pirates would he have to kill to gather so many powerful items? Ebner, who watched Klein boldly earn nearly £50,000, looked toward the gentleman sitting at the very end of the table, who appeared calm on the surface but was already blooming with joy inside, and said with a smile, "I have a marionette for rent here. The rental fee is £10,000 per month." At this point, he glanced at Furs across from him, estimated her acting progress, and then continued, at least 3 months' rent must be paid in advance. Upon hearing Tower's words, Klein instinctively wanted to refuse, but the words reached his lips and were swallowed back down. He knew very well that transactions Ebner proactively offered him almost never made him suffer losses. On the contrary, they were quite considerate. What kind of marionette? Klein asked in a deep voice. The Aurora Order's secret saint, Botes. Sequence 4, Mysticologist. Ebner replied with a smile. The moment these words were spoken, the members on both sides of the long table, except for Magician and Judgment, gasped. This was an exaggerated description, but in short, they were all shocked. The Aurora Order's secret saint Botes. That was a saint of the apprentice pathway. Hunting him was already extremely difficult, and he had the favor of the true creator behind him. At my current level, relying purely on myself to hunt him would be nearly hopeless. Yet Tower completed it so easily. What level has he reached? Has he, like the Queen, also become an angel? No wonder he could so easily resolve the issue of my demigod ritual. Hermit Catlia was filled with emotion. Has the Tarot Club already reached the stage of trading demigods? And I'm still so far from Sequence 4. Hangman Alger mocked himself inwardly. Meanwhile, Star Leonard was the calmest person besides Zio and Furs. After all, he knew Tower's background well, that was an old monster from the same era as the old man. I should find out what major event happened in Backlund. The fall of a saint should count as a major event, right? Leonard thought somewhat uncertainly. It wasn't that he had become arrogant. Rather, after joining the Tarot Club, among the topics discussed by everyone, ordinary saints were truly just minor characters. As for World Klein, he was filled with joy at this moment. He knew too well the value of a mysticologist marionette to himself. With it, whether in combat capability or survivability, he would probably rise by several tiers. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was keeping Botes' identity well hidden, otherwise it might attract the attention of the Aurora Order or even Amon. However, Klein was quite confident about concealing identities. After all, after becoming a miracle invoker, his marionettes could use his own faceless abilities. The rent averages to a little over £300 per day. It's actually not expensive. It just looks costly because it's a long-term lease. After calculating, Klein did not bargain and directly controlled World Gehrman to nod. Deal. Once I receive Botes, I can sell the Endless Teleportation Tome. The first month's rent will be covered. Next chapter will be around midnight. End of chapter. Chapter 1268, Ebner's Reminder. After this transaction ended, Ebner did not sell the traveler's luggage in his possession. Firstly, after purchasing so many extraordinary items from the world, everyone no longer had much financial capacity. Secondly, it was because he had already sold the item before attending the Tarot Club. Since tonight was the night of the full moon, Ebner had already met up in the Fasak Empire with the two ladies, Greed and Sloth, intending to explore together the Observer Castle of Rhine Corendia. And Sloth, Klosvia, had taken a strong liking to the traveler's luggage in Ebner's hands, so she had snatched it up first. With that, the trading session concluded. Seeing that no one was speaking for the moment, Moon Emlyn cleared his throat and took the initiative to say. Last week, I received a mission from a duke within my clan. He asked me to search for believers of the primordial moon, hidden in Backlund and protected by the Rose School. Do you want us to keep an eye out for clues? Magician Furs asked. She happened to know of one. Ebner had told her this morning, but unfortunately that one had already been sacrificed to the true creator. That's only part of it. Moon Emlyn nodded. Then his hands unconsciously clasped together, his chin lifted slightly as he spoke of another matter. Someone within the clan seems to want to test me. In the intelligence he previously gave me, he omitted a large amount of details, which led to me encountering considerable danger while pursuing a primordial moon believer yesterday. If I hadn't borrowed the Traveler's Notebook of Laymano, rented by Miss Magician in advance, and if the higher-ups of the Nighthawks hadn't inexplicably mobilized, I might have had to pray to Mr. Fool for help. Magician Furs suddenly understood. No wonder you used up a recorded demigod ability. Yes. Emlyn nodded. Before she could respond further, he added, I'm very sorry. I currently don't have the ability to replenish a demigod ability. I'll convert the value of that ability into pounds and repay you. But it may take some time. Having only recently advanced to Sequence 5, Emlyn lacked sufficient funds at present. The intermediary fee he had previously earned from Ebner had been completely spent because he once again couldn't resist buying new dolls. Although Moon Mr. always appeared arrogant in attitude, he was, well, as a sanguine, still quite frank and did not look for excuses to evade responsibility. However, a demigod ability isn't that significant to me. Though each time I record one, it's quite exhausting. First thought for a moment and did not speak further, tacitly accepting Moon's repayment plan. Justice Audrey looked at the opposite side, then glanced beside her. Pressing her lips together slightly, she asked, curiously. Mr. Moon, how do you plan to deal with that sanguine's test? Will you retaliate? Of course I'll retaliate. Moon Emlyn exhaled silently and subconsciously looked at World Gehrman Sparrow and Tower Ebner before choosing his words carefully. However, he was also acting under the orders of a count. I don't believe his mistake warrants paying with his life. Emlyn's unspoken implication was that he did not wish for Mr. World and Mr. Tower to intervene, lest someone lose their life by accident. As for misjudgment and mistemperance, even someone like Emlyn, who didn't particularly care about human relationships, could tell that they advanced and retreated together with those two gentlemen. Seeing that the four demigods did not object, Emlyn continued. I plan to lure that sanguine into a certain church of the Earth Mother in Backlund. Having attended so many tarot gatherings, even if Emlyn disdained trivial details, he knew to conceal his real-world situation. Thus, he did not specifically mention Harvest Church. The Church of the Earth Mother only has one church within Backlund City, that is Harvest Church. The rest are located in the suburbs and surrounding villages. Star Leonard suppressed a smile and looked up at the lofty dome. You want that sanguine to become a clergy member, go to church every day to pray, do volunteer work, cleanse his soul, and be unable to escape for a long time. That's a great plan. Magician Furz's eyes lit up with interest. Thanks to Ebner's relationship with Harvest Church, Furz was quite familiar with the Church of the Earth Mother's habit of drawing sanguine into the faith, making them change beliefs, and become priests and bishops. Ah. Moon Emlyn found himself momentarily at a loss for words, because what Miss Magician described was precisely what he did every day. So that's how it is. I didn't know the Church of the Earth Mother had such a practice. After simply reading Furz's thoughts, Justice Audrey glanced thoughtfully at Mr. Moon across from her and probed, Mr. Moon, how do you plan to lure that sanguine into the Earth Mother's church? Do you have a mature plan? Perhaps I can provide assistance. Mem, you must be careful yourself. You mustn't let yourself enter the Earth Mother's church in order to punish him. Otherwise you'll only be able to pray to Mr. Fool for help. Upon hearing this, Star Leonard nearly burst out laughing. He was absolutely certain that Mr. Moon was Emlyn White from Harvest Church. Clearly, this sanguine was already a cleric of the Earth Mother. This is somewhat like a drowning person dragging someone else into the water. Leonard restrained his laughter and glanced at World Gehrman Sparrow, discovering that this former colleague showed no emotional fluctuation at all, extremely composed. This made him wonder. Is this the ability of a clown, or has Klein simply become accustomed to this state? At the head of the mottled long table, the fool Klein almost raised his hand to cover his mouth. He had not expected Emlyn to be so creative. This is somewhat like a pyramid scheme, yet also different, since Emlyn knows this isn't exactly a good thing. Leaning back in his chair, Klein watched with great interest, anticipating how things would develop next. Next, Magician, Moon, and Justice, the three mid-sequence members in Backlund, began to refine the plan sentence by sentence. Under the guidance of Hanged Man Alger, the seasoned veteran, they finalized the scheme. And through this, Alger completed the transformation of his positioning within the Tarot Club. The exchange and learning continued. Seeing that the gathering was gradually approaching its end, the fool Klein announced the conclusion of this Tarot Club meeting. After Justice Audrey and the others bowed and took their leave, the ancient palace was once again left with only Ebner and Klein. Klein had just been about to ask about the matter recorded on the last diary page he received today when he heard Ebner say seriously, "You should be careful recently. I suspect Amon will investigate the list of people who received invitations but did not attend the coming-of-age ball. And that list will be easy to obtain, because the Nighthawks will provide it." Did something happen at last night's ball? Klein frowned and asked. At least 6 angels gathered together. Do you think nothing would happen? After saying these words that made Klein's scalp tingle, Ebner briefly recounted last night's events to him, including his perfunctory alliance with Amon. After the two had a private discussion for a while, Klein finally asked a key question. How should the marionette be transferred? Although he had previously bought Admiral of Hell from Admiral of Stars, Katlia, Ludwell had merely been controlled by an item at the time. His marionette transformation had not been complete. But the secret saint in Ebner's possession was different. You can directly leverage the power of the Grey Fog using the Error card and steal Bodhi's away, Ebner said. As if recalling something, he added, that's also one of Amon's signature abilities. So don't casually leave your marionettes lying around. End of chapter. Chapter 1269, The Ancient Castle Trial. After reminding Klein of several matters, the two men's small meeting also came to an end. As for the question of what exactly had happened to Roselle on the moon, since Ebner himself was still uncertain, he did not say much to Klein about it. Perhaps when exploring Rhine Carendia's Observer Castle tonight, we might discover some clues. After all, judging from the secrets analyzed from those 5 survivors, if one wants to reenact the ritual from 11 years ago, the observer castle itself is one of the conditions. Thinking this, Ebner returned to reality. Next, after making some preparations, he teleported to the hot spring villa north of Indoport. At this time, the 2 ladies, Greed, Xenia and Sloth, Klosvia, were drinking afternoon tea in a lounge. When they saw Ebner arrive, they both smiled and greeted him. There was no need to mention Madame Greed. Although the suggestion planted in her mind by Adam had been removed by Ebner, as a price she had become his believer, and thus behaved with utmost respect. As for Sloth, Klosvia, she was more casual. After Xenia brewed a fresh pot of tea for Ebner, she directly asked, "Did you bring the traveler's luggage you mentioned at noon?" They had actually met several hours ago, but since Ebner needed to attend the tarot club, he had temporarily returned to Backlund, as it was relatively safer there. "I brought it." Ebner nodded and handed over a pouch decorated with exquisite patterns on its surface. This was not the spatial pouch obtained from the secret St. Bodhi's, but a newly made one crafted by Ebner using a worm of star. After all, Bodhi's black pouch looked far too plain and was unsuitable as an item to trade to a lady. Klosvia took the pouch and examined it before saying, "These patterns look full of mystic symbolism, but they don't seem to have any actual meaning." "Of course they don't. They're just for aesthetics," Ebner replied frankly. "A good appearance fetches a good price. As expected of a film company boss. A professional at catching people's eyes." Klosvia sighed, then asked, "So, what price do you want me to pay?" "In fact, I don't want money. I'd like to make a request instead," Ebner said after some consideration. "What request?" Klosvia blinked, her expression turning strange. Given her understanding of Ebner, his request might not be particularly difficult, but since he was being so cautious, it was surely hard to voice. I would like to ask you to bring Miss Plant over, for me to conduct some research." Ebner coughed lightly as he stated his request. After discovering that the state of the god of desecration Sua was abnormal and very likely the result of Lamia's scheming, Ebner had wanted to study the so-called Miss Plant, who was said to share the same essence as Lamia. "Miss Plant? You mean Flour?" Klosvia's expression grew even stranger as she asked pointedly, "What exactly do you mean by research?" After all, Flour was a replica of her daughter Judy. Not only did she look identical, her personality was even more simple-minded than Judy's. Klosvia liked her very much and treated her as another daughter, so she naturally had to clarify what research meant. Flour. Miss Plant finally has a name. While various thoughts flashed through Ebner's mind, he looked at Klosvia sincerely and said, "It's purely academic research. When I previously investigated Lamia, I discovered that the plant she handed over to the church, the predecessor of Miss Plant, Flour, may have some issues. Studying it would actually be for her own good." Hearing this, Klosvia pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right. After we finish exploring that 4th epoch Sanguine Duke's ancient castle today, I'll go ask Flour for her opinion. But whether she agrees or not isn't something I can control." In truth, Klosvia understood very well that Ebner could completely bypass her and go directly to Flour. Given Flour's deep feelings toward this detective, she would never refuse. That he raised this matter in the form of a request was itself a sign of respect toward her. That's only natural. "I won't force her," Ebner nodded matter-of-factly. "In that case, it makes it seem like I'm taking advantage. I should give you some compensation." Saying this, Klosvia did not wait for Ebner to refuse and took out a gray-white illusory scale, handing it to him. "There's a persona clone I condensed inside this. As long as you activate the scale with spirituality, the information of that persona will overlay your own. People around you will only perceive you as the identity of that persona. It's roughly equivalent in value to the spatial pouch made from a worm of star. Since you already have lust and gluttony, you probably don't need it, so consider it making up the price difference." Seeing that Miss Sloth was firm in her attitude, Ebner did not decline further. After putting away the scale, he glanced at the clock and saw that it was nearly 6 o'clock. He looked around at the 2 ladies in the lounge and asked, "There are still a few hours before the full moon rises. Shall we have dinner at the hot spring villa, or go to the small town near the Anters mountain range to try their local specialties?" Klosvia and Xenia exchanged a glance and replied in unison, the latter. The Anters mountain range is located in the northwest of the Fasak Empire, west of the Evernite Plains and south of the Lent Plateau. The mountain range stretches from the northwest through central eastern Fasak, vast in territory. Although the climate is cold, there are still quite a few towns nestled among the mountains, and Lasting Town is one of them. This small town, rich in natural and mineral resources, is the most prosperous town within several hundred miles. Especially during the relatively warmer summer, gold prospectors from all directions gather here, using it as a base to venture into the mountains to try their luck. However, today Lasting Town was particularly lively. More than a dozen great noble families from the empire's northern border had sent their younger generations to the town. Combined with their attendants and hired bodyguards, unfamiliar faces, once rare in the town, were now everywhere. Therefore, when Ebner and the two ladies, having altered their appearances, appeared on the town's streets, they did not attract much attention. Seeing such a scene, Ebner, Klausvia, and Ksenia frowned simultaneously before each employing their own methods to gather information. After a short while, Klausvia, who had read quite a bit of intelligence from the mind of a noble youth, smiled and said, "An ancient castle trial. That sanguine duke's ancient castle has actually become a place for multiple northern great noble families to train their descendants and obtain extraordinary items. TSK, does His Highness Rhine so enjoy nurturing the younger generation?" Additional chapter at 9 or 10 o'clock. End of chapter. Chapter 1270, Infiltration. According to the intelligence Klausvia had read, over the past 100+ years, an ancient castle trial had been held every 12 years at a certain location in the Anters mountain range. The participants in the trial were all young members of northern noble families. They could be ordinary people who had undergone knightly training, or low-sequence beyonders of sequence 7 and below. However, mid- and high-sequence individuals were not permitted to enter the castle. Otherwise, they would be killed by the castle's defensive measures. There had once been a count who, relying on his sequence 4 strength, forcibly barged in, only to never come out again. Additionally, the organizers of the ancient castle trial were extremely mysterious. Most participating nobles did not know their origins. Only the great nobles of the Einhorn family were aware of some inside information. There's no so-called trial in Mr. Gluttony's memories. What's going on? Greed. Ksenia looked toward Ebner in confusion. Although she was also a noble of Fasak, she belonged to the empire's eastern border and knew nothing of the northern nobles' secrets. At this moment, Ebner, who had roughly discerned the situation, came back to his senses and considered his words before saying, "Gluttony last came here several hundred years ago, while this so-called trial has only existed for about 100 years, and it has only reached its current scale in the past 30 years. My guess is that some force has grasped the trajectory of the Observer Castle and is attracting low-sequence beyonders under the name of a trial. As for the rule that mid- and high sequences cannot enter, that was likely added by the organizers behind the scenes. Even that sequence 4 who tested it with his life was either a plant, or he was killed by those behind the curtain. After all, according to Gluttony's memories, although he couldn't ascend to the second floor of the castle, and while the first floor was indeed fraught with danger, there weren't actually many fatal threats, at least not ones that would certainly cause a demigod's death. As for their purpose, it is nothing more than fulfilling the requirements of some ritual, or sabotaging the conditions of some ritual." Klausvia nodded, agreeing with Ebner's inference, and said, "From the information I just read, many people die in every trial. But those who return alive more or less obtain some treasures. Some have even brought out grade 1 sealed artifacts. So while the northern nobles strictly guard the secret, they are also extremely enthusiastic about this ancient castle trial. After all, those great nobles don't care if a few low-sequence collateral members die." As she spoke, a trace of disdain appeared on Klausvia's face, a disdain for the nobles of the Fasak Empire. Unlike Intis, Lone, and Fainapotter, whose industrialization levels were already quite high, the organizational structure of the Fasak Empire still retained many shadows of the Fourth Epoch. For example, nearly all Fasak nobles were families that possessed potion formulas, and their fiefs were all actual fiefs, like Ebner's. In Lone, nobles like Ebner who possessed actual territories were already extremely rare. The vast majority had sold their lands and turned to establishing factories in major cities, or like Earl Hall, entered the financial sector, because the income from land could no longer sustain their extravagant lifestyles. After all, even someone like Duke Negan, who, outside the royal family, possessed the most land, reportedly over £12 million worth of fields, pastures, and forests, had an annual income of only £850,000 last year. That figure was only a little more than twice Audrey's dowry. Meanwhile, if Earl Hall wished, he could easily loan that amount from his own bank. Overall, although Fasak called itself an empire, it was not the kind of centralized Eastern-style empire, but rather more like the German Empire, a federation composed of multiple states. However, as the imperial core, the Einhorn family was powerful enough that no single state could challenge their status. So on the surface Fasak looks like Russia, but in essence it's more like an incomplete Second Reich. Ebner complained inwardly for a few moments before saying, "I already have some clues about the organizers of the trial. But for now, there's no need for us to confront them head-on. Why not disguise ourselves as members of some family and sneak in? What do you think?" Both Sloth and Greed had no objections to Ebner's suggestion and nodded in agreement. The Iris family's title originated during the 20-Year War. Although it was also an ancient family with several hundred years of inheritance, as it only held a barony, its presence among the northern nobles was not strong. By the time the title passed down to the current Baron Iris, only he remained as a beyonder in the family, a sequence 9 hunter. Not long ago, his fief had attracted the attention of a certain count for certain reasons, causing him immense pressure and threats. According to the unspoken rules of Faceac nobility, once a noble family no longer had a beyonder, its fief would be reclaimed, and its title would no longer be hereditary. Within a few generations at most, they would become commoners. Thus, the ancient castle trial had become his only opportunity. As long as he could obtain a powerful item or treasure, he could exchange it for the protection of another count or even a marquis, forcing the count coveting his lands to back down. For this reason, Baron Iris spent a considerable sum hiring 3 well-trained mercenaries to protect him during the castle expedition. At low sequences, well-trained soldiers armed with weapons were not necessarily weaker than beyonders. After all, even a warrior known for defensive capabilities would die if shot in a vital area by a large-caliber revolver. After checking his weapons one last time, the Baron left his bedroom and entered the sitting room of the inn's private suite, where he saw the 3 mercenaries he had hired, 1 man and 2 women, chatting and laughing. He couldn't help but frown. Such a relaxed state was not a good sign. But soon, the Baron's brow smoothed out. He felt that these 3 were bound to die in the castle tonight anyway. Letting them enjoy themselves for now wasn't wrong. He shouldn't be overly harsh. No matter how well trained, ordinary people were merely cannon fodder. Throughout history, those who returned successfully from the ancient castle trial were always the nobles themselves. There was no record of servants or mercenaries surviving. After waiting for a while, the Baron glanced at his watch and finally said, "You 3, it's almost time. We should set off. Are you ready?" The leader of the 3-person team looked over. He patted the strap holding his guns and smiled. "Don't worry, sir. We're the best mercenaries in the northern border. Dealing with some fellows with little combat experience will be easy. 3 demigods beating up low-sequence kids would naturally be easy," the man, Ebner, thought to himself. End of chapter. Chapter 1271, Beria. The ones disguised as the Iris Baron's mercenaries were precisely Ebner and the 2 ladies, Greed and Sloth. In reality, the Baron had not hired any mercenaries at all. Given his family's current financial condition, he couldn't have afforded experienced ones anyway. Everything was merely false memories implanted by Sloth. However, the Baron wasn't at a loss. At the very least, by following Ebner's trio, his chances of survival were much greater. Soon, the 3 followed Baron Iris out of the inn and arrived at an old villa outside the town. The place was permeated with a gloomy aura. The ancient and decaying scent seemed almost tangible, as if one could breathe it in directly through the nose. They had arrived relatively early. There were not many people yet in the villa's main hall, only 4 organizers and 2 or 3 minor nobles similar in status to the Iris family waiting there with their attendants. Of course, the organizers were hidden behind the scenes and did not show themselves, but their presence could not escape the eyes of Ebner and the other 2. Seeing Baron Francis of Iris, dressed in a black knight's uniform and standing straight-backed, walk in, one of the hidden organizers, Duke of Grey Castle, Wimbledon Einhorn, smiled and said, "The Baron of Iris actually came in person. It seems he's been driven into a corner by your junior." Standing beside him was an elderly gentleman with white hair and beard. He was a Sequence 4 Undying, formerly a beyonder of the Church of the God of Combat. During conflicts with the Church of Evernight, he had been awarded the title Dim Starlight for his contributions. That title was somewhat arrogant, to say the least, and as a result he was once driven into a desperate situation by a saint of the Evernight Church, prematurely entering a death state. Due to that accident, he regained his memories late and unknowingly left the church, eventually becoming a northern noble of Faceac. The Church of the God of Combat did not pursue the matter much. At this moment, this demigod who had lived multiple lifetimes replied indifferently, "Heinrich has nothing to do with me. His ancestor was merely a child I adopted in one of my previous lives." Heinrich was the count who had forced the Iris Baron into desperation. "In fact, I had some friendship with the first Baron of Iris. So in this trial, I won't deliberately target him. You can rest assured." The Undying naturally understood the Duke of Grey Castle's intention and thus gave a clear stance. Seeing that the other party understood him, Wimbledon smiled and then sighed. "Although I was the one who expanded the scale of the trial, I don't actually like its current style. It's somewhat too cruel." Dim Starlight laughed upon hearing this. Only experiencing a life-and-death battle once every 12 years, by that measure, the young noble brats nowadays should feel fortunate. The 2 chatted for a few more sentences, completely ignoring the 3rd organizer not far from them, as if that one did not exist at all. Because they knew that was not a human at all, but a devil. Conversing with it carried too much risk. Meanwhile, in the hall, Baron Iris stood alone to one side. The other minor noble families treated him rather coldly, clearly aware of his conflict with the Count. After a while, seeing that representatives from each noble family had all arrived, the devil behind the scenes finally revealed itself. It swept its gaze around, and its cold aura instantly rendered the hall silent. Ebner, however, frowned slightly, because this devil was somewhat unusual. It was actually emitting an aura of frost. One had to know that frost should belong to the prisoner pathway. Criminals were supposed to prefer playing with fire. Unless this is a succubus. Because it has mixed in witch characteristics, it would then possess frost-type abilities. Still, 3 demigods hiding behind the scenes is somewhat unfavorable for me beating up the kids after entering the castle. While Ebner was thinking, he heard the devil speak in a hoarse voice. Each of you will now drip your blood onto the floor of the hall. When the full moon rises, those in the hall will be randomly teleported to various locations within the ancient castle. When the full moon disappears, those of you still alive will be teleported back. We have to drip blood. Ebner exchanged glances with Greed and Sloth, and all 3 frowned. Blood could sometimes be extremely fatal to a Beyonder, as it might become a medium for divination or curses. One would not hand it over lightly, much less in a villa that might very well be a devil's lair. Yes, judging from the timeline of the trial beginning just over 100 years ago, the location of Lasting Town, and the appearance of the Duke of Grey Castle, who had ties to the Anariel family, Ebner could conclude that this so-called ancient castle trial was most likely orchestrated by Roselle's adopted son, the Duke of Terror Yaldabaoth. Although his exact purpose was still unclear, Ebner had already grown vigilant and had secretly instructed Alva to prepare contingencies. No wonder those great nobles only sent illegitimate children or collateral relatives. They clearly understood that once blood was dripped here, the life and death of these trial participants would already be in the hands of devils. Which means all the trial participants, even those lucky enough to return with treasures, are actually already dead men. No wonder news of this trial could be concealed for so long, to the point that even Miss Greed, also a Faceac noble, knew nothing about it. As his thoughts raced, Ebner and the 2 demigods of the spectator pathway simultaneously used their abilities to fabricate the illusion of dripping blood. Even the devil, along with the 2 hidden organizers, failed to notice anything amiss. As for the upcoming teleportation, having obtained Gluttony's memories, the 3 of them already knew how to locate the Sanguine Duke's ancient castle. Moreover, with Ebner holding the door card and possessing memories of a lifetime as a wanderer, it was all a minor issue. Soon, when crimson light streamed through the windows into the hall, the blood that had just dripped onto the floor suddenly swelled, enveloping their respective owners before disappearing together with them. During this process, Ebner's trio simulated similar effects and followed the 100-plus nobles and their attendants in the hall into a state akin to spiritual world traversal. After everyone had left, about a dozen hooded figures entered the hall. They varied in height and build, but shared one common trait: each radiated a dense aura of evil. The devil swept its gaze over them and said hoarsely, "The prey is in place. You may go as well." "Yes. Clan leader." At that moment, the crimson moonlight happened to shine upon the devil's face, illuminating her features. If Ebner had been present, he might have recognized the devil's true identity. She was the succubus clan leader of the Beria family who had sold off most of her Desire Apostles in Lynn City. End of chapter. Chapter 1272, The Former Library. The moment he stepped out of the spirit world, Ebner discovered that he was inside an old library. Although there were dozens of enormous bookshelves around him, not a single book remained. They had clearly long since been emptied. According to the experience privately passed down among those northern nobles, the library is the least valuable place. Sloth Klosvia, who had also been teleported into the library, looked around before asking, "Where's Xenia?" She should be staying by her cheap employer's side. The 4 of us were teleported together. If not even one of us landed near that Iris Baron, it would look very unreasonable. Ebner gave a simple explanation. "I don't want to alert the hidden organizers monitoring this place so early." Klosvia caught the implication in Ebner's words and thoughtfully said, "So they only monitor the nobles participating in the trial? Because monitoring servants and mercenaries is meaningless. Even if they're lucky enough to survive until the red moon sets, they won't be teleported out of this castle. They'll inevitably die here." As he spoke, Ebner couldn't help but sigh. Before entering, he hadn't been certain of the purpose behind the devils organizing the trial. But now that he was inside the Observer Castle, if Ebner, as an cognizer, still couldn't see through it, that would be an insult to his sequence. A trial held once every 12 years was clearly meant to provide enough sacrifices for some ritual. As for what ritual? The experiment 11 years ago that created 5 female survivors polluted by Spherote happened just 1 year after the previous trial. The timing was far too coincidental. Moreover, according to previously gathered intelligence, it was precisely because someone had successfully brought out a Grade 1 sealed artifact during the last trial that the number of participants this time reached an unprecedented level, over 100 people, nearly the total of the previous several trials combined. No matter how you look at it, someone is manipulating things from behind the scenes. Didn't have enough time to accumulate sacrifices, so they're making it big in one go. But to restart that ritual, the condition is the presence of those 5 survivors. And aside from the Pale Admiral, the other 4 are currently in my hands. If this really is their objective, then it means the devils, or rather Yaldabaoth, know that I intend to conduct the ritual from 11 years ago again, and have prepared the necessary conditions for me in advance. I remember the little snake once said that among the many evil gods paying attention to that experiment 11 years ago, Yaldabaoth, Roselle's adopted son, was indeed present. Of course, he also said that in this matter, the greatest mastermind behind the scenes was actually me. But I have absolutely no idea what I've done. As his thoughts raced, Ebner and Klosvia had already moved from the middle rows of bookshelves to the corner of the last row. During this time, they encountered no one else. Firstly, because the library had long been marked by trial participants as a worthless place. Secondly, because this castle is truly magnificent. Just this library alone is as large as a central city park. Tisk, with over 100 people scattered throughout such an enormous building, it's not easy to run into anyone. Sloth, Klosvia clicked her tongue in amazement. In her eyes, this observer castle was no smaller in scale than the Almayer Palace of the Fasak Empire. Ebner merely nodded without replying. Most of his attention was focused on the empty bookshelf before him, at least 10 meters tall. White light flickered frequently in his eyes as he continuously performed retrospection. Soon, he stopped and pointed at the shelf closest to the wall in the final row. That's it. Klosvia also paused to observe for a moment before praising, what an exquisite life. If I hadn't sensed its island of the mind, who would have imagined this bookshelf is actually a living creature? They had been wandering the library precisely to find this living shelf. This was knowledge from Gluttony's experience. Rhine Carendia was a sanguine duke, a creator. Granting life to a bookshelf isn't difficult. However, if Mr. Gluttony hadn't accidentally noticed it, I probably wouldn't have realized that the most valuable thing in the library isn't the books that were moved away long ago, but the shelf's dream. As he spoke, Ebner and Klosvia simultaneously used the ability of a dreamwalker, transforming into dream spirits and entering the collective subconscious sea, accurately locating the bookshelf's island of the mind. Soon, they saw a clean and tidy library, completely renewed. The shelves were filled neatly with all kinds of books, forming a sharp contrast with the empty reality. Ebner casually pulled out a book nearby and flipped through it, discovering it was a travelogue, a record of Bethel Abraham's travels across the starry cosmos during his time as a wanderer. On the title page of the travelogue, written in bold letters, were the words: 3 Laws of Starry Sky Travel. 1. Do not respond to any calls. 2. Do not rashly approach unknown creatures or structures. 3. Endure loneliness. Recalling how Alvin, also a wanderer, not only built his own palace but even actively helped natives of another planet fight a war of resistance, Ebner's lips twitched. He suspected that, back when he was Rhine, he probably treated these books as mere decorations. Leaving other things aside, just this dream library alone is an enormous fortune. Klosvia had also picked up a book. After memorizing the construction method of a certain ritual magic recorded inside, she couldn't help but exclaim. According to information provided by Mr. Gluttony, this is not merely a dream library, but a dream castle. He speculated that the most important thing in the castle can only be obtained by reaching the top floor through the dream. Unfortunately, he couldn't even break past the monster guarding the staircase between the first and second floors of the dream castle. And although in reality there aren't too many restrictions between the floors, the top floor is unreachable no matter what. As Ebner spoke, he returned the travelogue to its place. Then, together with Klosvia, he walked along the corridor on the side of the library near the windows, intending to enter the first floor hall of the dream castle through the door at the end. However, after only a few steps, they saw a handsome man with silver hair and silver eyes, wearing a red shirt paired with black trousers, sitting at a small table in the library's lounge area. He was drinking afternoon tea with a lady beside him while reading the same book together. Ebner was not unfamiliar with this handsome man. It was none other than Rhine Carendia, whom he had seen multiple times in the basement of the Harvest Church. This is that sanguine duke, right? And the lady beside him is his wife. Klosvia said with interest. This image clearly came from that living bookshelf, likely a scene it had once witnessed. Wife. Ebner glanced at the lady sitting beside Rhine. She appeared to be in her 20s, with full lips, deep gray eyes, and a rather beautiful face. He recognized her as well. Her Highness Vera had previously used this very image multiple times in battle. She should be Lydigia Tamara, also an archangel of the Tamara family, later killed by the Night Emperor, Ebner briefly introduced. An archangel of the Tamara family. No wonder this sanguine duke sided with the Black Emperor during the War of the Four Emperors. Klosvia nodded in sudden realization, seemingly imagining something. The two did not continue chatting and walked on. Soon, another lounge table appeared. The male lead at the table was still Rhine Corendia, but the woman reading with him was clearly not Lydigia Tamara. Instead, she was a silver-haired, red-eyed lady whose appearance embodied both seduction and beauty. This seems to be the pillar of the Moses ascetic order, Miss Yalilin, right? Klosvia stroked her chin, shock appearing in her eyes. This was both because Yalilin had managed to live from the early 4th epoch until now, and because of her relationship with Rhine. Previously, she had seen Yalilin's avatar here with Ebner. Yes, it's her. Ebner felt an inexplicable trace of guilt for some reason and silently prayed that this corridor leading forward would end quickly. But contrary to his wishes, after just a few more steps, they saw yet another identical lounge table. This time, however, 3 people were seated around it. 1 man and 2 women. The man was, of course, still Rhine Corendia. Of the 2 women, one had long fiery red hair, and the other had slightly pointed ears, bearing elven characteristics. Rhine was holding a book and explaining something, seemingly giving them a lesson. End of chapter. Chapter 1273, Blocking the Path. The lady with elven blood should be Aglaia Constantine, the daughter of the god of luck and the queen of calamity, and later one of the founders of the Demonis family. After her death, her evil spirit was sealed within the Abraham family's God's painting scroll, only regaining freedom during Roselle's era. Old Huang had also mentioned this in his diary, though he didn't explain her final whereabouts. As for the red-haired lady, I suspect she might be an ancestor of the Sauron family, one of the 3-in-1 evil spirits of the Red Angel. Yalilin once said that the characteristic she advanced with had been completely arranged by Rhine. So Rhine was giving lessons to his daughter and student. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Ebner and the increasingly strange-faced Miss Sloth passed by the image and continued walking toward the door. After that, they encountered several similar scenes. The male lead remained the same each time, but even Ebner couldn't recognize the women accompanying him anymore, having no idea who they were. Thus, when they finally reached the library's entrance, Ebner quietly let out a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Klosvia suddenly asked, "Do you think Helen might be a descendant of one of those ladies just now?" She was quite familiar with Helen and knew that her ancestor was Rhine Corendia. "No." Ebner replied firmly. "The origin of Helen's branch is far greater than most of those ladies." Klosvia was momentarily stunned before saying meaningfully, "It seems you know the Corendia family quite well." "Since I plan to explore the Observer Castle, I naturally did my homework in advance," Ebner replied calmly. While chatting, the two had already pushed open the library's doors and entered the castle's first-floor hall. Meanwhile, inside the real castle, Baron Francis of Iris was hiding in the corner of a room, avoiding pursuit from a weapon master and the 4 mercenaries under him. Miss Greed, Xenia, was crouching behind a bed inside the room with a gun in hand, forming a pincer formation with Francis. If anyone rashly barged in, they would be attacked from both sides. However, the expected battle never arrived. The squad led by the weapon master never dared to enter the room. After waiting several more minutes and still hearing no movement, Francis finally relaxed slightly. He touched the necklace in his hand. It was precisely because of fighting over this item that he had been chased here by that squad earlier. Fortunately, the other side had ultimately retreated in the face of difficulty. Of course, that was what he thought, but the Iris Baron still sent the female mercenary at his side out to scout. Only after confirming that there was no danger did he carefully step outside the room. But the scene he saw next shocked him. The squad that had been chasing him was already completely dead, and they had died silently. The weapon master hadn't even had time to take out the Beyonder item on his body before someone had hollowed out his internal organs. No, the one who did this might not necessarily be human. It could be a monster from the castle. Thinking of this, Baron Francis of Iris shivered and didn't dare linger any longer. He hurriedly called the female mercenary to leave the area quickly. Miss Greed, however, glanced back at the corner at the other end of the corridor and muttered inwardly. A group of well-trained serial killers. Is some devil family using this trial for their acting? As her thoughts flashed by, she followed behind Francis and ran up the stairs toward the castle's second floor. At this very moment, however, Ebner and Klosvia had stopped at the staircase in the hall. Because lying on the red carpet covering the stairs was a black monster blocking their path forward. What kind of monster is this? Why do I feel uncomfortable just looking at it? The usual teasing expression on Klosvia's face vanished, and her brows furrowed. An elephant's trunk, rhinoceros eyes, a bull's tail, and tiger's feet. This is the dream taper from the classic of mountains and seas, isn't it? A divine beast Rhine replicated using the power of creation. Thinking of this, Ebner glanced at Klosvia. It's normal that you feel uncomfortable. This thing is probably the nemesis of dream spirits. No wonder Gluttony could never reach the second floor, he had been completely countered. After briefly explaining his understanding of the dream taper to Miss Sloth, her frown deepened. What should we do? Break through by force using our strength. Ebner thought carefully before shaking his head. This dream castle is already its home ground. Even if we suppress it with power at the angel level, it might cause the entire dream to collapse. That would be more trouble than it's worth. As soon as Klausvia heard his tone, she guessed he had probably already thought of a solution. Her brows relaxed, and she cooperatively asked, "Then what should we do?" "I'll fully cooperate." Ebner closed his eyes, suppressing an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. After nearly half a minute of silence, he said, "You don't need to do anything. Just watch." After speaking, he pulled a card from his pocket and inserted it into the slot of an exaggerated-looking belt that had somehow appeared at his waist. The next moment, passionate music echoed throughout the dream castle, and Ebner simultaneously chanted in ancient Hermes. "Transform." As the incantation reverberated through the empty hall, the previously passionate music suddenly vanished. Immediately afterward, gray-white fog appeared before Ebner's eyes, and countless scenes, both familiar and unfamiliar, spread across it like stars. The card inserted into the slot carried him through layers of mist before finally landing upon a figure clad in red armor, with a pair of enormous, illusory bat wings spread behind its back. Through the rapid positioning of Rhine Corendia, using the transformation belt, and the moon card, crimson light enveloped Ebner's entire body, while the historical figure clad in blood-red armor perfectly overlapped with Ebner's form. At this moment, the silver-eyed count, the creator, Rhine Corendia, had returned to his observer castle. Meanwhile, the dream taper, which had been lying on the staircase, suddenly opened its eyes. It stared fixedly at Ebner's transformed figure, its expression full of disbelief. Immediately afterward, the dream taper jumped down from the stairs, sniffed Ebner with its long trunk, and then excitedly began circling around him. Seeing this, Ebner tentatively extended his hand and patted its head. The dream taper immediately stopped moving, allowing him to stroke it while even revealing a human-like expression of comfort. It was originally a warm scene, but Ebner's eyes narrowed. Because through contact with the dream taper, he had already discerned its true nature. It possessed no beyonder characteristic and existed entirely by relying on Rhine Corendia's power. In other words, Rhine's power still existed even after more than 1,000 years since his death. Even though his corpse had been seized by Lilith as a vessel, he still had not completely died. Due to something happening tonight, there won't be time for the bonus chapter update. The final bonus chapter will be postponed until tomorrow. End of chapter. Chapter 1274, Slumber. Although Ebner had long made various guesses about the state of Rhine Corendia, this self of his, through numerous clues, none of them demonstrated the fact that he had not completely dissipated as clearly as the dream taper before him. As expected of me, aside from Giuseppe, not a single one of us was willing to simply disappear like that. Moreover, Rhine leaving his original body to Lilith might not only have been to scheme against her, but also because he didn't want to change gender. Thus, he was unwilling to let the later me use his body as a medium to resurrect. His plans for resurrection are probably elsewhere, rather than tampering with the resurrection secret technique like Alvin did, attempting to replace me and let his own will take dominance. After sighing softly, Ebner thought helplessly again. But as my sequence and status rise, I'll eventually have to confront all the arrangements they left behind. It's unavoidable. So I can't fear or retreat. It's best to understand them as much as possible and respond actively. The only good news is that existences like the goddess and Lilith either don't care about my internal mental competition, or they prefer the current me to take the lead. After all, according to them, this version of me is relatively clean, the least affected by the unknown, and thus the most beneficial to them. After stroking the dream taper's head while thinking for a while, Ebner finally stood up and said to Klausvia, who was still in a state of surprise beside him, "Let's hurry upstairs before my transformation ends." After speaking, he had the dream taper lead the way while he followed behind, carefully stepping onto the staircase. At this moment, Miss Sloth finally came back to her senses. As she followed Ebner's steps, she tilted her head and looked him up and down for quite a while before curiously asking, "You've turned into Duke Rhine Corendia. How did you manage that?" "This is the ability of the beyonder item I created, the transformation belt," Ebner replied calmly. If this had been before they passed through the library, Ebner wouldn't have minded revealing a bit of his background to Klausvia. After all, as a favorite of the Earth Mother Goddess, even if she knew, she wouldn't reveal it. But now he found it somewhat difficult to speak about it, because Rhine's displayed lifestyle issues were far more serious than his own. Ebner didn't want to casually take the blame for that. "Is that so?" Klausvia blinked, a faint curve forming at the corner of her lips, seemingly thinking about something. Ebner didn't continue the topic and instead changed the subject. The dream taper is somewhat similar to a dream devourer, but far stronger, possessing partial authorities of angels from both the spectator and sleepless pathways. It should be a creation of Rhine. A dream devourer was a powerful dream creature that lived in the sea of collective subconsciousness. Its stomach pouch was one of the main ingredients for the Dreamweaver potion. Seeing that Ebner didn't want to talk more about his current transformation, Klosvia tactfully didn't ask further and instead sighed along with his words. The creator truly is terrifying. To casually create monsters comparable to mythical creatures. I wonder if there are other such things in this castle. There shouldn't be many. Ebner shook his head. Even if Rhine hadn't completely died, it was impossible for him to maintain too many creations at the same time. Rather than worrying about creations, it's better to worry about his summoned creatures. As he spoke, Ebner and Klosvia had already reached the second floor one after the other. Here there were numerous guest rooms, living rooms, and lounges, and the corridor stretched as far as the eye could see. Should we keep going up, or explore the second floor of the dream first? Klosvia asked. Logically, they should explore a bit and see if they could gain anything, but what if something embarrassing like the library happened again? If every bedroom showed scenes of Rhine with different ladies, well, communicating, then his reputation would truly be beyond saving. After thinking for a moment, Ebner lowered his head and glanced at the dream taper lying obediently at his feet, softly asking, "Do you know where on this floor there are still leftover beyonder characteristics or mystical items?" The dream taper nodded in a human-like manner. Then it ran toward the corridor on the left and stopped in front of the fourth door. Seeing this, Ebner and Klosvia exchanged glances before quickly arriving at the room where the dream taper had stopped. One used insight, while the other used the ability of a dream weaver. They simultaneously investigated the situation behind the door. But what they discovered was that behind the door was actually the dream of some creature. Inside this observer castle, aside from that bookshelf, there are other creatures as well. At the same time, in the real castle's second floor left corridor, Baron Francis of Iris and Miss Greed, forced by several noble servants chasing them, had no choice but to hide inside the fourth room. The nobles chasing them immediately stopped, not even daring to approach the room's door. "Your Viscount, they've entered the devouring chamber, marked on the map." The servants and mercenaries spoke while looking toward the young Viscount leading them. The young Viscount gazed solemnly at the door that seemed to contain endless horror and spoke with difficulty. According to the experiences of past trial participants, no one who enters that room has ever come out. The heir of the Iris family is as good as dead. There's no need for us to follow in and die. I'll truthfully report this matter to the Count. Yes, your Viscount. On the other side, after barging into the room in panic, Francis, being only sequence 9, might not have noticed anything, but Greed, Xenia immediately sensed something wrong. Because this place no longer belonged to reality but to the dream she was familiar with. But Gluttony's memories never mentioned such a room on the second floor of the Real Castle. While Xenia was confused, the scene before her suddenly changed. Dozens of demon wolves appeared out of thin air and charged toward the two of them like mad. Even the weakest of these demon wolves had the strength of sequence 6, while the stronger ones were no weaker than ordinary demigods. Xenia no longer dared to hide her strength and immediately used dragonification, preparing to break through the encirclement first. As for her so-called employer, Baron Iris, he could pray for his own luck. On the second floor corridor of the Dream Castle, after briefly communicating with the Dream Taper, Ebner asked in disbelief. "You're saying that in this room lives an extremely terrifying existence, and its dream is independent from the castle, you can't interfere with it?" At the question, the Dream Taper nodded firmly. What kind of person is it?" Ebner asked with a frown. Although the Dream Taper couldn't speak, after thinking for a moment it manifested an image in midair. It was a woman with black hair and red eyes, dressed in luxurious clothing. Her appearance couldn't be clearly seen, yet she gave off a sense of beauty. Ebner stared at the image for a long time before taking out the mystical item he had obtained from Gluttony, the Heavenly Banquet, and asked in a deep voice. "Does this item belong to her?" The Dream Taper sniffed it with its long trunk and then nodded again with certainty. Seeing this, Ebner put away the Heavenly Banquet. His expression appeared serious, but inwardly he thought with wry amusement. So the wife of the Night Emperor, the sanguine Blood Moon Queen Ornia, didn't die, and has been sleeping in my castle. End of chapter. Chapter 1275, no way. But I clearly remember Lilith personally saying that Ornia and Rhine had a very bad relationship. Even though I once speculated that the Night Emperor might have sold Ornia near the end of the War of the Four Emperors in an attempt to obtain help from an outer deity, there's absolutely no way the Blood Moon Queen was saved by Rhine. Because the timeline doesn't match. When Ornia's Goddess of Beauty characteristic was taken away, Rhine had already been killed by the descent incarnation of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. So the question is, why is Ornia sleeping in the Observer Castle? And who brought her back? Thinking of this, Ebner briefly examined the fate of both himself and Klosvia and discovered no particularly dangerous branches. Combined with the fact that the Blood Moon Queen had lost the Goddess of Beauty characteristic and was at most sequence 2, he ultimately decided to go inside and investigate. Klosvia naturally chose to follow as well. Ebner wasn't particularly worried about her safety. After all, Miss Sloth possessed many methods and was also a favorite of the Earth Mother Goddess. She definitely had plenty of trump cards. After instructing the dream taper to guard nearby, Ebner took a deep breath and pushed open the wooden door that led to Ornia's dream. After passing through a layer of grey mist, Ebner and Klosvia arrived inside a magnificent palace. Above the palace seemed to hang a full moon, its crimson radiance spilling into every corner. The heavy walls and polished tiles looked as though they had been dyed with blood, giving the entire place a sense of tragic beauty mixed with eerie enchantment. Directly beneath the full moon stood a tall crimson throne, but no one sat upon it. Instead, two beautiful ladies sat on slightly smaller high-backed chairs on either side of the throne. At this moment, however, the two ladies were engaged in a fierce argument. One of them had black hair and red eyes, with beauty capable of toppling kingdoms, as if she were the embodiment of the very concept of beauty. If Ebner's guess was correct, she should be the Blood Moon Queen, Ornia. Isis, stop defending Ormir. I know very well that he is the true traitor. It was precisely because he didn't support the progenitor in time that the progenitor ended up dying together with Kvasterin and Phlegria. Ornia roared. Isis, is that the name of the blood ancestor's subordinate deity, the goddess of life? An existence capable of sitting as an equal with Ornia in this hall could only be this subordinate deity who didn't even have a name in the original story. While observing everything, Ebner thought while curiously examining the Isis mentioned by Ornia. She was a plump and gentle goddess. Her chest was prominently raised, and although her clothing seemed crude, woven merely from leaves and wild grass, it perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Upon hearing Ornia's words, the goddess of life, Isis showed complete disbelief and retorted mockingly. And who told you that? That subordinate deity of the elves, the so-called poetry of the goddess. But according to what I know, Saniathrim is the true traitor. You've been deceived by them. The elves cannot be trusted. Hearing this, Ornia's expression suddenly calmed. She glanced at Isis and said coldly, I won't argue with you. It's meaningless. But as colleagues up until today, I must remind you of something. Even if Ormir did not betray the progenitor, his queen's authority is similar to yours. Aren't you worried that he might devour you? Isis turned her head and snorted. That's none of your concern. At this point, the dream suddenly changed, and the surrounding scenery shattered and reassembled. In the blink of an eye, Ebner and Klosvia found themselves within a valley. Countless demon wolves began appearing around them, rushing toward them at incredible speed. This was different from the previous spectator state. Miss Sloth clearly sensed that these demon wolves were not merely part of a dream but more like incarnations of fear from a nightmare. Their aura was even more terrifying. If one were injured by them, the spiritual body would also suffer corresponding damage. Meanwhile, Ebner sharply sensed something familiar within the dark and pale mist surrounding the demon wolves. This feels like the water of the river of eternal darkness. Ebner's heart stirred as he immediately activated the pure white eye, quickly confirming his suspicion. There's no mistake. It feels the same as the river of eternal darkness I encountered at the Arc de Triomphe in Trier. So before falling asleep, Ornia drank water from the river of eternal darkness. No wonder even the dream taper doesn't dare enter her dream. The case is solved. The water of the river of eternal darkness is derived from a sapphira. There aren't many beings capable of extracting its water. Aside from the undying phoenix ancestor, Greg Race and Death Salinger, there are only the sovereign of the undead, Vicente Miranda, and the current goddess. Of course, in the future, Klein might be added to that list. But the only one with both the motive and the ability to place Ornia in the Observer Castle is Vicente Miranda. Furthermore, since Ornia had reached the point where she needed the water of the river of eternal darkness to stabilize her state, it means that after losing the goddess of beauty, characteristic and barely escaping with her life, she was still contaminated by some great existence. Was it the mother goddess of depravity? As thoughts raced through his mind, Ebner opened his pure white eye. The illusory sun within it immediately radiated an extreme brilliance, illuminating the entire valley as brightly as day. Those demon wolves were essentially monsters formed from darkness and death, or tainted by the water of the river of eternal darkness, condensed from the fear within people's hearts. Naturally, they were suppressed by the sun, especially a virtual sequence 1 level sun. In an instant, black smoke continuously rose from the demon wolves' bodies as though they were burning. Under sunlight, all ghostly tricks were laid bare, destined to dissipate like smoke. However, after the demon wolves across the mountains and fields vanished in large swathes, the figure of a grey dragon was revealed. Its condition was not good. Many of the scales on its body were missing. When the dragon saw Ebner and Klosvia, it struggled to fly over and transformed into human form upon landing. It was Miss Greed, Xenia. She had already been fighting in this dream for a long time and was barely holding on. She had even been preparing to use the Wanderer charm Ebner had given her earlier. Xenia, how did you end up here? Miss Sloth asked in surprise. I entered a room on the second floor with that baron, and then I came directly into this dream. Just as Xenia said this, the scene suddenly changed again. The earlier goddess of life, Isis, was now being besieged by a group of demon wolves that were at most sequence 4 in strength. She was quickly pushed to the brink and ultimately fell. After an unknown period of time following her death, the Blood Moon Queen Ornia finally arrived at this place. When the lingering spirit of Isis saw her, it said only one sentence: "My characteristic was taken away," before returning to the earth. Of course, as a former nature walker, Isis certainly wouldn't die so easily. But without her characteristic, even if she used her authority to undergo reincarnation, transitioning from death to life would take an extremely long time, at least measured in thousands of years. Seeing this, Ornia sighed softly and buried Isis's remains on the spot, returning them to nature. But when Ebner saw the grave Ornia dug to bury Isis, he suddenly froze. Because the layout bore a certain resemblance to the cave where Lamia and Giuseppe lived in seclusion. And the terrain of this valley looks very similar to that valley on Blue Mountain Island. Could it be that Giuseppe and Lamia were living on top of the grave of the goddess of life? Wait. Lamia suddenly brought back Frank and adopted him as her son. No way. End of chapter. Chapter 1276, Hidden Secrets. Recalling Frank's robust physique and then thinking about the goddess of life, Isis he had just seen, Ebner felt strong resistance toward the speculation forming in his mind. No. I can't jump to conclusions. After exploring this castle, I'll go to that valley on Blue Mountain Island and check it out. While Ebner was thinking, Ornia's dream changed uncontrollably again, entering a relatively calm plot, a condensed depiction of the several hundred years she spent living under the protection of the Elven Court. At this time, while watching the scene, Xenia continued talking about what she had just experienced. After breaking out of the encirclement, I encountered a strange demon wolf. It felt completely different from the others of its kind. The ability it used was also unbelievable. It could invade my mind through its howling, attempting to assimilate me into a demon wolf under its command, fundamentally altering my cognition of myself. Fortunately, its sequence wasn't high and it hadn't obtained divinity yet. And as a manipulator, my research in the mental domain far surpassed it. That's how I managed to kill it without much danger. However, after it died, it left behind an item. As she spoke, Miss Greed opened her palm and showed them a wolf-bone flute only the size of a little finger. Ebner didn't take it to examine it, because only now did he notice Miss Xenia's predicament. Because of her dragonification, her original clothes and belongings had long since been destroyed. The robe she was currently wearing was naturally something she had conjured with illusion, which was why she could only hold the spoils of battle in her palm. After carefully observing Xenia for a moment and noticing that she still had quite serious injuries remaining on her body, Ebner finally spoke before the expression of shame and irritation on Miss Greed's face could spiral out of control. Xenia, you can make a wish to me and ask to return to the state you were in before entering this dream. Although the miracle invoker, Alvin, was not here, the insightful one was the sequence most adept at leveraging power for personal use, achieving goals in the simplest and easiest way. If even the rules of the world and the fate of others could be leveraged, then the beyonder abilities of his other identities were even easier to mobilize. Ebner had far too many ways to transfer Alvin's miracle here for use. In essence, this was an elevated application of the ritual magic master ability of the reader pathway. On the other side, after hearing Ebner's words, Xenia's face immediately showed a trace of shyness, but she didn't question why she had to make a wish to him. After all, as his believer, asking him for help was perfectly normal. I wish for my condition to return to what it was before entering this dream. As Xenia's voice fell, Ebner raised his right hand and snapped his fingers with a snap, then said with a smile. All right, your wish has been fulfilled. For such a simple miracle, the current Ebner no longer needed to accumulate wishes. Miss Greed hurriedly checked her body and discovered that not only were her injuries completely healed, but even the clothes torn apart during dragonification, as well as the satchel she had been carrying, were restored as good as new. Thank you for your miracle. Miss Greed dispelled the illusory robe and performed a curtsy while lifting the hem of her real skirt. No need to be polite. Ebner waved his hand. While continuing to pay attention to the changes in the dream, he looked toward Sloth Klosvia, who was fiddling with the wolf-bone flute. Did you figure anything out? This probably isn't something from our world. It most likely came from the cosmos and is a summoned item of the Blood Moon Queen, Klosvia said with rare seriousness. Because she had a close friend in Madame Helen, Miss Sloth was quite familiar with the abilities of a summoning master. She knew that the summoning ability occasionally produced uncontrollable mutations, allowing strange creatures or objects that did not come from the spirit world and had never formed contracts to descend into reality. And these things were often extremely dangerous. In the long history of the Sanguine, no fewer than 10 summoning masters had died because of this, which was why Sanguine marquises were so rare. A summoned item. Ornia's summoned item existing within her dream. Ebner thought for a moment before once again taking out the sealed artifact, Heavenly Banquet, he had obtained from Gluttony, speaking thoughtfully. If that's the case, this probably also came from here rather than the first-floor hall. Gluttony's memory was tampered with. It was probably done to hide Ornia's existence, right? But why didn't the person behind it just kill Gluttony directly? Miss Greed, Xenia asked in confusion. Either they couldn't do it, or they had another purpose, for example, drawing us here. Miss Sloth pointed at the three of them and said with a smile. But Gluttony obtained the heavenly banquet 700 years ago. That memory shouldn't be wrong, because he really did start collecting ancient bloodlines from that time onward. Who would plan something for us 700 years in advance? Miss Greed followed that line of reasoning and guessed, so they couldn't do it. The one who altered Gluttony's memory had significant limitations. It's not impossible that someone planned against us across 700 years. No, to be precise, planned against me. 700 years ago was the era of Danitz. In the memories of Danitz that I received, there's a noticeable blank segment. It might not be unrelated to this matter. Of course, it might not necessarily be a scheme. It could also be planning, arrangement, or simply leaving benefits behind. However, the good news is that if this truly came from my own handiwork, then there's no need to worry too much about safety. My conflict with myself isn't about these external factors. Just as Ebner thought this, he noticed that Ornia's dream had reached a turning point. The snapshot of her peaceful life in the Elven court was about to end. Sure enough, by a certain coincidence, she discovered that her friends among the elves, the god of luck Olivier and the queen of calamity Goshenum, frequently used a secret teleportation passage to travel near the giant king's court to meet secretly with the goddess of harvest, the giant queen Omabella in the Silver City. Ornia, who had always believed that Omabella had orchestrated the death of the goddess of life, Isis, felt that she had been betrayed by her friends. Even though Olivier and Goshenum both explained that this was necessary communication to deal with threats from the dragons, Ornia ultimately led part of the Sanguine away from the Elven court and hid deep within the mountains. This also allowed her to successfully avoid the divine war in which the ancient sun god reclaimed his authorities, escaping the fate of perishing alongside the Elven court. Watching the worried expression appear on Ornia's face after she received the news that the Elven king had died in battle and that the queen of calamity and the god of luck had gone missing, Sloth Closphia placed a finger against her chin and said thoughtfully. Perhaps the news about secretly meeting the giant queen was deliberately leaked to the Blood Moon Queen by the god of luck. The purpose might have been to make her leave the court and avoid that conflict. And the Blood Moon Queen later clearly guessed this as well, which is why this segment of memory is so deeply engraved in her mind and was displayed in such detail within the dream. Why would it be the god of luck who deliberately leaked it, rather than the queen of calamity? Miss Greed asked in surprise. Hey, elves of the sailor pathway aren't capable of doing something this elegant. And besides, as the Elven Queen, Goshenum would have no reason to force away a great angel-level combat power. On the other hand, the god of luck possesses the ability of a prophet. Perhaps it was to prepare in advance, or to leave a backup plan. Closphia speculated. Listening to the conversation between the two ladies, Ebner thought about Ornia currently sleeping inside the castle and inwardly complained. That Chuyuni, god of luck, probably never thought about leaving any backup plan at all. He most likely foresaw the danger ahead of time and realized that bringing one extra person along would make it impossible to escape. End of chapter. Chapter 1277, Dream. The heart-pounding years during the Age of Glory, hiding from the angels under the ancient sun god. The hardships during the Great Cataclysm, when she had no choice but to lead her people in a massive migration. The difficult struggles for survival during the Age of Strife. After the establishment of Solomon's First Empire, cautiously guiding the Sanguine in attempting to integrate into human society. The ecstatic joy when the progenitor finally responded to prayers again. The envy and jealousy when seeing Rhine Corendia, who was favored by the progenitor and often able to hear divine revelations. The anger and resentment when seeing Rhine always remain detached from the Sanguine, unwilling to contribute more to the race. Scene after scene from the past unfolded within Ornia's dream, restoring fragments of lost history before the eyes of Ebner and the other two. But when the four emperors stood side by side and Ornia chose to marry the Night Emperor for the better development of the Sanguine, the dream abruptly stopped. Only chilling cries echoed throughout the surroundings. Trunsoist. Cheek. Trunsoist. Cheek. As those sorrowful cries, like a cuckoo weeping blood, reverberated, the entire dream suddenly became dangerous. A blood-colored full moon rose. A massive lump of flesh as large as a mountain appeared out of thin air, covered in countless reproductive organs. It spewed thick black fog and continuously produced all kinds of strange creatures that lunged toward Ebner and the others. However, its main body was blocked by a phantom river and could not approach. The experienced sloth Closphia and Greed, Xenia immediately closed their eyes to avoid losing their sanity, whether by mutating on the spot, becoming insane, or being overwhelmed by urges of mating and reproduction and turning into walking organs. The only one who dared look directly at that lump of flesh was Ebner. He knew that this was not the true mythical form of the goddess of beauty, but rather the form she had taken after being contaminated by the mother goddess of depravity. Furthermore, due to the influence of the water of the river of eternal darkness, the lump of flesh manifested from Ornia's mind, which intended to perish together with the Night Emperor, did not possess direct attack methods. It could only rely on producing monsters to indirectly pollute all life that entered the depths of her dream. Facing these monsters that combined the domains of darkness and moon, Ebner remained calm. Instead of using abilities under the authority of the sun again, he extended his right hand and dragged two figures out from the gaps of history. One had silver hair and silver eyes with peerless beauty. It was Rhine Carendia, whose body had been occupied by Lilith and who had become a king of angels. The other had a delicate appearance but an expressionless face, with deep black eyes lacking spirituality, the mother of the sky, who was also the vessel for the goddess's descent. Since these were monsters of the darkness and moon domains, he would let the top experts of those domains deal with them. Sure enough, the two angels who served as vessels for divine descent did nothing. Simply by standing there, the foundation of the monster's existence was destroyed. They either vanished, submitted, or changed form, losing all threat in the blink of an eye. However, this treated the symptoms but not the root cause. The lump of flesh filled with black fog still remained and could continuously create more monsters. Ornia dreamed of the Night Emperor, and her emotions suddenly became agitated, briefly breaking through the suppression of the river of eternal darkness. That's what caused the current situation. So as long as her emotions are calmed and she becomes quiet again, the problem will be solved. But how can I improve her mood? As his thoughts raced, Ebner decided to try using people she was familiar with. He successively simulated the appearance and aura of the goddess of life, the god of luck, the queen of calamity, and even the silver-eyed observer count. These were the people who had appeared most frequently and most deeply in Ornia's earlier dreams. Unexpectedly, this attempt had little effect. The names Trunsoist and Cheek still echoed within her mind. Ebner frowned. Based on his earlier deductions, he finally decided to transform into the appearance of the sovereign of the undead, Vicente Miranda. This attempt immediately produced results. The angry wailing gradually faded away. From layers of illusory doors, colorless phantom water carrying the aura of absolute stillness poured out and filled the entire space, making the dream environment peaceful again. At the same time, fragmented scenes appeared one after another before Ebner's eyes. Inside the majestic palace of the Night Emperor, Ornia looked coldly at the approaching, silver-eyed observer count, Rhine Carendia. The Duke, who had always remained detached from the sanguine, wore a smile. Ignoring the scrutinizing gaze of the Night Emperor, he handed a ring to Ornia and said solemnly, "This ring is my wedding gift to you. It can help you effectively manage your summoned creatures and creations. I call it the Ring of Ornia. I hope you like it and keep wearing it." Ornia frowned. Although she was somewhat hostile toward this junior who had taken the progenitor's favor and yet refused to contribute to the sanguine, she still accepted the ring for various reasons and wore it from then on. Inside the queen's bedchamber, a sanguine marquis reported, "Your Majesty, His Majesty has gone to the Demonis again." Ornia's expression remained unchanged. She merely nodded. "I understand. As long as the interests of our sanguine are not harmed, there's no need to concern ourselves with him." The Marquis seemed to want to say something after hearing the Queen's stance, but in the end he only sighed after acknowledging the order. Inside a mirror world contaminated by leaked power from the Nation of Disorder, Ornia was tightly bound layer upon layer by the authority of order and then placed upon a blood-colored altar. Trunsoist. Cheek. Blood flowed from the eyes, nose, and mouth of the Blood Moon Queen, yet her miserable appearance could not conceal her beauty at that moment. It was a tragic, melancholic beauty. Ornia, as part of a deal with that existence, you are a necessary sacrifice. Don't worry. I will look after the sanguine. Before the words finished, the ritual had already begun. Ornia immediately felt as if she had left the planet and entered the cold cosmos. In the next moment, countless crimson rays of light wrapped around her. Her spirit body began mutating, gradually growing another version of herself, one completely unfamiliar and terrifying. Meanwhile, her own will was constantly eroded by the crimson light and was about to be completely assimilated. But at that moment, the Ring of Ornia suddenly erupted with astonishing power. It tore away the relatively normal portion of the Blood Moon Queen's soul and pulled it free, along with the part of her body that had not yet undergone obvious mutation, escaping the control of the crimson light. During this process, the Ring of Ornia separated the Goddess of Beauty, characteristic from the Blood Moon Queen, and threw it toward the half-formed spirit body that had grown from her. The owner of the crimson light failed to react in time. By the time it noticed, the ring had already carried Ornia's partially contaminated spirit and remnant body into the barrier, ultimately falling into a guest room of the Observer Castle. After an unknown amount of time passed, the sovereign of the undead, Vicente Miranda, arrived at the Observer Castle. There, he found Ornia, who had already fallen into madness under the influence of contamination. End of chapter. Chapter 1278, The Third Floor. What happened afterward was no longer shown in the dream, but Ebner could roughly guess. It was nothing more than Vicente using the water of the river of eternal darkness to suppress the contamination of the mother goddess of depravity on Ornia, causing her to fall into a slumbering state similar to Antigonus. The situation is quite clear. The ring Rhine gave Ornia as a gift protected part of her soul at the critical moment, preventing her from completely falling into the hands of the mother goddess of depravity. In the end, she even waited for Vicente's rescue. Ornia's dreams are most likely triggered by stress. Whenever someone enters the room where she sleeps, they will go through those dreams engraved deepest in her memory, almost like following a set procedure. And Gluttony most likely couldn't survive the dream that mutated because of the Night Emperor. The fact that he managed to bring the heavenly banquet away from here and even had his memory altered means either Vicente left behind some method, or he happened to encounter Danitz from 700 years ago. As for the purpose of Vicente or Danitz letting Gluttony leave with the heavenly banquet, it's still unknown, but it's probably just laying the groundwork for some later plan. Additionally, the Ring of Ornia that Karen used when dealing with Gluttony was probably taken out by Roselle when he explored this dream. Later it was passed to Karen's mother, Madame Helen. After connecting the information revealed in the dream with the intelligence he had previously gathered, Ebner finally withdrew the projections of the two divine descent vessels. He then turned to the ladies, Greed and Sloth, and said, "You can open your eyes now." Klausvia immediately raised her eyelids. Her beautiful eyes looked around and found the surroundings gray and hazy, with nothing present. It was clearly the state of having no dreams. "It's resolved?" Xenia also asked after opening her eyes. "It's resolved. We can leave the Blood Moon Queen's dream at any time and return to the Dream Castle now," Ebner replied with a smile. Then he noticed a man lying unconscious not far away in the void. It was none other than the man who was either unlucky or fortunate, the Iris Baron Francis. "He's actually still alive. Quite lucky." Ebner stretched out his hand and pulled Francis's body to his side. After checking him over, he said with some emotion. Since they had successfully infiltrated this trial by borrowing the Baron's identity, Ebner didn't plan to just leave him here to fend for himself. He used the secret technique, Mage Hand, to lift the man's body and then said to the two ladies beside him, "Let's leave now to avoid someone else accidentally coming in and triggering the Blood Moon Queen's dream again." "Aren't we going to search for other treasures?" Klausvia asked. "The most valuable thing here should be Ornia's body and soul, but unfortunately, we can't take them away for now." As his thoughts turned, Ebner smiled and said, "The historical knowledge revealed by the Blood Moon Queen's dreams is already an enormous treasure. We shouldn't be too greedy." Miss Sloth thought about it for a moment after hearing this and then nodded, clearly agreeing with Ebner's reasoning. Although Xenia had the title Greed, once Ebner had made a decision, as his believer she naturally didn't dare oppose him. Thus, very quickly, the three of them, no, 4 people, disappeared from that gray space. On the Sonia C, aboard the Future. John, who had just finished wiping the floor of the lower deck cabin while completing a task from the life counterattack system, had just pressed the Submit button. Before the reward could be issued, a golden pop-up window that was extremely eye-catching appeared before his eyes. It read, "You have been favored by luck and have obtained a random premium task. Task content, shout the word Isis in front of Frank. Success reward, gain 1 opportunity to divine the location of a crown jellyfish venom crystal. Failure penalty, randomly forget the main ingredient of 1 formula." Looking at the so-called random premium task, John's expression changed repeatedly. He was both tempted by the divination function and wary that this task might contain some kind of trap, because it was simply too easy. Previously, John had been tricked by seemingly simple tasks, so he appeared extremely cautious. After reading it many times, he finally gathered the courage to knock on the door of the lower laboratory. Soon, Frank came out. He was wearing light blue trousers made of thick canvas and a white shirt with the top 2 buttons undone. He looked at John in surprise and asked, "What's the matter?" The Eye of Wisdom, hidden within John's mind, looked at the number 2 figure of the Star Pirates, who resembled a giant bear, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No matter how I look at him, he doesn't resemble the goddess of life. It seems the main body really did overthink things. At that moment, John standing at the door took a deep breath and said, "Isis." "What?" Frank looked confused. But he didn't notice that inside the laboratory, the artisan Sharf, whom Frank treated as a consumable, revealed a strange smile after hearing the word Isis. Observer Castle, inside the 2nd floor corridor of the Dream Castle. The Dream Taper was examining Ebner and the other 2 in a combat stance, with both confusion and hostility in its eyes. This was naturally because Ebner had cancelled his transformation after entering Ornia's dream and then forgot about it after coming out. He had wanted to pat the Dream Taper's head, but it almost bit him. Seeing this, Ebner sighed and thought that this creation of Rhine had rather poor intelligence. It recognized aura but not people. He placed the iris baron on the floor of the corridor and then devoutly made a wish to himself. I wish for my spirituality to recover. As soon as the words fell, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers with a snap, fulfilling the wish and restoring his spirituality to its peak state. Earlier, pulling out the projections of 2 divine vessels had seemed easy, but in reality his spirituality had almost been exhausted. He could only rely on a miracle to recover. As for the limitation of the wish ability, the problem that a miracle invoker cannot satisfy multiple similar wishes from the same supplicant in a short period of time, it wasn't difficult to solve. They simply needed sloth and greed to alternately make wishes asking for Ebner Brain's spirituality to recover. After doing all that, Ebner pulled out another moon card and inserted it into the slot of the stylish belt at his waist. Accompanied by a burst of passionate music, Duke Ryan Corendia descended once again. The dream taper once again allowed Ebner to place his hand on its head. Let's go. Because the transformation time was limited, Ebner didn't waste any time. After calling to the 2 ladies beside him, he took the lead in climbing the stairs. However, the moment the 3 of them stepped into the 3rd-floor corridor, Ebner suddenly heard a voice coming from the room directly opposite the stairway. Welcome to your arrival, future me. End of chapter. Chapter 1279, The Thing on the Top Floor. Welcome to your arrival, future me. Hearing this sentence, Ebner felt his breathing stop for a few seconds. Although he had already speculated through various clues that Ryan Corendia hadn't completely died, he was still not prepared to meet the other party just like this. What should he do? Turn around and leave, abandoning the exploration of this castle? Or continue forward and completely figure out Ryan's current condition? If he retreated, would he even be able to leave? Just as Ebner's thoughts were rapidly turning, the voice from the room sounded again. Welcome to your arrival, future me. It was exactly the same as before, whether in tone or wording. Ebner suddenly felt speechless and complained inwardly. So after worrying for so long, you just left a recording here to scare me. At this moment, Sloth Klosvia, who was following behind him, saw that he had stopped walking and asked strangely, why did you stop? Did you discover something wrong? Hearing this, Ebner's heart stirred. He glanced at Sloth and Greed before asking instead of answering, did you hear any voice? No. Klosvia and Xenia answered one after another, their tones very certain. So, the voice in the room across from us can only be heard by me. Ebner nodded thoughtfully. Then he signaled for Sloth and Greed to stay in the corridor as support while he pushed open the half-closed door directly ahead and walked inside. However, the moment his foot stepped onto the floor of the room, the door closed by itself at an extremely fast speed. Even Ebner, who had already been on guard, didn't react in time. At the same time, a tall, illusory and transparent figure entered Ebner's sight. The figure had gentle and handsome facial features and somewhat resembled Mr. Azek, though he wasn't as dark. His hair was dark gold like Jane's. It was none other than the undead sovereign, Vicente Miranda. Ebner had seen his sleeping coffin twice through a door in the Nation of Night and had even pulled out his historical projection before, so he naturally recognized him. However, the Vicente before him seemed to be merely a dead spirit with a mimicry ability. So this is the magical version of the recorder he left behind. While Ebner was thinking nonsense, the expression of the phantom, Vicente Miranda, suddenly became lively. It was no longer mechanically repeating that sentence, welcome to your arrival, future me. Its eyes looked directly at Ebner and it smiled as it said. As you can see, this is a dead spirit that has recorded my image and voice, so don't talk to me. That would make you look very stupid, because although this dead spirit has a rather unique ability, in essence it's just a combined recording and playback device. Do you think I'm that stupid? Wait, you are me and I am you, so why would you imagine yourself to be that stupid? Ebner muttered inwardly a few times while listening to the other party continue. Don't ask me why I'm delivering this message in the form of a recording, or why the door closed so quickly. That's because when I came here, Ryan used exactly the same method and scared the hell out of me. Naturally I had to let the later me enjoy the same treatment. So in short, you should blame Ryan for this. Hearing this, Ebner couldn't help but cover his forehead with his hand and became certain that whether it was Vicente, Ryan, or the earlier Oliver, the age they were at when they transmigrated probably wasn't very great. After all, he knew himself very well. He absolutely wouldn't do something this childish after entering the workforce, which meant that the later Danets, who had most likely come here afterward, hadn't left any arrangements. Getting serious for a moment, the Phantom continued. Since I'm not from a pathway related to knowledge or omniscience, the memories I can obtain from previous imprints are limited. Many of them are just fragments. I have some impressions of this observer castle, but not many. I even had to gather intelligence myself just to learn how to enter it. Heh. Stealing Ryan's name wasn't enough, you even directly took the name of his castle and used it. How shameless. As if you didn't directly take the title, Undead Sovereign, yourself. And you still have the nerve to call someone else shameless. Ebner resisted the urge to continue complaining. After all, the other party was himself. He wasn't so bored as to start scolding himself for entertainment. So can you imagine how shocked I was when I discovered that Ornia was actually here? According to the memory fragments I saw, although Ryan intended to maintain a good relationship with Ornia, their relationship was actually quite bad. Especially after the Night Emperor killed Latia, their relationship dropped to freezing point. Who would have thought that in the end Ornia would still be saved by Ryan? Truly sigh-worthy. However, Ornia's condition back then was extremely terrible. If I hadn't fed her a mouthful of water from the river of eternal darkness, she would most likely have lost herself amid madness and corruption and mutated into a terrifying monster. Hearing this, Ebner nodded. It matched his previous deductions exactly. The only strange thing was that Vicente's tone sounded somewhat odd. Ahem, looks like I went off topic. Back to the point. The reason I left this message here, besides continuing the fine traditions of the previous me, is to remind you of something. That is, all the good stuff in this castle has already been taken away by me. The later me doesn't need to waste time searching anymore. Vicente, are you sure you're an angel of the corpse collector pathway and not the hunter pathway? Or are you planning to jump to conqueror and practicing the acting in advance? Although those two pathways could indeed be interchanged, provoking yourself wouldn't have any effect, right? Just as the thought crossed Ebner's mind, he saw the dead spirit simulating Vicente's image reveal a mischievous grin and shrug its shoulders. Alright, that was still a joke. Ebner gave 2 dry laughs. If the one speaking hadn't been himself, he would definitely have taken revenge. What I actually want to remind you about is the thing inside the ritual chamber on the top floor. Please be extremely careful. The corruption from that thing is far more terrifying than the one on Ornia. It's not that the power of the Mother Goddess of Depravity isn't strong. Rather, most of the contamination on Ornia had already been cut away by the Ring of Ornia. What remains now are only slight remnants. But the thing in the ritual chamber on the top floor has been completely marinated in it. When I rashly entered earlier, I almost died on the spot. I only managed to run away thanks to Grey's headdress. As for what exactly that thing is, I'm not entirely sure either, but I do have some guesses. Well, I wonder whether you know about the Mies before the God of Luck, the ones who didn't have imprints or soul stones. One of those incarnations was called the Father of Succubi, Lord of Desire, Source of Corruption. The thing on the top floor is very likely his body. It was summoned into reality by Rhine. End of chapter. Chapter 1280, Insight. Father of Succubi, Lord of Desire, Source of Corruption. The thing on the top floor might be his body. It was summoned from the spirit world into reality by Rhine using the abilities of a high summoner. Repeating the words left behind by Vicente Miranda, Ebner couldn't help but frown. In truth, Ebner was not unfamiliar with the honorific name Father of Succubi, Lord of Desire, Source of Corruption. Previously, in the Ghost Empire, he had heard that Succubus progenitor Monica mention this former identity of his. However, Monica herself didn't know much about her so-called father god. She only knew that the source of corruption had already fallen during the first epoch. So his body was exiled into the spirit world. But even if Rhine unintentionally summoned it into reality because of the convergence effect, why place it in the ritual chamber on the top floor? And what does this body have to do with the experiment from 11 years ago? As his thoughts turned, Ebner once again shifted his gaze toward the illusory Vicente Miranda, waiting for his further explanation. After saying that earlier statement, the figure had fallen silent, seemingly leaving time for Ebner to think. About 10 seconds later, the mimicry dead spirit spoke again. I guess you must be full of questions right now. I was the same at first. I didn't really understand what Rhine intended to do. But later I put myself in his position to think about it, and everything suddenly became clear. I asked myself, if I were about to die, most of the arrangements I left behind definitely wouldn't be charity for the later me. More likely they would be preparations for resurrection. And as far as I know, Rhine deliberately left the body that was about to become the goddess of beauty to Lilith, using it to scheme against her in a huge way. Yeah, that's also the reason I still don't really dare go ask Lilith about things. Anyway, Rhine had already lost his body. Even if he had transferred his real soul stone ahead of time through various arrangements, he still couldn't reclaim that body which had already completed the goddess of beauty ritual. And I guess he wouldn't choose to take it back anyway. After all, once you become the goddess of beauty, you turn into a lady. Personally, I'm very resistant to that outcome. I imagine he feels the same. So I guess the body of the source of corruption was placed here by Rhine to serve as the vessel for his resurrection. After all, the Mies before the god of luck didn't have the so-called soul stone system. The mechanism of reincarnation was also completely different from now. In other words, when Lu Bo from before luck transmigrated, death meant real death. His soul and characteristics would all return together to the unknown land. There was no such thing as not being completely dead. Also, in the message Ryan left behind to scare me, he said that after he summoned that body into reality, he was locked onto by the eternal blazing sun and was very likely hunted down by him. At the time I just wanted to say, you guessed right. Unfortunately, just like me, he only left a recording, so there's no way to communicate. At this point, Vicente Miranda paused again, returning to a stiff and mechanical posture. Seeing this, Ebner knew the guy had once again left him time to fill in the blanks. While activating his insight ability, he pondered. Ryan summoned the so-called Father of Succubi, Lord of Desire, Source of Corruption, and then he was sensed by the eternal blazing sun. So the main reason Ryan was hunted down was actually this, not, as I previously guessed, God's desire for the unknown. Thinking about it carefully, someone who could use the honorific Father of Succubi, Lord of Desire, Source of Corruption must have already obtained the corresponding authority at that time. With both desire and corruption, and even creating an entire race, combined with the phrase marinated that Vicente mentioned. That version of me probably had already mastered the tenebrous world. If I make a bold guess, he might even have indirectly controlled the brood hive, which would explain why he could claim such an exaggerated honorific. Logically speaking, once that source of corruption died, his soul and the Sapphira he had obtained should have returned to the unknown. But in reality, both the tenebrous world and the brood hive still exist on Earth and were not taken away. The only explanation is that the existence who killed that source of corruption had the ability to intercept the Sapphira being sent back to the unknown. And the only ones capable of doing that are God and the celestial worthy. Combining this with the fact that God created the box of the great old ones, which both disrupted the celestial worthy's resurrection methods and allowed the God of luck to awaken self-awareness, and then used the special soul structure inside the box as a reference to create the later soul stone reincarnation system. God is the most suspicious. Right, within God's chaos sea there is also the authority of corruption. Him hunting the source of corruption and seizing the tenebrous world would be an entirely reasonable action. Furthermore, God's consciousness had already partially awakened within the eternal blazing Sunday. Once he sensed Ryan summoning back the body of the source of corruption, and realized he was the new unknown, choosing to hunt him down would be a completely logical development. The pursuit might only have been superficial. His true objective was probably later sending that awakened fragment of consciousness inside the eternal blazing sun, along with a sequence 2 light seeker characteristic, into the unknown land, turning it into that illusory sun. And with that sun there, not only could the later versions of me more easily open passages to the unknown land, namely the pure white eye, but its presence also blocked the path for characteristics returning to the unknown. At the very least, the seal of calamity, which was most deeply eroded by the unknown, failed to carry that conqueror characteristic deep into the unknown land. It was stopped near the entrance by the illusory sun. At the same time, it was precisely because that sun existed that I could use the power of various things gathered in the unknown land even at low sequences without being eroded by them. Because the overflowing contamination was likewise blocked by the illusory sun. The Eye of Omniscience, created by that traitorous dragon probably went too deep, crossing the sun's defensive line, and was therefore contaminated by the unknown through the connection. In short, God not only suppressed the celestial worthy's coffin lid, but also deliberately created trouble and opponents for the unknown. As expected of the omniscient and omnipotent. Even though he cannot understand the unknown, he still made so many arrangements. As for the celestial worthy, he probably also has corresponding measures against the unknown. For example, I've known for a long time that Sapphira Castle and the unknown land are fundamentally incompatible. Thinking this, although there wasn't much solid evidence, Ebner had little doubt about his deductions. After all, inferring sufficient conclusions from insufficient conditions was itself an application of the insight ability. And when that ability is elevated, it becomes omniscience. End of chapter. Chapter 1281, Preparation. In addition, since Ryan Karendia's arrangements for this resurrection were discovered by so many later versions of me, they must inevitably have been damaged. If nothing else, the fact that the experiment 11 years ago required the condition of being conducted here in order to be reproduced already shows that something had been tampered with. And the person who tampered with it was most likely guided by the seal of calamity. After all, in the reincarnation system established by the God of Luck, one of its core components is the restart of the Wheel of Fortune. Even though it also incorporated many factors such as the unknown and the soul stones from the box of the great old ones, whether it is Oliver, Ryan, Vicente, Alvin, or Danitz, Evans, Giuseppe, and me, in essence we are all reincarnations of the same person. In other words, we cannot exist at the same time. Therefore, for the later me, the resurrection plans of the predecessors must definitely be sabotaged as much as possible. And for the seal of calamity, which is dominated by the unknown, all the other Lubo are probably opponents, although it focuses more on the God of Luck, that doesn't mean it ignored the other selves. The only question is whether the sabotage by later generations was within Ryan's plan. If it was, he probably still has an unrevealed trump card. If not, then his resurrection plan probably no longer exists. Overall, Ryan indeed hasn't completely died, but it's impossible for him to seize dominance after resurrection because his arrangements were sabotaged by his later selves. Thinking this, Ebner sighed softly, deeply feeling that Ryan's life before death had probably been relatively comfortable, so the level of his schemes wasn't particularly brilliant. This point was also reflected in Vicente. In comparison, the several incarnations of himself in the fifth epoch were far more scheming. Starting from Alvin, they were practically all crafty schemers, even tampering with their own memories to prevent later selves from discovering their plans through the imprints. On the one hand, Ryan and Vicente probably came from such good backgrounds that they didn't encounter too much danger when they were weak. On the other hand, starting from Alvin, I finally realized that I had transmigrated into the novel Lord of the Mysteries. Because he understood the world's background settings and general plot, he basically had the equivalent of a full map cheat, so his schemes naturally appeared more impressive. Of course, Alvin also received guidance from the goddess in this regard. Letting his thoughts drift for a while, Ebner finally came back to his senses when the mimic dead spirit shaped like Vicente Miranda spoke again in a deep voice. I assume you've already guessed that after discovering Ryan's purpose, the first thing I wanted to do was sabotage it. But unfortunately, the contamination on that body of the source of corruption was truly too terrifying, so terrifying that I couldn't even approach it. So I could only sprinkle a bit more water from the river of eternal darkness onto it from afar. Since I couldn't stop it, I could at least delay the time for resurrection, letting Ryan sleep a little longer, until I become stronger or a later me comes to deal with it. That is quite creative. Ebner secretly praised before listening to the other party continue. Alright, the information I can tell you is only this much. Remember, it's not because I'm being kind, but because if Ryan actually succeeds, none of us will get to play anymore. Finally, aside from the room before the ritual chamber, the entire dream castle has already been cleaned out by me. There are no dangers left, so you can explore with confidence. Oh right, please don't make things difficult for Chanyu. As Ryan's creation, although it is hostile toward all intruders, it won't casually harm anyone. At most it will drive outsiders out of the dream. Chanyu. Ebner thought for a few seconds before realizing that this must be the name of the Dream Taper, since the chieftain of the Dream Taper clan in a certain famous game also had that name. TSK. From the fact that it's called Chanyu instead of Mingli, you can infer certain preferences of Ryan and Vicente. Their memories from before transmigration probably stopped around their university years. Strange, was the me in high school and university really that kind of person? While Ebner was silently complaining, the dead spirit had clearly finished its playback and returned once again to its original standby state. After observing it carefully for a while, Ebner discovered that it was slowly accumulating power. Perhaps when the next Lu Bo came here again, Vicente's message could be heard once more. Of course, that's assuming I'm dead. Ebner muttered silently. He no longer paid attention to the dead spirit. Instead, he turned and opened the door, allowing the two ladies waiting in the corridor, Greed and Sloth, to enter. What just happened? Klosvia asked while glancing around, yet she seemed completely unaware of the dead spirit standing in the center of the room. Clearly, this recording and playback device must have been tainted by the unknown's contamination. It existed in a special state where only Lu Bo could see it, just like the messages from the Seal of Calamity that Roselle could only see shortly before becoming a god. An angel who once explored this castle left me some warnings, Ebner said after thinking for a moment, choosing to reveal only the parts that Sloth and Greed could know. For example, regarding the dangerous ritual chamber on the top floor, Ebner only said that even angels didn't dare approach it, while everything else was left unmentioned. You're planning to go check the ritual chamber alone? Klosvia detected his intention from his tone and frowned. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? She knew Ebner possessed many methods and that his combat strength was not inferior to an angel, but he was still not truly a sequence too. Moreover, even angels were wary of that ritual chamber. Don't worry. When it comes to dealing with contamination, I still have my own methods, Ebner replied with a smile. Then he said to the two ladies, aside from the room where the Blood Moon Queen is sleeping and the ritual chamber on the top floor, there shouldn't be any other dangers here. You can explore these floors freely. I'll go and return shortly. Seeing how confident Ebner appeared, Sloth and Greed stopped persuading him. After reminding him to be careful, they watched as he followed the Dream Taper toward the higher floor. Very soon, the man and the taper arrived before a pair of solid wooden double doors carved with intricate patterns. Feeling the faint aura of terror emanating from the door, Ebner patted Chanyu's head, signaling it to retreat farther away. Next, Ebner did not rashly open the door. Instead, he clasped his hands together and began his preparations. Although he had long resolved to bravely face the arrangements left behind by his former selves, bravely facing danger did not mean ignoring it. Rather, it meant recognizing danger and overcoming it. And his preparation for the danger inside the ritual chamber was very simple. That was to pray to Mr. Fool and seek the protection of Sapphira Castle. When it came to dealing with contamination from Spherote, the grey fog was still extremely useful. End of chapter. Chapter 1282, The Oath of Roses. Inside the ancient palace above the grey fog, Moon, Magician, Justice, and Hanged Men were holding a small gathering. While Ebner and Greed and Sloth were exploring the Observer Castle, Moon, Emlyn had also successfully lured the vampire Viscount Ones, who had previously tricked him, into the Church of Harvest with the cooperation of Miss Justice. Because the Beyonder item on Miss Justice was much stronger than in the original story, even without the participation of Star, they successfully completed this punishment mission. And the role of investigator originally played by Judgment Zio in the original story was replaced by Susie, who had undergone training in the Dream Labyrinth Tower. These are all the spoils. Moon Emlyn placed many items in the center of the table and pointed at a pair of rings among them as he introduced, this Beyonder item is called Oath of Roses. It's a pair ring. Rumor has it that it already existed in the fourth epoch. Within the range of an ordinary city, no matter how far apart the wearers are, they can share senses and convey thoughts. It's very valuable. Its side effect is that if it's worn continuously for a week without being removed, the two people possessing the pair rings are very likely to fall in love, regardless of gender or race. That Viscount didn't expect us to act so quickly. He probably hadn't had time to hand one of them to the existence behind him. He had originally wanted to keep the Oath of Roses as his own spoils, but after thinking about it, he realized that aside from the priest, there was basically no trustworthy and powerful person with whom he could share senses, so he had to give up the idea. What a pity. Even if my puppets were the ring, they still can't tell me their thoughts. After muttering regretfully, Emlyn began introducing the other items, explaining their positive effects and negative side effects one by one, even adding some elaboration. The Moon paper figurine was a one-time item that could substitute for its holder to endure a fatal injury or an attack that directly targeted the spirit body, allowing the holder to avoid severe injury or death for a short period. It almost had no negative effects, only causing the body to feel slightly cold. The diamond brooch, nemesis of alcohol, could help the wearer maintain abundant energy and clear thoughts, improving resistance to spells affecting the mind and mental body. However, the problem was that it would continuously damage the liver and brain. If worn for too long, one might lose a certain degree of thinking and logical ability. Therefore, it had to be removed for 15 minutes after every half hour of wearing it. The moonlight ribbon could effectively reduce damage from sun and lightning. But once this belt was tied on, all senses would become more sensitive, making it easier to see things that shouldn't be seen and hear sounds that shouldn't be heard. At the same time, the wearer would experience intermittent itching all over the body. His tone while introducing them carried a bit of showing off. Otherwise, with Mr. Moon's personality, he wouldn't talk so much at once. It might also be because Mr. Fool isn't present, so he's more relaxed. Justice Audrey watched like an observer and didn't actively choose any spoils. Instead, Magician first glanced at the items and was the first to speak. I only lent out Lamino's travel notebook. I didn't take any risks. I'll just take the Moon paper figurine. Compared to Beyonder items, this kind of one-time Beyonder object was relatively less valuable. Moreover, as a recorder, she could record most other active abilities from Ebner anyway. Instead, a passive trigger-type item like the Moon paper figurine suited her better. After speaking, she waited for a moment. Seeing no one object, she picked up the Moon paper figurine and placed it before her. Emlyn then turned his gaze toward Miss Justice and said with a smile, "Ladies first." Hearing this, Audrey picked up the diamond brooch called Nemesis of Alcohol without hesitation. The ability itself was secondary, after all, with the Box of Depravity, she could already use a fairly comprehensive range of abilities. The main reason was that the design looked beautiful. And with this item, if she suddenly encountered Vin Rambus and didn't have time to seek protection from Mr. Fool, she would still have some chance of resisting hypnosis. Next, just as Emlyn was thinking whether he should use the Moonlight Ribbon or the Oath of Roses as the consultation fee to pay Mr. Hanged Man, two figures suddenly appeared above the grey fog. World Mr. Tower Mr. Why are you here as well? Miss Justice, who quickly recognized their identities, asked in surprise. The others also looked over at the same time, each showing more or less a trace of confusion. Ebner himself was also somewhat confused at this moment. He hadn't expected that merely praying for the protection of the Paper Angel, such a routine operation, would result in being pulled into Sapphira Castle. He couldn't help but glance at Klein not far away. Klein gave him a look and then glanced at the items on the table. Of course, when making these small movements, he temporarily blocked Miss Justice's observation. Ebner followed his gaze and then swept his eyes over the pair of Oath of Roses rings, immediately understanding. So old Joe wants to buy that pair of rings, but he lacks a reason to intervene, so he pulled me up here to act as a tool. Fine. Since I still want to rely on the grey fog to kill viruses, I'll help you out. As his thoughts turned, Ebner looked at the 4 people holding their small gathering and said with a smile, I ran into some matters and wanted to discuss them with the world. I didn't expect you all to be here as well. Are you dividing the spoils? That vampire viscount was brought into the Church of Harvest by you. Magician first nodded and said, yes, he was very easily hypnotized by Miss Justice. In fact, without the assistance of the box of depravity, I wouldn't have succeeded, Audrey added modestly. At this moment, Ebner deliberately let his gaze linger on the pair of rings. He had originally intended to find an excuse to say that the rings had some problems and needed Mr. Fool to purify them first, creating an opportunity for Klein to intervene. But after only a few glances, his spirituality was suddenly stirred, followed by a strong sense of familiarity rising in his heart. This ring. I remember seeing it in Giuseppe Castilla's memories. He found it in that underground ruin in Backlund where he buried the Red Angel. Of course, there was only one. And the other one, if the memory I received is correct, was already worn on Lamia's hand when Giuseppe first met her. But before they secluded themselves on Blue Mountain Island, the pair of rings had been stolen. No wonder. No wonder. At that moment, Ebner finally understood why Giuseppe and Lamia had fallen in love and opened their hearts to each other in such a short time, even forgetting that they had transmigrated into a dangerous novel world heading toward doomsday, only pulling themselves together 10 years later. Unfortunately, by that time it was already too late. The fate originally designed for him by the Seal of Calamity had long been rewritten. The existence capable of sensing the Seal of Calamity disturbing fate, and unwilling to let its plan succeed, thus laying out arrangements in that underground ruin in advance, was probably only Little Snake Will. The pair rings, Oath of Roses, were provided by him to Lilith. End of chapter. Chapter 1283, Ritual Room. Seeing Ebner staring at the Rose Oath ring with a frown, the few people present all became inexplicably nervous. After all, Mr. Tower rarely revealed such an expression, he had always been cheerful during Tarot Club gatherings. Only Klein felt surprised inside, that acting looks really convincing. Mr. Tower is indeed reliable. After waiting for a while, it was first the magician, who had the closest relationship with Ebner, who couldn't help but ask, is there something wrong with this pair of rings? Could it be that you still want to buy them for someone? Hearing the question, Ebner came back to his senses. After thinking for a moment, he went along with it and said, there may be unknown contamination on these rings. Before using them, it's best to request Mr. Fool to purify them. Although he said this, what Ebner was actually thinking was, the last time the Rose Oath ring was used, it brought together Giuseppe and Lamia, so why has it been taken out again this time? He glanced at the World Gehrman beside him, and a strange thought couldn't help but arise in his mind, could it be to help Klein stabilize his humanity? On the other side, seeing Moon, Emlyn and the others stunned by Ebner's words, Klein had the World Gehrman cough and say, ahem, I'll buy this pair of rings. I'll request Mr. Fool to handle them. What do you think about a price of £6,000? When Moon had just heard Mr. Tower say that there was a problem with the Rose Oath, he had already decided to sell it. After all, he had no use for the item, and there was no need to pay the price to ask a true god like Mr. Fool to deal with it. Now that the world wanted to buy it, and the offered price was about the same as selling it back to the Sanguine, he agreed without hesitation. Deal. Among the few of them, only the hanged man Alger glanced back and forth between Tower and World. His intuition told him that the timing of these two appearing was too coincidental, as if they had come specifically for the Rose Oath. However, since it involved two demigods, both with powerful backgrounds and formidable methods, Alger wisely chose not to say anything more. Moreover, the shock Mr. Tower showed when he saw that pair of rings didn't seem fake, perhaps there really is something wrong with them. Thinking this, Alger took the other beyonder item besides the Rose Oath as his consultation fee. Soon, this temporary gathering came to an end, and above the grey fog, only Ebner and Klein remained. Klein put away the Rose Oath, and said to Ebner with a smile, thanks. Without your performance just now, it really wouldn't have been easy for me to buy this pair of rings. Ebner glanced at him and shook his head. I wasn't acting. There really might be a significant problem with these rings. Before you give them to your Miss Temperance, you'd better truly ask Mr. Fool to handle them. Hearing this, Klein immediately became tense and asked seriously, what do you mean? I'm not entirely sure what's going on either. It's just a feeling that there's something wrong with them. You'll need to divine their origin yourself. Also, you can ask Will and Rionette. They might know something. After a pause, Ebner continued. I still have something urgent to deal with now. Quickly ask Mr. Fool to grant me a protection. All right. Klein didn't ask further. Now that he was a bizarro sorcerer, he naturally wouldn't rely on Ebner for everything anymore. Instead, he should do his best to repay the help he had received before. Still, what does he mean by my Miss Temperance? How does he know I'm buying this pair of rings for Sharon? In the dream, before the passage leading to the top floor, ritual room of the observer castle. The moment Ebner opened his eyes, he saw a solemn and majestic angel wrapping him layer upon layer with 12 pairs of pitch-black wings. Using the Black Emperor card, why not use the Demonis card or the Moon card? Bad review. After muttering a few complaints, Ebner examined the dense gray fog surrounding his soul and body before pushing open the door leading to the ritual room. According to Gluttony's memories, the room on the top floor had been concealed by some kind of power and could not be reached from reality. He guessed that it could only be accessed through dreams. Unfortunately, because Chanyu was guarding the stairway, he couldn't even get past the second floor. It should be the door pathway's ability to hide space. Ryan placed the entrance in the dream. After all, the things in the ritual room are so dangerous that Ryan couldn't possibly let them exist within the bookshelf dream, otherwise it would have long since been contaminated and gone mad. Who designed this for him? Mr. Door. With questions in mind, Ebner walked step by step along the empty corridor. The further he went, the more irritable he felt, and his spirituality began to warn him. Finally, at the end of the corridor, he saw something extremely familiar. The door of reality and illusion. Although its appearance was slightly different, this was undoubtedly the same door of reality and illusion that Ebner had once used beneath Mr. Gaston's school in Demir Harbor. The only difference was that one connected the dream labyrinth tower and reality. It seems Roselle probably also referenced this place when he built the dream labyrinth tower. Did he come in here as well? That makes sense, although the biggest mastermind behind the experiment 11 years ago might have been me. On the surface it was arrangements left behind by old Huang before his death. It's entirely reasonable that he came here. At that time, he must have already gone to the moon and been contaminated by the mother goddess of depravity, basically a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. While making sarcastic remarks, Ebner took a deep breath and carefully stepped through the door between reality and illusion. In the next moment, he left the dream and arrived within an extremely spacious area. At the center of this space stood a massive altar. Countless transparent chains engraved with strange patterns and symbols extended out from the void, converging onto a coffin at the top of the altar, tightly binding it as if sealing whatever was inside. Surrounding the altar was a circular river formed from blood, as if guarding the central structure. Along its riverbed, positioned in the shape of a pentagram, were 5 small altars resembling bridges. Countless even smaller streams of blood flowed in from all directions, merging into the circular blood river, and ultimately entering those 5 bridges. Ebner sensed it for a moment and found that a rather terrifying aura was indeed spreading outward from the coffin at the center. However, it wasn't as severe as Vincent had described. While ordinary demigods would probably be unable to withstand it, angels should have no problem. Did the ritual 11 years ago change the environment here? Also, the altars on that circular blood river are completely out of place compared to the main altar. They were probably added later. As his thoughts turned, just as Ebner was about to step forward to investigate further, a gentle female voice suddenly sounded by his ear. Don't come any closer, the aura of Sapphira Castle will cause the power remaining here to erupt into chaos again. End of chapter. Chapter 1284, Q&A. Hearing the sudden female voice, Ebner was slightly stunned. Because he had the gray fog on him, he hadn't activated the pure white eye, so even until now, he hadn't noticed that there was anyone else here. Who is it? Ebner used his insight ability with full force, but still found nothing. So he changed his approach. Using his own white tower, he simulated the abilities of a bizarro sorcerer, then, with the help of the gray fog aura on his body, switched to the vision of spirit body threads. In the next moment, countless illusory black threads appeared before his eyes, and he suddenly discovered that atop the coffin on the central altar, there was also a slender figure sitting there. As if sensing Ebner's true vision enhanced by the gray fog, that figure sighed softly, then stopped hiding and revealed her form. She was an extremely beautiful lady, with black hair and brown eyes. Her facial features had both the depth of Westerners and the softness of Easterners, and her ears were slightly pointed, as if she possessed elven blood. The moment Ebner saw her appearance clearly, he immediately recognized that she was one of the 2 girls who had previously received guidance from Rhine Carindia in the memory projection within the castle's first-floor library. Ugly Constantine. Ebner looked at her and spoke the name he had long heard. If he wasn't mistaken, this lady should be the daughter of the god of luck and the queen of calamity, the progenitor of the 4th epic Demonis family, the Constantine family, and the former Sequence 1 Apocalypse Demonis, Ugly Constantine. In a page of Roselle's diary, he had previously obtained, it was mentioned that this lady had escaped from the god's painting of the Abraham family, and was later found by old Huang, who had just become an angel, and he had built a mechanical body for her. However, since Ugly was an evil spirit, her condition kept worsening, and her body could no longer carry her. Therefore, old Huang wanted to find a place in a state of apocalypse or calamity for her to recuperate. Even sending people out to sea to search for the forsaken land of the gods was very likely related to this. So, old Huang didn't find the forsaken land of the gods and ultimately sent her here. With multiple spheroid contaminations coexisting here, once they erupt, the disaster caused would definitely not be small. It really is a good place for a demoness to recuperate. While Ebner's thoughts were turning, the demoness on the altar was somewhat surprised that he could call out her name, so she asked in astonishment, "Favorite of Sapphira Castle, you know me?" "I don't, but my intuition tells me you are. Also, because I'm protected by the gray fog, you didn't recognize that I might be your father, did you?" Thinking this in his heart, Ebner felt that the other party's stance was unclear, and he shouldn't reveal his own background so quickly. So he answered irrelevantly. "I am friends with Bernadette." He paused here, giving Agli time to fill in the gaps herself, before adding another sentence. "Additionally, I am a member of the Abraham family. Bernadette doesn't know of my existence, and it's impossible for the Abraham family to produce a demigod." Agli smiled, then looked Ebner up and down and said with a laugh, "But since you mentioned Roselle's daughter and Bethel's family, it seems you do know something about me. High-ranking demonesses are indeed hard to fool, but I didn't lie just now." Ebner sighed inwardly, then shook his head and said, "Madam, you're mistaken. Not only does the Abraham family now have demigods, but it has also even produced an angel." After saying that, with a thought, that characteristic, he simulated immediately transformed into a scholar of yore. Then he reached out and grabbed, pulling the historical projection of Alvin Abraham into reality. Although the top floor, ritual room, had extremely strong concealment, such that even Alvin, who had once been a wanderer, couldn't enter in a short time, it could not block the historical void. And Ebner pulling out Alvin had two purposes. First, to use him as a deterrent, preventing that former apocalypse demoness from harboring ill intentions. Second, from the intelligence he had previously obtained, this daughter of his clearly had a close relationship with Bethel. The Night Emperor had even used her as a hostage to threaten Mr. Dorr into cooperating to open a divine kingdom. Now, by presenting himself as a member of the Abraham family, he might be able to gain more goodwill from the demoness before him. Seeing Alvin Abraham appear, the apocalypse demoness, Ugly Constantine, was extremely shocked and blurted out, "Bethel escaped." "No, that's impossible. Has he fallen?" As she spoke, a sorrowful expression immediately appeared on her face. Along with her sorrow, that emotion actually filled the entire space. Even Ebner, who had not crossed the circular blood river, felt his spirit about to be interfered with by some inexplicable force, but it was immediately isolated by the gray fog. Seeing this, Ebner hurriedly said, "Madam, don't get agitated. Mr. Dorr is still the same as before. The reason the Abraham family no longer fears his full moon ravings is because they have received the protection of Mr. Fool." This was still the truth. Ever since Klein advanced to a bizarro sorcerer, he had agreed to protect members of the Abraham family during the full moon. Although Ebner's mutated, mystical domain ability had a similar effect, the number of people it could protect was limited, and it could only cover the upper echelons of the Abraham family. Therefore, in recent weeks, quite a number of Abraham family members had already become believers of the Fool. Hearing this, Agli finally calmed down. She first bent slightly in apology and said in a gentle tone, "I'm very sorry. My mental state isn't very good, and it's easy for all kinds of emotions to leak out. And the contamination of Spherot, such as the tenebrous world and the nation of disorder, remains here. They can amplify the power of these emotions and use them to invade the minds of others." As she spoke, she patted her chest and said with relief, "Fortunately, you have the protection of Sapphira Castle. Just a bit of emotional leakage caused a calamity. The Spherot contamination here is indeed terrifying. However, for an apocalypse demoness, such an environment is perfectly suitable." As his thoughts turned, just as Ebner was about to ask some questions, he was interrupted by the other party's inquiry. "The Mr. Fool you mentioned, is he the current master of Sapphira Castle?" Ebner thought about it and felt there was no harm in telling her. It could even raise Klein's prestige, and it wasn't impossible to gain an angel serving the Fool. So he nodded and said solemnly, "Yes. My lord calls himself the Fool. In the past, in the present, and in the future, he is the great ruler who governs the spirit world, the king of yellow and black who wields good fortune, and the beacon of eternity sought by all living beings. No wonder, the Lord of Mysteries has begun to awaken. I just wonder whether he will save Bethel in the future." Agli murmured, then looked back at Ebner and said with a smile, "I just asked you 3 questions. Now you may ask me 3. If I know the answers, I will not hide them. The first chapter tonight will be around 10 o'clock. End of chapter. Chapter 1285, Change. 3 questions. You, a demoness, also abide by the principle of equivalent exchange. Could it be that I taught this?" Ebner mocked inwardly, but on the surface, after a brief moment of thought, he repeated his initial question. "Are you really Ugly Constantine?" This question was very important. It directly affected the strategy Ebner would adopt toward her, so he needed a direct answer. And it was extremely difficult to deceive Ebner, who possessed multiple lie detection abilities, when answering directly. The evil spirit atop the coffin was clearly a bit surprised by this question. She paused slightly before nodding and saying, "When I was alive, I was the apocalypse demoness Ugly Constantine. Now, I am an evil spirit named Ugly Constantine." "No problem, it seems she really is the daughter of the god of luck and the queen of calamity." Ebner nodded, his attitude softening slightly, then asked again. "You were brought here by Roselle?" As long as this question received a definite answer, his previous speculation would have solid support. The rest wouldn't need to be asked, he could discern it himself. "Yes." Ugly first gave an affirmative reply, then organized her thoughts before continuing. "After I was ambushed and killed by Cheek and another angel who never revealed themselves, one who possessed the authority of order, my soul fell into the hands of the Night Emperor and was imprisoned in a cage constructed from rules. That place was interesting enough, but for an apocalypse demoness who had lost her body, it was absolutely not friendly. By the time Bethel took me away from the Night Emperor, my condition had already deteriorated to the brink of complete madness. In the end, it was only through sleeping within the God's painting that I recovered a little. Later, Roselle found some people to believe in me, helping me stabilize my humanity, but that was only a delay. The essence of my problem is that, after losing the support of my characteristics, my authority and symbolism are gradually being stripped away from my spirit body. Once I lose my symbolism, even though my soul has undergone a qualitative change, I will slowly degenerate into a mindless monster. Therefore, I need a place filled with an atmosphere of calamity and apocalypse to consolidate my symbolism. And this ritual room, contaminated by multiple spherote, is quite a good location, hee. This might also be the final gift my father left me. Of course, I must also thank Roselle for bringing me here. Perhaps because she hadn't spoken with anyone for a long time, even though it only required a yes answer, Ugly spoke at length for quite a while, and finally added with lingering interest, "Although my current condition is still not very good, the signs of my symbolism detaching have recently been gradually weakening. Perhaps it's because the apocalypse is approaching." "Madam, you don't need to go into such detail about those trivial matters. With just a few clues as anchors, I can see the rest myself, like a roads." As his thoughts turned, Ebner observed Ugly's spirit body and said with some confusion, "I've seen the evil spirit of the Red Angel. He didn't seem to have the same problem of losing symbolism as you." Ugly glanced at him and asked with a smile, "Does that count as your third question?" "Of course not, this is just an academic discussion. You can choose not to answer." Ebner shook his head. Ugly sat atop the massive coffin, swinging her legs that dangled in the air, and said with a smile, "It's fine, I can tell you for free, because the answer is very simple. The reason that Red Angel evil spirit is fine is that the hunter pathway has no true god. Once someone ascends to Red Priest, Medici's god of war, symbolism will naturally fade over time, and the uniqueness of his spirit body will inevitably become ordinary with the passage of time. So that's how it is. Then the reason your symbolism has recently stopped fading might not be because the apocalypse is approaching, but because Cheek has been put into confinement by Vera." A look of realization appeared on Ebner's face. After pondering for a moment, he finally asked his third question. "Can you explain in detail the cause and effect of the ritual that took place here 11 years ago? Limited to what you know." Hearing this, Ugly gave him a meaningful glance. The curve of her lips grew slightly wider as she shook her head gently and said, "I thought you were honest, but it turns out you're as cunning as Roselle. That question covers quite a lot of information." Although he heard the sarcasm in her tone, Ebner still shamelessly said, "I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Asking questions, what's wrong with playing a little word game? Besides, I've already been quite restrained. I didn't ask you to recount everything you know. That already counts as me taking care of my daughter. You are a favorite of the Lord of Mysteries and a descendant of Bethel, so I won't argue with you, but that is a very long story, and I don't have much time to narrate it." As Ugly spoke, she raised one hand and patted the coffin beneath her. Immediately, the altar began to tremble. "I'll ask one last time, do you really want to know all the causes and consequences of that matter?" Ugly asked solemnly. Ebner roughly guessed what she intended to do. After making a simple prophecy and finding no great danger, he nodded and said, "Yes, I want to know." "Very well." Seeing his firm attitude, Ugly continued to activate the runes on the coffin, causing the lid to open a small crack. "I will borrow the power of my father's former body to transmit this knowledge into your mind. You'd better not resist. Of course, if you feel it's dangerous, you can have the power of Sapphira Castle interrupt the transmission at any time." Before her words had even finished, Ebner sensed something entering his mental island, and at that moment, the pure white eye suddenly activated. "What's going on? Why is the power of the mind out of control? What did you do? How did it directly enter your mental island?" Ugly's expression changed when she saw this. She muttered a few words, but then suddenly widened her eyes, as if she had seen something unbelievable. "Wait. This is the power of the unknown, the memory theater. You are another reincarnation of Father. This is bad. This reincarnation of his isn't even an angel yet, and the memory theater isn't under his control. It must have been accidentally activated by the power of this body belonging to the source of depravity. And as an intruder judged by the memory theater, I'm afraid I'll be pulled together with Father into a certain memory scene. Let's hope the memory theater hasn't been activated too much, otherwise it'll be troublesome. End of chapter. Chapter 1286, Memory Theater. The memory theater was suspected to originate from the pathway of the outer deity, high-dimensional overseer, a mystical item manifested from its authority. There was a high probability that it had been brought back to the unknown land by some Lubo prior to the god of luck. After all, from the name, high-dimensional overseer, one could tell that its authority was highly compatible with transmigrators, making them natural priority choices. And because the memory theater was located deep within the unknown land, with Ebner's current strength, he couldn't reach it without being contaminated. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he was unable to make use of its abilities. In fact, the first time Ebner even learned of its existence was when Bernadette, after advancing to an angel, used the power of pale death to explore Lubo's secrets, accidentally triggering it. And now, for some reason, Aglee's method of transmitting memories had once again caused the memory theater to react. When Ebner's consciousness became clear, he immediately understood his situation, as he had experienced it once before. Moreover, his real body was still being managed by various eyes of insight, so he wasn't too worried about being trapped here. It's just, why am I a corpse in this script? And I can't control it at all, do I have to be a vegetative state until the theater ends? It should be that the memory theater hasn't been fully activated, so I can only play the role most closely related to myself. And as the source of depravity, being the corpse that Lubo once inhabited, it's naturally the closest to me. Ebner lay motionless inside a pitch-black coffin, idly letting his thoughts wander. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly heard approaching footsteps, followed by a male voice. Southwest, this is the place Mr. Dorr mentioned. As expected, it's contamination at the level of Spherote. And the contamination on this, father of succubi, lord of desire, source of depravity, has a certain similarity to mine, yet is also somewhat different. As for another type, it feels quite similar to Adam's at certain times. TSK, it seems that before his death, he likely accommodated both the tenebrous world and the brood hive. Even if he hadn't been killed by that omniscient and omnipotent one, he would have gone completely mad sooner or later. Aglee, what do you think? Why would Lubo, that is, Rhine at the time, place such a corpse in the ritual room? Although he couldn't see, the speaker was undoubtedly Roselle, Ebner was absolutely certain. I'm not entirely sure either. Perhaps it was to set up some important ritual. Aglee hesitated at first, but her speech became smoother as she continued. However, Roselle didn't seem to find this contrast strange at all and simply continued, I guess he wanted to use the Spherote aura on that corpse, and with Mr. Dorr's power, connect to the corresponding Spherote, transforming his own soul into a special state to indirectly gain the power of the Spherote. But he doesn't seem to have succeeded, Vincent probably sabotaged it. Forget it, knowing this is useless, it has nothing to do with us. We only have two purposes in coming here. First, to find you a place where you can maintain the level of your spirit body. Second, to use the ritual here to make some preparations in advance, to make up for the mistake I made on the moon. Hearing this, Ebner immediately understood that Aglee was also being played by an actor, and most likely herself. Her earlier deliberate contrast in attitude was to inform him of this, and also to point out a rule of the memory theater. That is, as long as one's acting didn't deviate too much, the plot would continue to follow the memory, or rather history, without resulting in an NG. The theater Bernadette triggered last time seemed to work the same way. Her earlier performance must have differed somewhat from history, but it didn't cause any consequences. Only when she asked about the meaning of hometown did it lead to the collapse of the theater. But even after the collapse, it didn't seem to affect anything. While Ebner was thinking, Roselle had already left the castle to prepare the materials for the ritual, while Aglee remained behind. After a moment of silence, the former Apocalypse Demoness took the initiative to speak. I didn't expect you to be Father's reincarnation, you should have told me earlier. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this. However, your wish to understand the cause and effect can now be fulfilled, you can watch it unfold directly on site, but for a while, neither of us will be able to leave, since this matter spans more than 100 years. At this point, she seemed to recall something and added, oh right, although this theater is constructed based on my memory as a blueprint, it will also draw corresponding information from the spirit world and from the River of Destiny to fill in the plot. Therefore, the protagonists of the story will definitely not be you or me, and the cameraman's main perspective will not be following us right now. So you don't need to worry about the scene collapsing, you can speak. According to what Father said back then, the memory theater comes from the cameraman pathway of the outer deity, high-dimensional overseer, and is the manifested form of the uniqueness of that pathway. As for what a cameraman is, father said it's a profession that will only exist in the future. You should be able to understand now, right? I do understand, but how is a corpse supposed to speak? Ebner complained inwardly, then tried to control this body. Unexpectedly, he found that it wasn't completely immobile like before. Although his limbs still couldn't move, he could barely control his facial features. So Ebner tried to vibrate the air and asked with difficulty, if we actively make changes and cause a collapse, wouldn't we be able to return immediately? The problem is that memory theater isn't just simple acting. Once the changes to the script exceed a certain limit, all altered events will overwrite reality in the form of information, and the resulting impact would absolutely reach the level of a continental disaster. For example, if you kill one more person in the memory theater than in actual history, then when that information overwrites reality, everyone related will remember that person being killed. Newspapers and other media will also contain that record, and even the spirit world will have a record of their death. Although history itself hasn't changed, and that person hasn't truly died in reality, when everyone believes they are dead, when all records show they are dead, and even they themselves believe it and live the rest of their life as a dead person. Except for existences that cannot be fully overwritten by information, such as King of Angels, True Gods, and Great Old Ones, history is essentially rewritten. Of course, a change involving just one person wouldn't reach the threshold for the memory theater to activate information overwrite, so if the theater collapses, just how much of history must have been altered? The consequences are terrifying just to think about. It would definitely attract the attention of True Gods and Great Old Ones. If you could control the memory theater, it would be one thing, but clearly, you can't do that right now. Glee used both examples and metaphors, as if afraid Ebner didn't fully understand how terrifying the memory theater was. A grade 0 sealed artifact could already cause disasters at the national or even continental level. If the memory theater truly was a manifestation of uniqueness, then such effects weren't surprising. But Glee, you're an apocalypse demoness. Shouldn't you be delighted to cause such disasters? Why are you even more afraid than me of this so-called changing history? Also, the script Bernadette triggered before ended in collapse, yet no information overwrite occurred in reality. Thinking this, Ebner voiced the question. Hearing father's question, Glee fell silent for a moment before sighing and saying, "All right, I admit that the consequences of a theater collapse aren't always as severe as I described, because if the changes involve high-level existences, it can also cause collapse, but that history cannot be rewritten because the memory theater isn't capable of that. However, as the price of the collapse, I would become a formal actor of the theater, required to periodically perform according to its script. This wouldn't be too bad, since there are ways to escape the control of uniqueness. But, you should know, it has been offered to the unknown, and once one becomes its actor, it means being tainted by the power of the unknown." End of chapter. Chapter 1287, Conversation. The collapse of the theater could also be caused by changes involving high-level existences. Then why did Bernadette learning the word hometown lead to a collapse? That was clearly just a simple Chinese term and didn't involve any powerful figure, right? Or could it be that the way she obtained that knowledge conflicted with the script that already existed in this world? Everything in the world of mysteries originates from the primordial one. It seems that after he saw Lu Bo transmigrate, he still perceived quite a lot of things, indirectly leading to a qualitative improvement in the abilities of the high-dimensional overseer, which then fed back into the memory theater. No wonder the first pathway the unknown seized was his. Also, after causing a collapse, the one who triggered the memory theater would be forcibly recruited as its actor, and indirectly contaminated by the unknown. So that's how the contamination on Bernadette came about. However, Glee, you seem to know quite a lot about Lu Bo and the unknown. Are you still afraid of being contaminated by it? Thinking of this, Ebner struggled to control his eyes and glanced at Glee, who had already opened the coffin lid. The former apocalypse demoness seemed to guess his thoughts. She leaned forward, resting herself against the edge of the coffin, and lowered her head as she said, "I was born as a mythical creature, so I have resistance to the contamination of great old ones. Moreover, because of my mother's instructions, I have never tried to explore what the essence of the unknown is. So even though I know some things, I'm not as deeply involved as Mother or Lilith, nor do I worry about the true awakening of the unknown. Even when I was at my most difficult point, on the verge of going mad, I held back from praying to the unknown. If I ended up being exploited by it because of the memory theater, that would be too unjust." Ebner blinked. This was one of the few movements he could currently make, and understood why this cheap daughter of his was so concerned about the plot conflicting with history. After all, she would be the one to bear the consequences. "Don't worry. You can see my current state. Even if I wanted to change things, I can't do anything." After saying that, Ebner struggled to move his cheek muscles, forcing out an ugly smile, then changed the topic. "By the way, you said earlier that you didn't have time to explain the cause and effect here. Now that we have plenty of time, you can talk about it, right?" Hearing this, Ugly sighed in annoyance and complained, "If you had told me earlier that you were father's reincarnation, I would have told you, and we wouldn't have accidentally triggered the memory theater and gotten trapped here." "Miss, your emotional changes are quite rich. Is that a demoness specialty, or are you just suppressing yourself too much in the ritual room and can't express your emotions freely?" Ebner complained inwardly, but on the surface said sincerely, "Sorry, I haven't remembered anything about you yet." "I know. At the very least, you'll need to become an angel, or even an archangel, to recall matters about me. So right now, I don't really treat you as my father." At this point, Ugly changed her tone and said with a smile, "However, I do feel close to you, and wanting to talk to you is genuine. I found it strange in reality before, but now I understand why. You're quite open-minded about this." Ebner's lips twitched. "After all, I already had one experience of recognizing a father with Rhine, so I'm experienced in this." After a self-deprecating remark, Ugly organized her thoughts and finally answered Ebner's earlier question. "As for the arrangements here, we have to start with Rhine. However, after I was ambushed and killed by Cheek, my soul was imprisoned by the Night Emperor, so I don't know much about Rhine's situation. Most of what I know comes from Roselle. For example, this father of succubi, lord of desire, source of depravity, here, I had heard this honorific from Monica before, but I didn't know where Rhine found it. I only know that he likely intended to use this corpse and its connection to the Spherot to communicate with the Tenebrous world or the Brood Hive, borrowing their power to revive in another way. Unfortunately, because Bethel was exiled, his plan was doomed to fail. Even his arrangements were later used by others. So Rhine's so-called revival plan required the help of Mr. Door. That makes sense. If you want to communicate with Spherot, there's no way to bypass the door. Without the door, it's impossible to open the seal of the celestial worthy, even just opening a small gap. Back when I was Rhine, I suffered from not knowing the plot of Lord of the Mysteries. If he had read the original story, he wouldn't have handed such a crucial step to Mr. Door. Wait, the experiment 11 years ago was essentially also about communicating with Spherot. Could it be that Roselle got inspiration from Mr. Door before preparing that ritual? Thinking this, Ebner voiced the question. Ugly fell silent for a few seconds after hearing it, then nodded. Although more than one existence was scheming against Roselle, Door was indeed one of them. However, I don't believe that was the real Bethel. The one I knew would never have done such a thing. And Roselle as well. After going to the moon, he was nothing like when he had just become a knowledge magister. Only occasionally would traces of his former self appear. The him from before would never have concerned himself over so-called daughters who wouldn't even be born for more than 100 years. Aside from Bernadette, even for Charles and Benova, although he treated them as family, he wouldn't have worried to that extent. At that time, his state was extremely abnormal, as if something had influenced his mind. He was single-mindedly trying to secure a path of survival for those future daughters. For that, he followed Door's suggestion, used the altar left by Rhine, gathered 7 items related to Spherot, obtained the God's box left behind by the primordial creator, and instructed his adopted son Adam, along with his lover in the spiritual order, Bruna, and others to follow up on the matter. However, in the end, the ritual 11 years ago did not fully succeed. Of the 7 sealed Spherot, only 5 responded, so only 5 survivors remained. The others all died on the spot. Hearing this, Ebner suddenly interjected, "The Spherot that didn't respond, were they the River of Eternal Darkness and the Brood Hive?" Ugly looked at him in surprise, then nodded. "That's right. I'm not surprised at all that the River of Eternal Darkness didn't respond. After all, its power can already be influenced by the goddess. But what about the Brood Hive? I suspect that the Mother Goddess of Depravity, as one of the masterminds behind this, went through all this trouble, using Roselle and Door, and arranging for those so-called daughters to be born on Earth, precisely to locate the Brood Hive through this ritual. But 11 years ago, she clearly failed. And the most likely possibility was that Lilith had already secretly taken control of the Brood Hive. But something doesn't add up. If Lilith had truly taken control of the Brood Hive, why would she assign me a long-term mission to recreate this ritual and uncover its secrets? That suggests she also wanted to use this to discover the location of the Brood Hive. Or could it be that the task she assigned me was itself a smokescreen? At that moment, Ebner couldn't help but recall Frank and Scharf, whom he had planted eyes to monitor. He felt that they might also be connected to the schemes of the goddesses. Sigh, impossible to figure out, impossible to figure out. Whether it's the goddess or Lilith, every move they make seems to be full of deeper meaning. Fortunately, they're not enemies for now, otherwise, I'd probably have been played to death long ago. Those past versions of me were truly bold. How did they dare to provoke them? Just thinking about it now makes me afraid. The key point is, those me's actually succeeded. End of chapter. Chapter 1288, The Masterminds Behind the Scenes. When Roselle was gathering items related to Spherot, he actually attracted the attention of quite a few existences. They all, to varying degrees, facilitated the successful execution of that ritual 11 years ago. A glee continued at this time. The ones I could sense were the mother tree of desire, the true creator, and the mother goddess of depravity. She is also the one who influenced Bethel and Roselle. Besides that, the seal of calamity, Roselle often mentioned, is also very suspicious, and then there are some of the orthodox gods. I suspect they tacitly approved of this as well. I remember that Little Snake will mention that, aside from me, the biggest mastermind, and the evil gods you mentioned, the existences paying attention to that experiment also included Yaldabaoth, the spiritual order, the hidden sage, and Little Snake himself. And through analyzing the secrets of the 5 survivors like Bianca and Maria, I have come to understand some of the essence of that ritual. Its greatest function was to use the God's box, with items carrying the aura of Sephiroth as a medium, to communicate with those Sephiroth sealed by the grey fog in the western continent. And the bridge of that communication, first, it could be the authority of the door, so this ritual likely required the power of Mr. Door to be completed. Second, it was the special souls originally inside the God's box that were closely related to Sephiroth. Therefore, one of the side effects of this ritual was the ability to determine the locations of those special souls, or the soul stones formed from them, or the characteristics stripped from those special souls by the god of luck. Thus, I still haven't figured out the true purpose of the true creator in paying attention to this ritual, but the mother tree of desire clearly used this ritual to locate that sea monster carrying characteristics related to the tenebrous world, and then set up a scheme, successfully using me to find the tenebrous world. Even now, it is still entangled with it, although, judging from the current situation, it seems more like it has fallen into the schemes of the goddess and Lilith. Perhaps not only that, judging from the state of Sua that Klein divined, maybe the mother goddess of depravity also intervened. As for the hidden sage, it most likely also used that ritual to determine that the special soul related to the knowledge more inside the god's box had its characteristics transferred onto Yalaran, which is why it kept targeting her, forcing her to hide for many years. Its act of seizing the Sequence 1, Knowledge Emperor, last time might have been a smokescreen, waiting for Yalaran to lower her guard before dealing with her. Of course, it's also possible that it hasn't become a true god yet, and its top priority is still completing the Sequence 0 ritual, so there's no need to aim for Sephiroth so early. As for the mother goddess of depravity, there's no need to elaborate. Her greatest goal was to find the brood hive, but unfortunately, the ritual 11 years ago did not fully succeed, and the characteristics of the brood hive remain unknown to this day. However, she did not gain nothing. For example, she likely used this to trap the mother tree of desire. On the side of the spiritual order, it was probably Princess Bruna of the former Balam Empire who was presiding over the matter. She was likely just carrying out Roselle's instructions. Moreover, since Pale Admiral Maria was discovered early and brought into the spiritual order, the issues on her body were addressed most promptly. She was probably the one among the 5 survivors who fared the best. However, according to Alvin's memories, the Pale Empress Shia Palenque Eggers of the spiritual order was actually an avatar of the goddess, which means the goddess had been monitoring that experiment all along. No wonder she was able to prevent the response of the River of Eternal Darkness in time. As for Duke of Terror Yaldabaoth, on the surface he was following Roselle's final wishes. Even the matter of providing sufficient sacrifices for the ritual was handled entirely by him. It was precisely because of his push that the once every 12 years castle trial of the northern nobles of the Faesac Empire came into being. As for whose will this Duke of Terror truly represents, it could be Adam, but more likely it is the god of luck. He is very likely a backup plan planted in advance by the god of luck to secure dominance after his revival. This can be seen from the fact that he disrupted parts of the Seal of Calamities plans multiple times. And in this matter, his active involvement was likely for 2 reasons. First, to sabotage Rhine's revival method. Second, he likely sensed the schemes of the Seal of Calamity, so he followed the entire process to keep the development of the ritual under his control. As for the purpose of the Seal of Calamity, it's relatively easy to guess. After all, the god of luck himself carries a special soul related to the key of light. Otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened after opening the god's box. In short, he wanted to expose the location of the god of luck's body, attract that snake to seize it, and disrupt its arrangements. Perhaps this is why the true creator paid attention to the ritual. But he ultimately didn't take action, nor did he inform the angel of fate Ouroboros. That could either be because the true creator was interfered with and couldn't obtain the exact location, though this possibility seems unlikely. Or it could be that the true creator believed that if Ouroboros disrupted the god of luck's arrangements, then the debt owed in terms of fate would become even greater, so great that it couldn't be repaid with just a single characteristic. If it were someone else, killing them would settle any so-called debt of fate, but Lubo clearly cannot truly be killed. That debt would have to be repaid sooner or later. As for Little Snake Will, he clearly doesn't want to get involved in the struggle among the Lubos. As long as the unknown doesn't awaken, no matter who wins, they must fulfill their promises to him. So his attention to this experiment was probably more about guarding against the true creator. As for the 7 orthodox gods, the goddess was probably watching the entire time but chose not to interfere. She likely used this opportunity to set up some arrangements, though the specific effects remain unclear. Even the hidden moves targeting the Mother Tree of Desire and the hidden sage are just my guesses. The attitude of the Earth Mother Goddess Lilith is also unclear. She appears uninformed and even assigned me a task to investigate, but I feel that this is merely part of her plan. As for what she aims to achieve, I cannot figure it out at all. The god of knowledge and wisdom probably didn't know beforehand, but after remotely studying the Pale Admiral, he likely understood everything. The information he shared back then was probably the most insignificant part of what he had discerned. The Lord of Storms doesn't seem to have intervened, but for Mr. Door to leak even a trace of power to assist that ritual, it would have been impossible not to alert him. It seems he also tacitly approved. The eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery show no signs of involvement. Perhaps they were unaware. As for the god of combat, he most likely also gave tacit approval. After all, the Observer Castle is within his domain. It would have been nearly impossible for Yaldabaoth and those nobles to create such a commotion without him noticing. Combining Aglee's account, Ebner quickly analyzed most of the masterminds behind this experiment. Just as he was about to continue asking his cheap daughter more questions, Roselle suddenly returned to the ritual room. This also meant that the focus of the theater had shifted back here once again. Thus, Ebner and Aglee quickly returned to their acting states. End of chapter. Chapter 1289, What Just Happened? Because the body Ebner was playing, the father of succubi, lord of desire, source of depravity, already carried the aura of the tenebrous world and the brood hive, and with the river of eternal darkness, water that Vicente Miranda had poured into the nearby streams, Roselle only needed to find 4 additional items containing the aura of Sphero to complete the preparations for the ritual. Among these, items related to the City of Calamity were the easiest to obtain. Because of the Seal of Calamity, Roselle had quite a number of such items on hand. The aura of the Knowledge More was obtained through an exchange with Yalaran. After all, she had acquired the corresponding characteristic of a special soul related to the Knowledge More during the God of Luck's experiment. The origin of the Key of Light aura was similar. Roselle found the temple, or rather, the mausoleum, of the God of Luck and extracted a portion of the Key of Light aura from it. As a special soul originally in the God's box related to the Key of Light, the God of Luck naturally possessed its aura. The Nation of Disorder was the most troublesome. Roselle initially tried to find a way through the Lamp God, but failed. Later, he found a method to board the Ghost Empire within the Dennet Labyrinth, and only then, by following that ship, did he arrive near the Night Emperor's Divine Kingdom, from where he obtained the aura of the Nation of Disorder. Lying inside the coffin, Ebner listened as Roselle explained the origins of those auras to Aglee, and couldn't help but recall the half-year gap missing from the late Roselle diaries that Bernadette had given him. Perhaps this period right now is that missing half-year. Bored out of his mind, Ebner listened to the conversation between Roselle and his cheap daughter while letting his thoughts wander. Very quickly, Roselle finished setting things up here and left once again, and the memory theater seemed to press the fast-forward button. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed, arriving at the day the ritual was officially held. A group of children, seemingly born from sensing the moon, were brought into the ritual room, but in the end, only 5 survived. During this process, the lid of the God's box split into 5 parts, each merging into the bodies of the 5 girls, allowing them to communicate with the Sphirot that held the dominant position within them, suppressing the influence of the Mother Goddess of Depravity inside their bodies. At the same time, just as Ebner had previously deduced, many of the masterminds behind the scenes also took the opportunity to obtain what they wanted. Meanwhile, Ebner, lying inside the coffin, could only let out a helpless sigh, since he couldn't see anything at all. Speaking of which, among the 7 special souls in the God's box that can communicate with Sphirot, I actually already know the whereabouts of most of them. The characteristics of the Tenebrous World and the Knowledge More were both stripped away by the God of Luck. The former is currently in the hands of the Mother Tree of Desire, which is using it to track the Tenebrous World, while the latter was granted by the God of Luck to Yalaran, allowing her to completely separate from Ghazanim. The special soul corresponding to the River of Eternal Darkness was originally the Primordial Phoenix, Greg Race. Its soul stone likely fell into Vicente's hands later, and is now probably under the goddess's control. The special soul corresponding to the City of Calamity was the first one I learned about. It was the King of Elves, Sanaithrim. The soul stone he left behind after his death is in Yalaran's possession, and it is said to have already been contaminated by the unknown. The special soul corresponding to the Key of Light is precisely the God of Luck, which is why he was able to use himself as a reference to establish the current Lubo reincarnation system. The only unknowns now are the whereabouts of the special souls corresponding to the Nation of Disorder and the Brood Hive. The special soul corresponding to the Nation of Disorder is the Night Emperor. After his death, the soul stone went missing. I even accepted a task from Vera to find this soul stone. As for the Brood Hive, Ghazanim once said that it originally corresponded to the Queen of Giants, Omabella, but later that characteristic capable of communicating with Sphirot was stripped away. The remaining empty soul stone shell was then traded away by Roselle from her. Back then, I thought Roselle took Omabella's empty soul stone for this ritual, but now it seems he didn't need it. Perhaps it was sacrificed to the mother goddess of depravity. That existence likely has a way to use it as a medium to make moves. While Ebner was letting his thoughts run wild, the ritual had already ended, and the 5 surviving girls were taken away separately. Maria, whose body was dominated by the pollution of the Nation of Disorder, joined the spiritual order under the guidance of Princess Bruna of the former Balam Empire, later becoming the Pale Admiral. Lofia, whose body was dominated by the pollution of the Key of Light, was taken away by a saint of the Aurora Order, later becoming Lady D. Abby, whose body was dominated by the pollution of the tenebrous world, believed in the Mother Tree of Desire and became a saintess of the Cosmos sect. Felina, whose body was dominated by the pollution of the Knowledge More, joined the Life School of Thought, and is now the owner of a small museum. Bianca, whose body was dominated by the pollution of the City of Calamity, worked successively for forces such as the Moses Ascetic Order and the Intis Embassy, and is now the head maid of Ebner Brain's manor in Trier. Looking at the rows of text that suddenly appeared before him, Ebner inexplicably felt like he was watching the ending credits of a documentary from his previous life. Will there be a cast list and acknowledgements next? Just as Ebner was making this quip, he felt his consciousness suddenly being lifted, as if he had leapt out of the screen and arrived inside a grand theater. But before he could carefully observe his surroundings, his vision blurred again, and in the next moment, he had already returned to the ritual room in reality. Ebner took out his pocket watch and glanced at it, discovering that while 100 years had passed in the theater, only 1 minute had gone by in reality. Although I could clearly feel the fast forward, I should have stayed in the memory theater for at least a month. Time between higher and lower dimensions isn't equal. One of the authorities of the high-dimensional overseer. HM. No. My lifespan has decreased a bit, although it's only about a month. I've analyzed a worm of time, so I'm very sensitive to my own lifespan. I wouldn't be mistaken. In other words, I really lay in the theater for a month. I see, so this is the authority of high dimensions. It can adjust the time of the low-dimensional world. Is this the prototype ability of mystical reenactment, game of time? As his thoughts turned, Ebner examined himself once more, and unexpectedly discovered that aside from losing a bit of lifespan, he had also formed a faint connection with the source of depravity body inside the coffin at the center of the altar. It seemed that with a single thought, he could mobilize the residual power of that body. What's going on? Even though I played it in the memory theater, the theater concluded smoothly just now, so it shouldn't have caused any information overwrite on reality. With that question in mind, Ebner controlled that body to restrain its pollution, then crossed the ring-shaped blood river, and arrived before the coffin. Only at this moment did the apocalypse demoness, Agli, seem to regain her senses. She looked around, then asked blankly, what just happened? End of chapter. Chapter 1290, Incantation. What just happened? Agli's face was filled with confusion, as if she had completely forgotten what had occurred in the memory theater. HM. Do actors who leave the memory theater forget their experiences? But Bernadette clearly remembered. The difference between Bernadette and Agli is that the former was contaminated by the unknown and became an official actor of the memory theater. This might be why she didn't forget what happened in the theater. Of course, this is most likely also due to Agli's current poor state. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to alter the memory of an archangel. Even so, as a former apocalypse demoness, given enough time, Agli would certainly have methods to recall that lost memory. After briefly analyzing Agli's condition, Ebner chose not to hide anything and directly said to her, we just entered the memory theater. Memory theater. Agli's expression changed slightly. Clearly, just hearing the term allowed her to guess what she had encountered. She quickly said, don't tell me any more details. I don't want to establish a connection with the unknown. At this point, she looked at Ebner with a complicated expression and repeated what she had said in the theater, I didn't expect that you would actually be father's reincarnation. I was too rash. Fortunately, nothing major went wrong. You didn't treat me as your father in there, Ebner replied with a smile. Even with Rhine, I never treated him as my real father. Let's talk about that after you determine who holds the dominant position. Agli shook her head, then continued, I assume your questions have already been answered there. Is there anything else you need my help with? Although I still don't consider you my father, I do feel close to you. If there's anything, just say it. After thinking for a moment, Ebner temporarily set aside the matter of the source of depravity, corpse, and instead asked, I want to conduct that ritual from 11 years ago again. Is there anything I should pay attention to? Conduct it again. Yes, it does need to be conducted again. Only then can the pollution within the 5 surviving girls be completely cleansed. After all, the one 11 years ago was, overall, a failure. At least for Roselle, his goal was not achieved. As she spoke, Agli sighed, then said solemnly, most of the existences behind the scenes who paid attention to that ritual 11 years ago have likely already achieved their goals. If you conduct the ritual again, they probably won't intervene anymore. But the only exception is the Mother Goddess of Depravity. She is very likely to influence you through the door, especially since you are a descendant of the Abraham family, and that ritual, if it is to succeed, cannot avoid that door no matter what. Mr. Door, that really is a big problem. But since I want to complete the long-term task Lilith assigned, I'll have to face that King of Angels sooner or later. Come to think of it, when Alvin advanced to demigod, I should have gone to meet this ancestor of the Abraham family, but at that time, I hadn't finished reading Lord of the Mysteries, and I was extremely wary of Mr. Door, so I used various methods to avoid contact with him. While Ebner was thinking, he heard Agli ask again, when do you plan to conduct the ritual again? After some consideration, Ebner replied, perhaps in a month, or maybe 2. The second ritual required all 5 survivors to be present. The others were manageable, either working for Ebner, imprisoned by him, or under his hypnosis, in short, all under his control. Only, Pale Admiral Maria was free, so it would depend on her schedule. I see, then could I ask you to prepare a temporary body for me? Once the ritual is conducted again, the environment here will no longer be suitable for my recovery. As Agli made her request, her eyes became misty and extremely alluring. Besides, my condition has improved recently, and I'd also like to go out and take a look. Facing the charm of a top-tier demoness, Ebner remained unmoved. After all, he had so many demonesses under his command that they could practically form a maid squad. How could he be affected by such unintentional temptation? After thinking for a moment, he asked directly, do you know where the control core of this castle is? You want to reclaim the authority over the Observer Castle so that outsiders can't freely enter and leave. Agli was first stunned, then asked in return. Although Ebner differed somewhat in personality from Rhine and her father Oliver, their way of thinking about certain matters was quite similar, so she easily grasped his intention. That's right. Ebner nodded firmly. He didn't want this castle to continue hosting such bloody trials, and once he reclaimed its authority, he would also be able to freely enter and leave. Agli smiled and said, very simple. You just need to appease Chan Yu. It is the, well, according to Rhine, the castle spirit of the Observer Castle, managing all of its functions. Chan Yu. That dream eater. So it's not just a guardian. Ebner nodded thoughtfully, feeling that this wasn't a problem. After all, he could transform into Rhine and directly issue orders to Chan Yu. Oh, right. That little fellow Chan Yu recognizes incantations, not people, even when facing Rhine himself. If you promise to find me a relatively good temporary body, I'll tell you an incantation I know. Agli curled her lips into a smile. That smile was strikingly similar to Ebner's when he felt pleased. Ebner fell silent for a few seconds, then pulled out the historical projection of the Saintess of Yellow, Natalia, from the fog of history, pointing at her as he asked, what do you think of this? A marionette made from a demoness of catastrophe. Agli's eyes immediately lit up when she saw the Saintess of Yellow. Her biggest problem was that after losing the supportive characteristics, her soul was gradually losing its former symbolism, but if she obtained supplementation from a demoness of catastrophe, her condition would immediately improve. It was impossible for her not to be excited. After all, demonesses at the angel level were not easy to capture. Back then, Roselle had tried to target the demoness sect to help her, but all attempts ended in failure. Well. Ebner withdrew the projection and asked again. Deal. Agli nodded in satisfaction, then continued, I trust your character, so there's no need to establish any contract. When you come next time to conduct the ritual, just bring that body to me. As for the incantation, I can tell you now. At this point, she paused, then in an extremely awkward tone, recited a sentence in Chinese. Every time I see the moonlight, I think of you. End of chapter. Chapter 1291, A Corner of the Plan. Every time I see the moonlight, I think of you. After hearing the content of the incantation, the corner of Ebner's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he complained inwardly. You even copied this line. I suddenly feel like I have no standing to criticize old Huang for plagiarism. If Rhine and Vicente hadn't walked knowledge-related pathways, the steam engine probably wouldn't have been invented by old Huang at all. Seeing Ebner's strange expression, Agli asked curiously, what's wrong? Nothing. I just didn't expect the incantation to be a sentence like this. Ebner replied honestly, then asked, is it enough to just recite this incantation in front of that dream eater? Of course not, didn't I say before that you have to appease it first? It is, after all, an intelligent creature. If an enemy or stranger recites the incantation, it naturally won't recognize it. Agli shook her head and instructed, you need to give it something it likes to eat first, such as the soul of a mid-to-high sequence nightmare. Or some high-quality nightmares. Mid-to-high sequence nightmares are almost all bishops and deacons of the Church of Evernight, feeding it those won't do. As for high-quality nightmares, what counts as high quality? Does dreaming about the goddess count? But would you really dare to eat that kind of dream? After pondering for a while, Ebner came up with a suitable target, the nightmare town in the forsaken land of the gods, only a day's journey from the City of Silver. Previously, when hunting the corpse demon wolf to help Leonard obtain the main ingredient for Spirit Warlock, he had discovered that deep within the nightmares of that town lurked a remnant soul of a demon wolf. Its identity was the god of fear Muir, who had been imprisoned by the giant king's court, and was also a child of the demon wolf king, Phlegria. Last time, because he had descended into the forsaken land of the gods as a projection, he hadn't explored further. Perhaps I should capture it and feed it to the dream eater Chan Yu. After all, it's of sufficient quality. While various thoughts ran through his mind, Ebner placed his hand on the coffin atop the central altar and gently pushed the lid open a little. He had played this being and lain inside for over 100 years, he had to at least see what this father of succubi, lord of desire, source of depravity, looked like. Moreover, the connection that had formed between him and this body after the memory theater ended also concerned him greatly, and he wanted to understand the reason. Seeing this scene, although Agli was somewhat surprised, she didn't stop him. She trusted that her father still had a sense of proportion. On the other side, after pushing open the coffin lid, Ebner finally saw the true appearance of the so-called source of depravity for the first time. Its facial features were somewhat androgynous, yet sufficiently handsome. Its temperament resembled that of the sanguine, but carried an additional aura of depravity and evil. However, what drew even more attention was that from the outer edges of its cheeks down to below its neck, its body was entirely composed of plant vines and tree trunks, extending from the top of its head to the soles of its feet, like a full suit of armor made of wood. Ebner frowned. After analyzing the composition of those plant structures, his gaze focused on the top of the corpse's head. Because there, one of its horns had been broken off and taken away by someone. The father of succubi, lord of desire, source of depravity, likely once accommodated both the tenebrous world and the brood hive. Lamia's true body is a plant. And she was coveted by Sua, eventually being abducted by him, most likely integrated into his own body. Sua's sudden corruption by the mother goddess of depravity likely originated from Lamia's body. Dennet came to this ritual room 700 years ago, and even rescued Gluttony along the way, giving him Ornia's summoned creature. After Dennet's death, his soul stone and characteristics were hidden within sealed artifact 1-025, and are now sacrificed into the body of the chained god. Sua is fusing with the chained god's body, intending to use it to digest another sequence 1, and to resist the contamination of the mother goddess of depravity. The key to my connection with the father of succubi, lord of desire, source of depravity, is actually the arrangement Dennet left inside its body. Fragmented clues flashed rapidly through Ebner's mind and were processed by his inside eyes, ultimately allowing him to glimpse part of the truth. It seems one of Dennet's backup plans for resurrection was also this body of the source of depravity. Did he intercept Rhine's plan? Hey, to be fair, his pathway is indeed highly compatible with the source of depravity, so it's natural for him to target this body. Unfortunately, this backup plan of his was still sabotaged by his later self, that is, the Seal of Calamity. Even though he deliberately erased an entire portion of his memory for this, and even used a plan targeting the Mother Tree of Desire as another layer of cover. However, unlike Alvin and the goddess, who share the same style of hiding the true objective deep beneath layers of planning, Dennet's schemes seem to follow the style of the two-faced dragon, not placing all backup plans in a single location. Just like in his 1,000-year scheme to rescue Tolsna, he also had a plan B of releasing the dark side of the universe. The same applies here. Tolsna's original body was likely his backup. Additionally, Lamia's true body was most likely handed over to Lilith by Dennet. And Lilith, due to her own plans, chose to cooperate with him. Dennet probably guessed Lilith's plan, which is why this tacit understanding existed. As for what Lilith intends to do, although I can't deduce much yet, the most likely possibility is the so-called Silver Moon plan. And the target of this plan is the outer gods. The final, goddess of beauty, characteristic is in the hands of the Mother Tree of Desire, making it difficult to scheme against, but if the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the Mother Tree of Desire come into conflict and start fighting, wouldn't that create an opportunity? However, without the brood hive, the Mother Goddess of Depravity is at a similar level to the Mother Tree of Desire, so it would be difficult for them to clash directly. Therefore, their conflict must be intensified, and the Mother Tree of Desire must be reasonably weakened to expose flaws. If I boldly hypothesize, all of Lilith's previous actions, while each having their own reasonable purpose, ultimately converge into a strategic deception against the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Including the long-term task she assigned me. I just don't know how many layers deep this scheme goes. From this perspective, the so-called 1,000-year scheme to rescue Tolsna is merely the beginning of a chain of plans. This likely isn't a scheme by Lilith alone, Adam and the goddess may also be involved. I wonder whether the Mother Goddess of Depravity will ultimately take the bait. But judging from the previous conflict in the eastern Balam seas, everything still seems to be under the control of the goddess and Lilith. Heh, they're actually daring to scheme against a conscious pillar-level Great Old One. The two goddesses in the original story never made such moves. Who gave them this confidence? Me. End of chapter. Chapter 1292, Departure. Although it was still just a conjecture, verifying his idea wasn't actually difficult. As long as he went back and studied the essence of Miss Plant, and whether it shared the same origin as the branches on the father of succubi before him, it would be enough. As for why Dennett gave the summoning creature of the Blood Moon Queen to Gluttony, due to a lack of clues, Ebner couldn't yet discern it, but there were roughly 3 guesses. First, Dennett did it casually, without any clear purpose, just like how I casually saved that Iris Baron earlier. But this possibility is very low. After all, saving someone can be incidental, but why would he let the other party take away the heavenly feast? Second, Gluttony might be a pawn of some existence, and Dennett used this method to conduct a transaction with that party that I'm currently unaware of. Third, and the most likely guess, is that the heavenly feast involves some of Alvin's arrangements. After discovering this, Dennett handed it to Gluttony in order to sabotage it. The heavenly feast and Alvin's palace, one is an item of the gourmet pathway, the other is a creation of the collector pathway. Both are related to the outer god, primordial hunger. After Alvin discovered the heavenly feast, once summoned by the Blood Moon Queen Orania in that second-floor room, it's entirely possible he tampered with it using that connection. After all, I also feel that when I previously fused with Alvin's imprint, it was far too easy. Even if he did have some schemes, overall they were too simplistic. One must know that Alvin wasn't killed like Rhine and Vicente, who didn't have time to set up many methods. He voluntarily entered the goddesses' nation of Evernight, and stayed there until his lifespan was exhausted. It seems I owe Dennett a favor, perhaps he dealt with most of Alvin's backup plans. While being astonished by the internal competition among his many selves, Ebner also felt somewhat fortunate, because he was the last one, and also the one who had received the most help, the most favor, and the highest expectations. After letting his thoughts wander for a while, Ebner refocused his attention on the body of the father of succubi, and began studying it carefully again. Strictly speaking, this thing is the remains of an old one, or rather a half-old one. Although its spirit has returned to the unknown, causing it to lack the divine wonder of the blasphemy slate left behind by God, if one sets up an appropriate ritual, using it to mobilize the power of the corresponding spheroid shouldn't be a problem. Of course, that's under the premise that the tenebrous world and the brood hive have been freed from the gray fog seal. The ritual 11 years ago essentially also relied on the special nature of this body, even Roselle's Arc de Triomphe, and the stone gate built by the Night Emperor on that island in the Berserk Sea partially derived their concepts from this body. But the knowledge contained within this body is also extremely dangerous. If I didn't have the pure white eye, I wouldn't dare observe it like this. After pondering for a moment, Ebner reluctantly gave up the idea of taking this body away, because with his current abilities, the risk was still too great. It would be safer after he became a wisdom angel in the future. After studying the body of the father of succubi, lord of desire, source of depravity, this ritual room no longer held any other value in Ebner's eyes. Next, he casually chatted with Agli for a few more sentences, then bid her farewell and returned to the dream castle through the door of reality and illusion. Soon, Ebner saw the dream eater Chan Yu, who had been squatting there waiting, at the entrance of the double doors. After thinking for a moment, Ebner activated the transformation belt again, turning into the appearance of Rhine, and recited the incantation. Every time I see the moonlight, I think of you. The dream eater was stunned for a moment, then raised its head to size Ebner up. It curled its lips in a very human-like manner, causing a line of words formed from white smoke to appear in midair. Master's reincarnation, please don't treat me like a fool. If you want me to acknowledge you, it won't be that easy. I'm being disliked. It always knew I wasn't the real Rhine, and had just been acting all along. Or perhaps it was attached to its master's aura, which is why it behaved so intimately with me. It seems Agli was right. This is an intelligent creature, and a very smart one at that. It can distinguish the difference between me and Rhine. I'll have to find something good to bribe it. Having made up his mind, Ebner reached out and tried to pat the Dream Eater's head again, and this time it didn't dodge. Seems like its favorability isn't too low. After building some rapport with the castle spirit of this castle, Ebner walked down the stairs and happened to see the two ladies, Sloth and Greed, walking out of a room. How were your gains? Ebner asked with a smile. Not bad. With the help of the dreams here, we learned a lot about the fourth epoch. Greed, Xenia's azure eyes were filled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Sloth, Closphia added with a half-smile, we also learned quite a few remarkable secrets. TSK, that ancestor of Helen's really is. Hey, ladies, you didn't peek at something you shouldn't have, did you? And that Dream Eater too, this should really be regulated. Ebner complained inwardly but didn't ask further, directly changing the topic. I also gained something here, but the red moon is about to set. Let's return first and then share our findings. Regarding the situation in the ritual room, the parts involving old ones and outer gods were naturally not something Ebner would share with the two ladies, but he didn't mind revealing some of the other aspects. For example, the function of the ritual left behind by Roselle, and the efforts Roselle made for Agli. No problem. Xenia and Klosvia exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. The three of them, followed by the Dream Eater, went down to the second floor and arrived at the door of the room where the Blood Moon Queen, Ornia, was sleeping. They picked up the Iris Baron who had been thrown there, and before the last trace of crimson completely left the castle, they exited the dream and returned to the real-world library. The moment they appeared, no longer invisible, three gazes almost simultaneously turned toward them. They were the organizers and supervisors of this castle trial, the Duke of Greycastle, Iron-Blooded Knight, Wimbledon Einhorn, the Dim Starlight, Undying Finkvasika, and the Patriarch of the Beria family, Murmurer Yarabed Beria. Ebner had no intention of fighting them. After all three had angels backing them. If a fight broke out, he himself might be fine, but the two ladies, Greed and Sloth, could suffer harm. But why is the succubus matriarch of the Beria family, who had a fling with Roselle, here in Fasak? After I almost wiped out the Noise family, did she bring the entire Beria family to defect to Yaldabaoth? As his thoughts turned, Ebner gave a salute to the three demigods observing from afar, then opened a door formed of golden flames and stepped into it with the two ladies. On the other side, the three saints led by the Duke of Greycastle did not stop them. After watching the three leave, Wimbledon Einhorn muttered, "The masks they wore, those are unique to the psychology alchemists, right?" "Yes, they represent lust, greed, and sloth." Yarabed Beria, who had dealt with the former lust in Intis, confirmed. "They snuck in following the kid from the Iris family, should we interrogate him after he comes out?" Dim Starlight, Finkvasika asked. "Fink, don't bring your habits from the tribunal into noble circles. You're no longer a member of the Church of War." Wimbledon retorted, glancing at the still unconscious Iris Baron, then added, "What could a Sequence 9 possibly know? He was just being used." End of chapter. Chapter 1293, Late September. Upon hearing the Duke of Greycastle's warning, the Undying, Dim Starlight, Finkvasika nodded coldly and did not argue further. Meanwhile, the Murmurer Yarabed Beria at the side smiled and said, "If we want to obtain information, interrogation isn't the only way. Let me go have a chat with that little Baron. I'm sure you're also curious about what's inside that room on the second floor." The Duke of Greycastle, Wimbledon frowned upon hearing this, but he did not immediately reject the proposal from the head of the Beria family. After thinking for a moment, he reluctantly nodded. "Very well, but be careful not to harm him." Seeing Wimbledon being so protective of that Iris Baron, Yarabed glanced at him with a half-smile but did not expose anything. Then she transformed into a demon of the mind and entered the collective subconscious sea. After she left, the Undying beside him gave a gloomy laugh and said, "Aren't you afraid that succubus will drain that little fellow dry? Honestly, falling into her hands isn't much better than ending up with me." Wimbledon, however, shook his head. Suffering a bit is better than losing his life. Heinrich won't let this go so easily. With that succubus following him, I can be more at ease. If you really cared about him, you should warn Heinrich yourself, or just bring him home. Speaking of which, isn't it because you're afraid the one in your house will notice? Some things, once done, you have to take responsibility for them, the Undying sneered. Wimbledon sighed. You don't understand. I already have one daughter who ran away from home and doesn't dare return. I don't want another child to die an unnatural death. Inside the hall of the ancient manor in Lasting Town, the Iris Baron Francis had just regained consciousness when he realized he had already been teleported back from the trial. He hurriedly checked the gains he had obtained earlier. Seeing that they were still there, he finally let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt somewhat dejected. Although the Beyonder item he had obtained was precious, it was still not enough to invite a noble powerful enough to make Count Heinrich take their conflict seriously and mediate it. Not only did I fail to change anything, I even got 3 adventurers killed because of this. Just as Francis was feeling self-reproachful, he suddenly froze, because he suddenly remembered that he had never hired any adventurers. Given his family's current financial situation, he couldn't possibly afford such powerful adventurers. What's going on? Could it be that under Count Heinrich's pressure, I've already gone mad? Hallucinating? Or could it be that those 3 mercenaries were powerful Beyonders, and they tampered with my memory? Various thoughts churned in his mind. Even after leaving the manor and stepping onto the road back to the inn, he remained in a daze, as if unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. Just as he passed the entrance of an alley, he faintly heard a woman's cries for help and sobbing. The voice sounded exceptionally desperate and pitiful, as if it could stir any man's protective instincts, instantly snapping Francis back to his senses. He turned his head and glanced into the depths of the alley, only to see two thugs tearing at a lady's clothes. What happened next was obvious, natural, and inevitable. In short, after going through a classic hero saves the beauty scenario, Francis brought the rescued lady back to the inn. After one night, he had completely fallen into desire, opening his mental island to the woman before him, who claimed she wanted to repay him with her body. Only then did the woman cautiously invade it. Immediately afterward, a scream rang out deep within Francis's mind, but it soon fell silent again. At the same time, Ebner had already brought Miss Plant, Flower, to Blue Mountain Island, returning to the valley where Lamia and Giuseppe had once lived in seclusion. Last night, after sharing part of their respective gains from the Observer Castle with Sloth and Greed, he had teleported back to Fenipot City with Closphia and found Judy and Miss Plant, Flower, who had not yet gotten up. After stating that he wanted to study her essence, Miss Plant showed no intention of refusing, allowing Ebner to bring her to the hidden valley on Blue Mountain Island, which might be her birthplace. However, Ebner did not immediately examine her body. Instead, he activated the pure white eye and carefully inspected every inch of land in the valley. From Orania's dream, he had learned that Isis, the subordinate god of the progenitor of the Sanguine, the goddess of life, was buried in this valley. Ebner had thus decided to personally come and see the current state of that goddess. As a former nature walker, even after losing her characteristics, she would still possess a method similar to the Black Emperor's resurrection cycle of life and death, only that, with only a soul remaining, the cycle would be extremely long. Ebner suspected that Frank, whom Lamia had taken in and raised, might be Isis's reincarnation. If that's really the case, the arrangements Lilith has placed on Frank must be far from simple. It's just that the contrast between the goddess of life and Frank's image is a bit too great, it's hard to accept. While Ebner was thinking this, his expression suddenly shifted, because the mine he had planted in the Iris Baron's mind had been triggered. Still quite cautious. Both Xenia's and Closphia's methods were cracked, and only mine managed to hit, not really their fault, after all, I have far too many ways to secretly contaminate someone. I originally wanted to set up that so-called dim starlight, but didn't expect to be preempted by that succubus friend of Helen from the Beria family. Should I say that I truly live up to being the father of succubi? Not long after seeing a succubus from the witch pathway, now another one from the demon pathway delivers herself to my door. After making a few sarcastic remarks inwardly, Ebner did not further contaminate Ms. Yerabed Beria, personally named by Roselle. He only intended to plant an eye inside her to monitor Yaldabaoth's movements, with concealment as the priority. After stroking his chin and thinking for a moment, Ebner temporarily stopped searching the valley and instead brought Miss Plant into the cave. Searching for the tomb of the goddess of life was not something that could be completed in a day or two. He planned to spend some time each day over the next week searching, while dedicating the rest to studying Miss Plant. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months passed, and time arrived at September 26th, a Monday. At exactly 3 in the afternoon, in the ancient palace above the grey fog, crimson and illusory light rose. Audrey Hall, in a good mood, glanced around, then led the members of the Tarot Club in greeting the mysterious and powerful figure at the top. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. End of chapter. Chapter 1294, Tarot Club. Looking at Miss Justice, who was as lively as ever, Klein's mood also improved. It could be said that the past 2+ months had been the most comfortable, relaxed, and normal days he had experienced since his transmigration. He went to St. Samuel Cathedral several times a week, participated in their activities, continuously donated cash, occasionally accompanied Sharon to watch horse races, theatrical performances, and symphonies, went shopping to pick out various clothes for Sharon, commissioned fashionable jewelry, and held or attended banquets, balls, and salons on weekends. Klein had even bought an estate. It originally belonged to the Duke Negan family and was called Rose Song. It had its own high-quality vineyard and winery, as well as a large expanse of woods and farmland suitable for planting and hunting. Its main building was a quadrilateral missing one long side, with 4 floors and a large number of rooms. Just casually strolling inside would easily take over 10,000 steps. At the same time, it had numerous sculptures, oil paintings, decorations, and exquisite tableware, so magnificent that it resembled a palace. Compared to when he lived in Tingen with his brother and sister in a rented house with only 2 rooms, he even felt a slight sense of unreality. Additionally, this Rose Song Manor was actually introduced by the military Major General Conas Kilgore, costing a total of £20,000, but this did not increase Klein's financial burden, because the wealthy Dwayne Dantes, after establishing connections with the military, had already resold arms several times and made quite a bit of money. Unfortunately, the comfortable days were coming to an end. As Madame Daly's due date approached, he and Sharon could be exposed at any moment. Moreover, Klein had already decided to ambush that friend, Conas, this weekend, the one who had introduced Rose Song Manor, and force him to reveal the location of the mausoleum George III had prepared for his apotheosis. In addition, as Mr. Towers' film company continued to release horror short films themed around Gehrman, his gourmet attendant, Shoko, was also spreading some bizarre urban legends through women's salons, along with the terrifying stories about Gehrman that Danitz was spreading at sea. Klein's digestion of the Miracle Invoker potion was progressing much faster than expected. At most, it would be fully digested within another month. As for the materials to advance to Scholar of Yore, there were already leads. With various thoughts running through his mind, Klein looked around and noticed that Miss Hermit had no intention of taking out any new diaries, as if the mystic Queen Bernadette had gone offline again. Who knows what old Huang's daughter has been busy with lately? As his thoughts turned, Klein glanced at Tower, then said with a smile, "You may begin." At this moment, Justice Audrey was the first to put forward a trading request. "Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone have the blood of an adult mind dragon?" She had already finished digesting the hypnotist potion and had obtained the sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic from the Mystic Queen. Now, she only lacked the most difficult auxiliary ingredient in the Dreamwalker potion formula, the blood of an adult mind dragon. After hearing Miss Justice, son Derek responded quite enthusiastically. "Our City of Silver's warehouse should have all the materials from an adult mind dragon. I'll confirm after I go back and inform you." "That easy?" Justice Audrey's eyes lit up, and her mood instantly brightened further. As expected, compared to the outside world where dragons are becoming increasingly rare, the City of Silver, which has inherited from the Second Epoch, is more likely to possess such materials. Mainly because they don't have higher sequence formulas for the spectator pathway, so even if they have the materials, they can't use them. And they also lack artisans, so they can't turn Beyonder materials into the corresponding magical items. Sometimes, they would rather just store them like that. Audrey thought of many things at once and asked with a smile. "If you do, what would you like in exchange?" I might need some of the pounds you use." Son Derek suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, almost raising his hand to scratch the back of his head. His biggest goal and primary motivation now was to advance to Sequence 5. He had already digested the Sequence 6 notary and was preparing to ask Mr. Tower to temporarily take him out of the forsaken land of the gods so that he could advance safely in pure darkness. In the past, he would definitely have worried about how to pay Mr. Tower, but now, despite his concern, he had a new idea. Let the chief take out something that Mr. Tower needed. After all, confirmation of the outside world, as well as the birth of a light priest, would be extremely beneficial to the City of Silver. The chief would surely be willing to pay the corresponding price. Based on this idea, he wanted Miss Justice to provide some currency so that he wouldn't be unable to do anything upon arriving in the outside world. From his past observations, pounds were extremely important outside, even Mr. World lacked them. "What do you need pounds for?" Justice Audrey asked in surprise at first, then quickly realized and asked in return, "You've finished digesting your notary?" "Yes, but it was a month later than expected." Son Derek said, looking somewhat apologetically at Ebner. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." "Mr. Tower." These words made Star Leonard's eyelids twitch as he thought, "If I remember correctly, when I joined the Tarot Club, you had just reached Sequence 6. It's only been a few months, and you've already digested it. And you even think it's slow. Are all members of the Tarot Club monsters?" Hanged Man Alger also felt a bit melancholy. A little over a year ago, Justice and Son were still ordinary people, yet now they were already about to catch up to him. If he didn't work harder, he might end up at the bottom of the Tarot Club. But how am I supposed to obtain the materials for Cataclysmic Interror? While Alger was feeling lost, Ebner smiled at Son and said, "Actually, the timing is just right. I'll be going to the Forsaken Land of the Gods soon to handle some matters. I'll notify you then." The various exterior scenes of Burden City were about to be completed, and people's wish to bring dreamlike architecture into reality was also about to be fulfilled. It was time to go to the Forsaken Land of the Gods and bring out the floating city through a miracle. Upon hearing this, Son immediately became excited, filled with longing and anticipation for the outside world. After all, no matter how steady he was still just a child. "Then let's set it at 1,000 pounds. I'll personally give it to you after you arrive in Backlund," Audrey added with a smile, her tone also full of expectation. "All right." Son Derek, who didn't have much concept of money, nodded vigorously. Audrey then glanced around, indicating that her transaction was complete. Seeing this, World Gehrman immediately looked at Tower and said in a hoarse voice, "I've already gathered the 500,000 pounds. When can you give me the powdered heart of the fog demon wolf?" End of chapter. Chapter 1295, The Missing Hidden Sage. In fact, after that battle in which he wiped out the fleet under the King of the Black Throne, in one fell swoop, Klein had already nearly completed half of the 500,000 target. As a result, he had tasted the sweetness of it and would teleport to the sea from time to find some unlucky pirates to withdraw money from, while conveniently completing his Miracle Invoker, acting and creating some horror stories. For this reason, he would leave one or two survivors each time. It was precisely because of these witnesses that the stories later fabricated by Danitz were so convincing. It had to be said that the combination of the abilities of a miracle invoker and a marionettist created an atmosphere of strangeness and terror far stronger than Klein working alone in the original story. Moreover, appropriately indulging in malice also had considerable auxiliary effects on the acting of a marionettist. Sharon had originally estimated that it would take several years to digest the Sequence 4 potion, but now it seemed that perhaps 1 year would be enough. As Torsna had said, the prisoner pathway should be a path of first indulgence, then restraint. Therefore, the indulgence faction was stronger in the early stages, but after becoming a demigod, the situation gradually reversed. Logically speaking, with Sharon's prior acting before becoming a demigod, she should digest the subsequent sequence potions quickly after advancing, and the reason she believed it would take several years was precisely because she lacked appropriate indulgence. Without indulgence, restraint would have no meaning. At this moment, after hearing World Gehrman's words, the Tarot Club members each had their own thoughts. Hermit Katlia and Hanged Man Alger sighed that the bloody storms on the sea over the past 2 months were finally about to end. After all, what pirates feared most now was no longer the King of the Five Seas, Nast, nor various terrifying legends, but the mad adventurer Gehrman Sparrow. Every pirate warned each other not to drink too late, not to walk at night, and not to relieve themselves in alleyways, because that might lead to their disappearance, and the rumored culprit was the gentleman. Star Leonard, on the other hand, marveled at Klein's money-making ability. Thinking back to his frugality in Tingen, he couldn't help but sigh at the unpredictability of life, but after pondering for a while, he still couldn't come up with a suitable phrase. The two ladies, Magician and Judgment, looked toward Tower, congratulating him with their eyes for soon obtaining such a large sum of money. Ebner smiled at them, then looked toward the end of the long table and replied, "After the Tarot Club ends, I'll visit your new estate and bring that material to you." "All right." Klein nodded and said nothing more. With that, the trading phase came to an end, and the Tarot Club entered the free exchange segment. Hermit Katlia adjusted her glasses, glanced around, and said solemnly, "The hidden sage has gone missing over the past 2 months. There have been changes in the upper echelons of the Moses ascetic order. Miss Yalerin, originally one of the 10 pillars, has risen to power, and the 10 pillars have become the 9 pillars. A sage has fallen." This piece of information shocked everyone, as the fall of an angel was no small matter, and there had been no prior signs. The hidden sage has gone missing. Did something happen to him? And I remember that world once had dealings with Miss Yalerin, who has now risen to power, exchanging for that Book of Calamity. Could it be that that very transaction caused Yalerin, this angel, to join under Mr. Fool, and then win in the struggle against the hidden sage? So that's how it is, the schemes of great figures are truly hidden. When World mentioned this matter back then, I thought he was only plotting against the sea god Calvetua. I never realized it might involve the hidden sage. The games of great existences are truly complex. Perhaps only angels are qualified to participate. Hanged Man Alger sighed inwardly, once again feeling a yearning for the demigod level. Justice Audrey also recalled how World had obtained the Book of Calamity from Miss Yalerin, and thus cast a curious gaze toward the end of the table. But at this moment, Klein himself was also at a loss. Seeing everyone looking over, he thought for a moment and kicked the ball to Tower. "You should explain this matter." He believed Ebner definitely knew the ins and outs of this. After all, that lady had a close relationship with him. As for the disappearance of the hidden sage, Ebner had actually heard about it from Bernadette last week. As the leader of the organization, Element Dawn, which existed to oppose the hidden sage, she was naturally the one most concerned with the state of that evil god. After hearing this news, Ebner had used the pure white eye to discern his whereabouts, but unfortunately obtained very little information, only roughly guessing that he was preparing for his apotheosis ritual. And the first step of that preparation was to completely disappear from the sight of people, preferably to make everyone forget him, yet not completely. After all, the so-called hermit was an existence that people normally couldn't recall, but would suddenly remember at critical moments. If his guess was correct, then Yalerin's current seizure of power was, in a sense, actually helping him. Without eliminating the die-hard believers who worship him, he wouldn't be able to achieve the state required for the hermit ritual. It was just that before doing this, Yalerin hadn't asked for his help, so Ebner truly didn't know she had already taken control of the Moses ascetic order within just 2 months. For matters he didn't fully understand, Ebner never said much. So after Klein directed everyone's attention to him, he only said calmly, "Miss Yalerin is an angel under Mr. Fool. I am a believer of Mr. Fool, and Yalerin's avatar is carried with me. Rounding it up, it's perfectly reasonable to say she is Mr. Fool's angel, no problem at all. So it really is like that." Hanged Man Alger, seeing his guess confirmed, sighed again. Mr. Fool had already recovered to the extent that he could interfere with a secret organization backed by a great existence. At this moment, Justice Audrey asked curiously, "Then what exactly happened to the hidden sage? Why did he go missing?" Hearing the question, Ebner hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't voice his speculation. After all, if it spread, the hidden sage might silence everyone who knew. He only smiled at Miss Justice, then looked toward the fool at the head of the table and said, I'm not very clear about this either. I was just about to ask Mr. Fool for guidance. He kicked the ball back to Klein. Seeing the unusually joyful emotional color of Tower, Klein was speechless. He felt that this guy's insistence on not exposing him as the fool might just be so he could enjoy moments like this. But with everyone's gaze focused on him, he had no choice but to respond, so he smiled inscrutably and said, this matter is not yet suitable for you to know. As his strength increased, he had become more and more skilled at pretending to be a big shot. Even Mr. Tower, who was already a demigod, wasn't suitable to know. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and didn't dare ask further. Only Ebner, while pretending to be terrified, had his emotional color turn an even brighter red. After enjoying himself for a moment, he looked at Miss Hermit and asked, has the change in the upper echelons of the Moses ascetic order affected you? Hermit Catlia shook her head and said, I've always been on the periphery of the Moses ascetic order, acting as a pirate, and haven't been deeply involved in the organization's internal affairs. After all, that might expose the fact that I'm still in contact with the Mystic Queen. So this change in the upper ranks has little to do with me. Is that because you haven't revealed your demigod strength yet? Ebner asked after thinking for a moment. Yes. Catlia nodded slightly. In fact, ever since she left the future, when everything had to be borne by herself, the Admiral of Stars had always felt a sense of fatigue, as if a heavy weight rested on her shoulders. Her reluctance to reveal her strength also stemmed from a hidden thought, that one day she might be able to leave the Moses ascetic order more easily and return to the future. But she often despised this thought, because she was no longer a carefree little girl. What she bore now was not just her own life, but also the fate of her crew, Frank, Heath, Nina, Jane, and the others. In that case, I suggest you reveal your strength and become the 10th pillar that the Moses ascetic order lacks. The beyonder characteristic of that fallen sage won't have few competitors. If you want to step into that level, this might be the only opportunity. You must enter the game now. Ebner said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Hermit Catlia felt conflicted, yet a strange emotion arose in her heart. Mr. Tower seems to care quite a lot about my affairs. End of chapter. Chapter 1296, still many. But soon, Hermit Catlia set aside that unusual feeling and guessed that Mr. Tower was likely carrying out some kind of arrangement, and that Mr. Fool might be tacitly approving it. However, this matter is still beyond my full grasp. I'll need to go back and ask the Queen and hear her opinion before making a decision. As her thoughts turned, Catlia simply replied, I'll consider it. Ebner didn't press the matter and instead looked toward Star Leonard further down the table. Help me get a few more worms of time from that one. During the past 2 months, the Eye of Insight, disguised as Palez and parasitizing Trissy, had already clearly sensed Amon's approach, so he planned to let the other party fall further into the trap. Leonard, after remaining silent for a few seconds, finally let out a breath and said, all right. He actually didn't quite understand what kind of deal the old man had secretly made with that old monster. He wanted to ask, but was worried that doing so might ruin their plan. After all, his strength was low, and he was concerned he might not be able to keep the secret completely. After some more exchanges, this week's tarot gathering came to an end. When only World and Tower remained in the ancient hall, Klein finally asked, are you still excavating clues about the Goddess of Life on Blue Mountain Island? I've already found them. Ebner sighed. If nothing unexpected happens, Frank might really be the reincarnation of that Goddess of Life. He'll probably have to become a pallbearer before recovering his memories. Pallbearer, could it mean carrying his own coffin? Symbolizing burying his past life, and only then fully receiving the legacy of that life. Klein speculated as he made associations. Perhaps. Ebner wasn't entirely convinced. As far as he knew, all forms of resurrection in this world were related to the River of Eternal Darkness to some extent. From Sequence 9 to Sequence 4 of the Planter Pathway, abilities related to life dominated, and only at Pallbearer did it involve death, perhaps only then could one connect to the River of Eternal Darkness and retrieve memories. How did you confirm that the Goddess of Life has already reincarnated? Klein asked again. I dug up her corpse, but there was no trace of spirit remaining within, completely inconsistent with what a nature walker should be like. After that, I performed a retrospection on it and personally witnessed the entire process of Frank's birth. At this point, Ebner seemed unwilling to continue the topic and instead asked, has there been any news from the Pale Admiral? She had delayed for 2 months already, she should be ready by the next full moon, right? Klein nodded. I've received her message. Before the full moon on the 10th of next month, she will contact you proactively. All right. Hopefully, after next week's tarot gathering, that ritual can proceed smoothly. October 10th happened to be a Monday. After chatting for a while longer, Ebner returned to the real world. Sitting on the sofa, he took a sip of coffee from the table, then stood up and stepped into the spirit world. Moments later, he suddenly appeared in Trier, inside the home of ancient scholar Daphne. Even if this vice president of the secret order wasn't at home, she would leave behind a marionette to receive important guests, so Ebner wasn't worried about coming for nothing. This time, his luck was good. Daphne herself happened to be home enjoying afternoon tea. After warmly inviting the divine envoy to sit, Daphne asked, "May I know what brings you here this time?" "I remember that the secret order's treasury still has a powdered heart of the fog demon wolf." "Go fetch it for me," Ebner said directly without ceremony. Daphne didn't hesitate at all, immediately agreeing and pulling out a projection of herself to head toward the treasury. In the past, although she was vice president, she didn't actually have such authority. To mobilize an item at the level of a sequence 3 main ingredient required the agreement of all 3 vice presidents. But ever since President Zeradal returned, not only had she gained his great trust, but the other 2 vice presidents had changed drastically. One had gone missing, and the other had gone from hostility to currying favor with her. Daphne had some vague guesses about the reason. After all, she herself had been forcibly converted into a believer of the unknown, but she didn't dare think too deeply about it and simply carried out her duties obediently. Before long, the powdered heart of the fog demon wolf was delivered, along with a vial of its blood, one of the auxiliary materials for the Scholar of Europe potion. Seeing this, Ebner praised Daphne's efficiency, then took the materials and teleported away. Rose Song Manor was located northwest of Backlund, built along the Tussock River. The surrounding scenery was beautiful, and the interior was lush with flowers and trees. After teleporting there, Ebner didn't enter immediately but first admired the surrounding scenery. Since it wasn't far from the abandoned manor where he had once trained in shooting and combat with Zio, he couldn't help but fall into reminiscence. Come to think of it, although I own the ancient Vine Manor outside Trier, the fragrant manor outside Byam, and the hot spring villa north of Indoport, I really haven't bought a vacation estate around Backlund. I remember when we were practicing shooting, seeing how nostalgic Zio was about that abandoned manor. I even thought about buying it for her in the future, but I ended up forgetting. I'll check who owns that manor now when I get the chance. With that thought, Ebner stopped lingering in the garden, walked past the fountain, and entered the main building. The workers and servants currently renovating the place all turned a blind eye to him. He made his way to the 3rd-floor living room before revealing his figure. Klein was already waiting there. After instructing the marionette butler, disguised as the secret-keeping saint, Butiz, to stand guard at the door, Klein pushed a check toward Ebner and said with a bitter smile, "To gather these 500,000, I really went through quite a lot. This is practically all my assets now. Where's the item?" "It's the pirates who suffered, not you," Ebner complained inwardly, then tossed him a spatial pouch made from worms of stars and said with a smile, "Stop complaining. This bag is a gift." As he spoke, he picked up the check, examined it, confirmed it was correct, and put it away. Then he glanced toward the wine cabinet in the living room, blinked, and said, "I've always heard that Rose Song's homemade wine is exceptional, but I've never had the chance to try it. Today, I can finally satisfy my curiosity." Having obtained the crucial material and even freeloaded a spatial pouch, Klein was in an excellent mood and was more than willing to accommodate such a small request. He smiled modestly and said, "I hope it won't disappoint you." As a renowned grape-growing region in the northern continent, the northwest outskirts of Backlund produced high-quality champagne, red wine, and white wine. However, most estates here belonged to nobles, and their homemade wines were rarely sold externally. Thus, they were almost unheard of in the market. Only the upper class or those close to that circle knew of them. Rose Song was one of the most representative estates in the area. Its homemade wine was widely praised within its circle, and in special years, a bottle of its red wine could fetch over £100 among collectors. However, for Klein to purchase such an estate for £20,000, he naturally had to agree to certain conditions, that all special vintage wines would be taken by people sent by Duke Negan. But this didn't prevent him from entertaining Ebner with other fine vintages. After a few drinks, Ebner, having satisfied his appetite, proposed to take his leave. "You're not staying for dinner?" "Half of the chefs here were trained by Shoko. They're quite good," Klein asked in surprise. Although the suggestion was tempting, Ebner shook his head regretfully. "Next time. I still have many appointments tonight. Writer's block is really painful." End of chapter. Chapter 1297, Busy. Inside the villa at 28 Kingster Street, Backlund. Having just returned home from work, Zio changed into casual clothes, walked into the dining room, picked up a desi pie, and looked at Furs, who was cutting her steak across the table, asking casually, "I heard your scribe potion has been fully digested. Ebner told you?" Furs nodded somewhat wearily. "You're not unaware of what kind of life I've been living lately. Almost every night I have to record high-level Beyonder abilities, and during the day I have to go to different places to experience and observe things. It's only because there was a tarot gathering today that I got to rest for one night yesterday, plus the early acting I started back in sequence 7. I think being able to digest the scribe so quickly isn't that hard to accept. After all, it's still not as efficient as when you were punishing criminals day and night back then. Zio recalled how, a few months ago, in order to act as a disciplinary paladin, she didn't even spare people watching indecent films, and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Back then, she didn't feel anything, but looking back now, her mental state at the time had probably been problematic. Good thing Ebner treated me on his birthday, otherwise if I had advanced to demigod in that state, I probably wouldn't have succeeded. Thinking of this, Zio said in the tone of someone experienced, don't immerse yourself too much in acting. Mr. Sun once said that Silver City has another warning about the acting method, remember, you are only acting. Of course I know, that's why my efficiency isn't as high as yours. When it's time to slack off, I slack off. First chuckled and pointed at her face. Don't be fooled by how haggard I look, this is all deliberately done with makeup. Hearing this, Zio stared at Furs carefully for a while and indeed noticed traces of disguise on her face. The technique was extremely advanced, likely a high-level application of a trickmaster ability. Even she, a imperative mage, couldn't easily tell without careful inspection. But even so. Do you think Ebner can't see through it? Zio complained inwardly. Of course I can't hide it from him, but it shows my attitude. Every time I disguise myself like this, he won't push me too hard, Furs said with a smile. Ebner didn't care much about your digestion progress before. His sudden change in attitude recently might mean he wants your help with something. Of course, your current sequence is still too low, so he didn't tell you directly and is just trying to help you improve, Zio said thoughtfully. I know, that's why even though I'm very tired, I cooperate quite a bit. I only play little tricks like this occasionally, Furs said. She was actually quite willing to help Ebner, so she rarely found such motivation and gritted her teeth to persist. I guess it might be related to Mr. Dor. After finishing a desi pie, Zio picked up her iced sweet tea and said. This wasn't a wild guess but based on her understanding of her friend. Aside from Mr. Dor, there weren't many major figures connected to Furs that Ebner would care about. Of course, Mr. Full was also one, but clearly that didn't require Furs to desperately raise her sequence. Furs nodded as well. Toward that existence who had nearly cost her life during the full moon, she felt both fear and curiosity. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Furs took a sip of sweet wine and asked instead, how have you been lately? Not bad. Princess Vera arranged for me to join a committee responsible for drafting and revising various military regulations, and I'm serving as an executive member. Although dealing with all kinds of rules every day is a bit boring, I've gained some ideas for acting as an imperative mage, Zio replied. Do your colleagues recognize you now? Furs teased with a strange expression. You mean with piles of documents stacked on the desk, they can't even see me sitting behind them? Zio completed her friend's joke without the slightest embarrassment. Furs laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. I'm going to prepare for the advancement ritual of Traveler after dinner. Isn't that supposed to take place deep in the spirit world? Do you have a way? Zio asked, puzzled. Furs nodded. Ebner will take me there. After saying that, she glanced at her outfit, still the pajamas she had changed into when she returned to sleep after the tarot gathering. Although Ebner seeing her like this wouldn't matter much, considering she was about to enter the spirit world, wearing pajamas seemed too improper. She decided to tidy up her appearance and hurried back to her second-floor bedroom, changing into a light yellow high-collared long dress with ruffled edges. After preparing, in front of Zio, she raised her right hand and grabbed forward, as if trying to pull something out of thin air. Within her eyes, an illusory book condensed and rapidly flipped, stopping on one page. The next second, her arm sank slightly as she pulled a figure out from the void. It was Ebner, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a white shirt with the top button undone. Furs wasn't surprised that she successfully pulled out the historical projection in one try. After all, this was the life-saving ability she had recorded the most, and she was very familiar with it. At first, Ebner's eyes seemed a bit dull, but they quickly became lively, giving the impression that he had come to life. Knowing that Furs's spirituality was limited and couldn't sustain his projection for long, Ebner nodded to both Zio and Furs, then had Alvin Abraham descend into the villa, while he himself severed the connection with Furs. On the other side, Furs only saw Ebner flash away before she could react, and then noticed that the surrounding colors became vivid and intense, red's redder, black's blacker, white's whiter. Immediately after, she began rapidly traversing through the spirit world without any sense of direction, no up, down, left, or right, and in a short time arrived at a place seemingly filled with faint mist. Deep within the mist, pairs of eyes seemed to look over, but quickly withdrew. Meanwhile, Ebner, who was having dinner with Vera, showed a slight change in expression before quickly calming down. He hadn't expected Furs to attempt the Traveler ritual so soon, but with Alvin watching, it shouldn't be a problem. Vera, sitting across from him, smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Nothing, just a friend attempting the traveler ritual, Ebner replied, glossing over it and returning to their earlier topic. As for how to make the lone royal family discover Amon's identity and misunderstand his intentions, that will depend on you. You've already arranged things to this extent, I just need to give it a little push, Vera said, then changed her tone with a smile. But even if it's simple, I can't help you for free, you'll have to show some sincerity. What do you want? Ebner asked calmly. I heard you found the Observer Castle. Not long after, Ebner left Princess Vera's mansion and, in an instant, appeared again at Bernadette's residence in the Cherwood Borough. End of chapter. Chapter 1298, Calling a Deer a Horse. Bernadette wore a simple white women's shirt and sat quietly in the living room. Her chestnut hair fell naturally over her shoulders, and her straight eyebrows were perfectly shaped, giving her the air of a professional woman from Earth, one who had long held a position of power. This style of dressing seemed to be popular in the modern background, urban legend, world within the Ghost Empire. As his figure gradually appeared in the room, Ebner sized Bernadette up for a few moments before casually pulling out a chair and sitting down. Over the past 2 months, he had come here several times and had grown fairly familiar with Bernadette, so he didn't feel particularly restrained. Bernadette's deep blue eyes, like a condensed ocean, swept over him. She didn't pursue his rude act of entering without knocking, as she herself had the same habit and therefore had no standing to criticize others. After having an invisible servant brew a cup of black tea and place it on the table in front of Ebner, she spoke in a gentle and calm voice. I received a letter from Katlia. What are you planning by suggesting that she enter the upper ranks of the Moses ascetic order? Wasn't your previous sequence prophet? Didn't you get any revelation at all? Ebner instinctively responded in his mind, but on the surface he smiled and said. Yalarin of the Moses ascetic order is an angel under Mr. Fool and is completely trustworthy. He rose to power by killing a sage, and although the other pillars didn't voice objections out of fear, they won't truly submit to him. At a time like this, he naturally needs to cultivate his own people. This is Katlia's opportunity. Bernadette glanced at him and said at an even pace, but once the hidden sage successfully ascends to godhood, she will become even more dangerous. Would that Mr. Fool really become enemies with a true god for her sake? Yes. Ebner nodded without hesitation. Even if there were only a slight possibility, Klein would do everything in his power to protect the members of the Tarot Club. Moreover, I will protect her as well. Though I think there's an 80% chance the hidden sage has already fallen into the goddess's scheme and has no hope of becoming a god. Seeing how devout Ebner was in his faith toward the Fool, Bernadette frowned slightly, then quickly smoothed it out and nodded. In that case, I agree that she should enter the core circle of the Moses ascetic order and become one of the 10 pillars. At this point, she paused, then looked at Ebner, meeting his gaze before continuing. Furthermore, after obtaining those secret stories you gave her, Katlia has been digesting her potion very quickly. It won't be long before she advances to profit. She should indeed seize the opportunity to obtain a sequence 2 characteristic in advance. Why are you staring at me like that? Because I didn't give you those stories? But Katlia will definitely copy a set for you, so there was no need for me to do it twice. Just as Ebner was about to explain, he heard the Queen of Mystic continue. Those stories, are they all from the Central Kingdom, from the homeland, in his diary? So that's what you care about? Ebner came to a realization inwardly, but outwardly shook his head. Not entirely. More than half of them are stories from outside the Central Kingdom. The stories he gave Katlia actually included, but were not limited to, myths and folk tales from Japan, India, Arabia, Northern Europe, and other regions. As for why Ebner remembered these things, it was simple. Before transmigrating, he had been a university lecturer, and these were exactly what he taught in his elective courses. Only a small portion is from there. But I haven't heard most of the other stories either, yet they can still form mystical reenactments, which means they correspond to real historical events. Bernadette frowned slightly, her beautiful brows knitting as she stared at Ebner. That was because before the first epoch, the original had awakened once, leading to the destruction of civilization and a break in the transmission of knowledge. Even the spirit world had been destroyed, so naturally, there was no way to trace those stories that had originally occurred in Europe and the Americas. But for now, he couldn't tell Bernadette this. Otherwise, there would be a risk of leaking secrets. After all, the hidden sage was very likely the uniqueness of the hermit pathway that had suddenly come to life under the influence of the knowledge more. No one could guarantee how much control it had over its pathway. As his thoughts turned, under the gaze of the Queen of Mystic, Bernadette, Ebner carefully chose his words. It's not convenient to tell you about that yet. However, I can be certain that your line of investigation has deviated from the correct path. Your father's final mausoleum won't be in the Central Kingdom or in the places where those stories occurred. Hearing this, Bernadette recalled the melancholy expression her father had when he taught her those 2 words. After a brief daze, she spoke again. He didn't choose to return to his homeland. Because he couldn't go back. Ebner sighed and answered. Upon hearing this, Bernadette and Ebner fell into silence for about 10 seconds before she shifted the topic to the main purpose of his visit. You came to borrow Pale Death, right? I remember you mentioned before that you needed to perform a soul separation surgery on a special evil spirit, and that you required Pale Death as a scalpel. Ebner nodded slightly. That's right. The entities that make up that evil spirit were at least archangels when they were alive. For a soul of that strength, only a beyonder item formed from a sequence 1 characteristic of the death pathway can cut it open. But it's only a mask. It doesn't have the ability to cut, Bernadette said as she raised her right hand and traced one ancient word after another, each shimmering with starlight, in the air. She summoned a spirit world creature with a human upper body and a wind-like lower half, and from it retrieved a pale mask with a metallic sheen, the Grade 0 sealed artifact, Pale Death. Hearing her question, Ebner smiled. That's why I need you to help with a second favor. As he spoke, he used the White Tower Pathway's abilities of simulation and creation to directly extract fibers from the wooden table and chairs in the room, creating a small booklet out of thin air and handing it to Bernadette. Bernadette took it curiously and flipped through it, discovering that it was actually a comic booklet. The core theme of the story was clearly printed on the cover in 4 Roselle characters. Calling a deer a horse. Because she had learned some interpretations of Roselle characters in the memory theater, or rather the meaning of the Central Kingdom's script, Bernadette barely recognized the surface meaning of those 4 words. Combined with the simple and easy-to-understand plot revealed in the comic, the Queen of Mystic, already an angel, quickly incorporated it into her own fairy tale magic. Then, she lightly tapped the surface of Pale Death with her finger. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. The mask actually transformed into the shape of a scalpel, though its abilities and side effects did not change much. This seemed like a manifestation of a combination of the Black Emperor pathway's distortion and the Fool pathway's fooling. Could it be that the first emperor in history was a Black Emperor, and after his death, his uniqueness or sequence 1 characteristic was obtained by Zhao Gao, who, together with items of the Fool pathway provided by alchemists, managed to pull off the trick of calling a deer a horse? Ebner stroked his chin and made such a guess. End of chapter. Chapter 1299, Surgical Preparations. Mystical reenactment, calling a deer a horse, combined the authorities of distortion and fooling, allowing an object to transform into the form one designated, while making both the object itself and anyone who saw it believe that its form had always been that way. Because the target to be altered was an item formed from a sequence 1 characteristic, the mystical reenactment that Ebner could simulate was actually insufficient, so he could only ask Bernadette, an angel of the mystery prior pathway, to take action. Of course, he could have gone to Yalarin as well, but since Pale Death had been borrowed from Bernadette, there was no need to trouble another person for the same matter. It can maintain this state for 6 hours, provided I don't encounter enemies or engage in combat during that time, Bernadette said calmly. After speaking, she handed the scalpel-shaped Pale Death to Ebner. Actually, I've already recorded its current form and can pull it out from history at any time. Muttering inwardly, Ebner still accepted Pale Death. After all, when performing surgery on Medici and the others shortly, it would already require a large amount of spirituality. Adding another historical projection would be quite a heavy burden for him. Thank you. As for the additional information about the Central Kingdom, I promised you, I'll prepare it and tell you next time I visit, Ebner said before leaving, putting away the scalpel. You could actually just write it down and give it to me. There's no need to come in person to explain it. Although Bernadette thought this inwardly, she didn't refuse on the surface and only nodded lightly. In the quiet night, close to midnight, inside an empty workshop of a clothing factory in the St. George borough. A cleared space had been prepared here, where nearly 10 mysterious figures stood, dressed in black robes with hoods covering their heads. At the center among them was a deep black coffin that looked quite heavy. Around the coffin were many golden ornaments stained with traces of soil, multiple candles burning with pale flames, and one skull after another. These ferocious white skulls came from various sources, some were human, some belonged to animals, and some were extremely strange, carrying a sense of deformity that made it impossible to imagine their original forms. The largest pile of skulls was stacked at the front, where Ebner's clansman, undying fool, Patrick Bryan, stood. He too had changed into a black robe but did not pull up the hood, revealing his sharply contoured face, black hair, brown eyes, and relatively thin features. This demigod had yet to do anything, yet the surroundings had already become extremely cold, as if countless invisible creatures were reveling. As Patrick Bryan raised his right hand, the hooded believers began to dance, movements slightly convulsive, somewhat frenzied, yet full of rhythm. This was the spirit dance, a ritual favored by death. The stronger the spirituality of the dancers, the better the effect. As the dance grew more intense and an invisible, chilling wind blew out from within the coffin, Patrick Bryan lowered his head and chanted in a language that seemed to originate from the underworld. The king deep within hell. The angel who plays the symphony of death. The ruler above the river Styx. As Patrick Bryan chanted, the various skulls around the pitch-black coffin gradually took on a layer of eerie green, blending with their original white to create an extremely horrifying effect. The spirit dance grew more and more intense. Voices seemingly from the underworld echoed continuously, and the skulls floated up one after another, as if they had gained their own vitality. Then, in chaotic order, they flew toward the heavy black coffin, passing through the lid as if it had no substance and entering inside. The coffin instantly transformed into a bottomless, dark vortex, expanding in place and emitting an aura that was cold, frigid, lofty, causing Patrick Bryan to instinctively tremble and lower his head. This was the aura of an angel. It came from none other than the high priest of the artificial death faction of the Numinous Episcopate, the Sequence 2 death consul, Heidel. At this moment, his aged, icy voice, one that seemed capable of directly pulling a soul out of its body, resounded. Well done. Have you made any progress recently in awakening the god? Patrick Bryan quickly recounted his cooperation with the Saintess of Purple from the Demonist sect in Burden City. After a round of questions and answers, although Heidel, the angel of the death domain on the other side of the vortex, easily saw that the Saintess of Purple had ulterior motives in this cooperation, he did not expose it. After all, as a pure native of the southern continent, he held no goodwill toward the kingdom of Lone. Even if Burden were sacrificed entirely, he would gladly watch the spectacle. Or rather, Patrick himself had been an accident in his experiments. Letting him cause trouble in the northern continent would be good if it succeeded, and if something went wrong, it would be Lone, the enemy force, that suffered. Very good. Continue. I will provide you with support. After giving Patrick a few light words of praise, the angel severed the connection, and the terrifying aura in the surroundings vanished instantly. At the same time, in another building of the clothing factory, Ebner stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window on the 4th floor, observing the ritual that communicated with the angel through multiple layers of obstruction. Beside him stood a young man with gentle facial lines and fairly decent features, though somewhat pale. The young man smoked a cigarette while glancing toward the direction of the ritual. Then the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward, his eyes half narrowed as he smiled. Someone is performing such a dangerous ritual in Backlund, and you're not going to do anything about it. That day at the Baron's mansion, you were quite proactive in disrupting the Lord's descent. Interfere? Why should I interfere? I suspect the angel they're contacting might not even really be Heidel, or rather, there's an 80% chance Heidel has already run into problems and might even be under the goddess's control. After all, the goddess obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway thousands of years earlier than in the original story. Even if she didn't want to expose herself prematurely and alert the enemy, there's no way she wouldn't have planted hidden measures within the artificial death faction. What's even more interesting is that the leader of the royal faction of the Numinous Episcopate, the Pale Empress, has long been one of the goddess's identities. Even if those hidden measures were discovered, they would only be seen as internal conflict between the two factions. Additionally, unlike in the original story, Klein has not yet directly contacted the goddess. When he wants to request her help, he always relays it through me or comes to me directly, so Patrick has yet to meet Klein. However, the fact that Klein hasn't guided Patrick already indicates that the goddess no longer needs such arrangements, which means the entire Numinous Episcopate is probably already under her control, including that angel from the artificial death faction. Now that I think about it, during the battle in the eastern sea of Balam when the hidden sage seized the Knowledge Emperor, that angel from the Numinous Episcopate even intercepted my rose beast. If he was already under the goddess's control back then, that attack was purely a setup orchestrated jointly by the goddess, Lilith, and Vera. No. Perhaps it was precisely that action which allowed Heidel to be completely controlled by the goddess. Hey, if my premonitions are correct, that incident was truly a scheme within a scheme. It was originally a plot against the hidden sage, yet those three each gained something from it. Lilith used it to interfere with Sauron Einhorn Medici, allowing him to be further corrupted by the mother goddess of depravity, likely paving the way for the so-called Silver Moon plan. The goddess most likely gained full control of the Numinous Episcopate because of it. As for Vera, she severed Chick's connection with reality at that time, causing him to only receive false information, and even the responses given to his believers were distorted. And all of this perfectly concealed the scheme against the hidden sage, preventing both the outer deities and the hidden sage from suspecting anything. If I weren't so familiar with them, and if they hadn't deliberately avoided hiding things from me, I probably wouldn't have noticed anything wrong either. But looking at it this way, between Amon and me, it's not 1-to-1, it's at least 4-to-0. As his thoughts raced, Ebner turned his head and glanced at Medici, smiling faintly. Amon picked up more than half of his bad habits from you, didn't he? Of course. I raised him, the man, Medici replied proudly, not offended in the slightest. So then he teamed up with his brother and got you killed? Ebner asked with a smile. Little Crow didn't participate. He just tacitly approved. Medici defended Amon, then instinctively wanted to mock Ebner. But suddenly remembering that Ebner was about to perform surgery on him, he restrained himself and instead said, the show's over. You should separate those two annoying fellows from me now, right? The most annoying one isn't you. What do you mean separate us? You should be the one separated. This body is mine. Two mouths suddenly opened on his cheeks, each shouting separately. Medici extinguished his cigarette and chuckled. Keep arguing. It's the last time anyway, so I won't bother with you. Hand me the Red Priest card first. Also, you've already made a contract, each of you has to fulfill one of my requests. Don't forget that, Ebner said as he snapped his fingers. Immediately afterward, the surrounding scene changed, transforming from the clothing factory building into a palace forged from gold. This was Alvin's domain of the bizarre, covering reality. Performing surgery on a king of angels would not be a small matter, so a quiet place was naturally required. Moreover, as a believer of the Fool, with Klein's permission, his domain of the bizarre could borrow a portion of the Grey Fog's power, reducing the consumption of historical projections within it. Although Medici was momentarily stunned by the sudden change in scenery, he wasn't too surprised. After looking around, he smiled and asked, "Where's my chief surgeon? To complete this surgery, you'll need at least a goddess of beauty and a nature walker. I'm curious whose projections you'll pull out." "They should both be acquaintances of yours," Ebner said with a smile. Then he extended both hands forward and grabbed, and in the next moment, the figures of two women appeared beside him. One had black hair and red eyes, her beauty peerless, as if she herself embodied the very concept of beauty. The other was full-figured and gentle, her chest prominently curved. Although her clothing seemed simple, woven from leaves and grass, it perfectly accentuated her figure. They were precisely the Queen of Blood Moon and the Goddess of Life that Ebner had seen in the dream within the Observer's ancient castle. Orania. Isis. Medici's eyes widened in disbelief. He suddenly looked at Ebner and asked in great confusion. "Who exactly are you?" End of chapter. Chapter 1300, Traveler. Previously, after noticing that Sauron had a hidden connection with the other party, and combining that with his analysis of Viscount Ebner Bryan's personality, although the sequences didn't match, Medici still speculated that the hero detective was most likely the vessel of the resurrected former sanguine alternative Duke, Rhine Carendia. But now, upon suddenly seeing the historical projections of Orania and Isis, Medici became uncertain of his own judgment. As everyone knew, the Queen of Blood Moon greatly detested Rhine, while Rhine had always remained detached from the sanguine. With such a relationship, pulling out Orania's projection wasn't impossible, but the success rate would likely be extremely low. It certainly wouldn't be as effortless as this one-time success. As for the Goddess of Life, Isis, when she fell, Medici had only just begun following at the side of the Lord, secretly helping him contact allies. Therefore, the existence capable of pulling out Isis's projection was, in all likelihood, even more ancient than him, the Red Angel. Moreover, any person capable of establishing a close relationship with the Goddess of Life wouldn't have a low sequence themselves, which narrowed the possibilities even further. Who exactly are you? Could it be that some ancient god has revived? Or are you actually a manifestation of Heraburgen? Facing the Red Angel's question, Ebner smiled slightly and did not answer, only saying, "Who I am isn't important. The urgent matter now isn't to proceed with the surgery as soon as possible. You should know that I can't maintain their projections for long." In truth, it was because Ebner wasn't merely a scholar of yore, but a cognizer capable of leveraging power for his own use, that he could so smoothly pull out the projection of the Goddess of Beauty, Orania. After all, the people familiar with Orania were actually the god of luck and the ruler of the dead. Ebner had leveraged that connection to successfully summon her. But being able to pull out the projection of the Goddess of Life so easily had also surprised Ebner when he tested it privately before, because in Orania's dream, the Goddess of Life didn't seem to trust the god of luck. However, that might have only been from Orania's perspective and not necessarily accurate. Of course, it was also possible that the Goddess of Life, Isis, had been reincarnated as Giuseppe's adopted son, thereby establishing a connection. While Ebner was muttering inwardly, the Red Angel Medici stared at him for a long time before finally nodding. "That's true. At this point, no matter who you are, I can only choose to trust you." As he spoke, he closed his eyes. Then a soul body separated from the gatekeeper carrying him, revealing a faintly visible form. It was a young and handsome spirit with a head full of red hair, many signs of decay on his face, a banner-like mark on his forehead, and clad in black armor stained with blood. "Come on." The soul vibrated the air, producing a deep voice. At the same time as he spoke, a card shot out from his spirit body, flying straight toward the detective opposite him. Ebner casually caught it and glanced at it, discovering that the card depicted a chariot and a deep crimson priest. And that deep crimson priest's face was unmistakably Roselle Gustave. This was one of the rewards, the Red Priest card. After putting away the card with satisfaction, Ebner took out the scalpel obtained through calling a deer a horse, then handed it to the projections of the two goddesses, allowing them to begin this surgery, which was destined to become material for a new, mystical reenactment. After setting a special coordinate deep within the spirit world, Furs was brought back to the real world by Alvin Abraham. However, Alvin did not reveal himself in front of her, lest the dual identity of an angel and an ancestor of the Abraham family frighten her. I feel so tired, even more tired than. It must be that high-sequence beyonder abilities consume too much spirituality. First covered her mouth and yawned, looking at Zio with a haggard expression. This time, it wasn't makeup, she was genuinely exhausted. That's possible, Zio agreed with her friend's judgment. Ebner's background was definitely not simple. This was something he had never concealed from her since their first meeting in that poorly conditioned small restaurant in the East Borough. She had once thought his uniqueness came from his belief in Mr. Fool, but after joining the Tarot Club herself, she dismissed that guess. Even within the Tarot Club, Ebner was very special, just like the world, Mr. Fool's blessed, special in the same way. So it was normal that pulling out his projection placed a heavy burden on Furs. After hesitating for a moment, Zio said, "You should sleep a bit more. Don't try to advance in this condition. In a case I investigated before, the murderer was mentally deranged. He would deliberately let his friends, his students, and the vagrants he took in consume potions while in various negative states, watching them lose control and mutate into all kinds of monsters, disgusting and terrifying monsters." What was his purpose? Furs was stunned for a second upon hearing this. Two purposes. First, to observe whether the loss of control caused by the same potion was identical across different people. Second, to record those scenes in oil paintings. He believed that madness, pain, and distortion possessed unparalleled beauty and could inspire his strongest creative passion. Zio recalled the scene during the interrogation and added, he was a complete madman. Someone like that deserves to be destroyed humanely. Just imagining it made Furs shudder as she bared her teeth. Was he a cultist? Possibly from the psychology alchemists, but I had no evidence. However, judging from how His Majesty later handed me over to Pride for hypnosis, it's very likely. Anyway, back to the point. On the surface, he was an outstanding painter, famous internationally. If not for more than 5 of his students and friends disappearing in recent years, drawing our attention, it's possible the matter wouldn't have been discovered until he completely went mad and lost control into a monster. At this point, Zio paused before continuing. When the enforcement team that captured him opened his hidden basement, all of them vomited. Inside were one horrifying mutated corpse after another, along with oil paintings that were terrifying yet strangely captivating. A detestable person, but also a very compelling story. First thought for a moment, then asked, what pathway was he from? Devil. Werewolf. No, he was a psychiatrist. Zio denied her guess. What was his final outcome? Furs asked expectantly. Zio narrowed her eyes slightly and replied. At the time, I was a disciplinary paladin, and my mental state already had some issues. Under the stimulation, I didn't let him make it to trial and directly gave him the punishment of death. You killed him directly. If you kill someone privately without going through a trial, wouldn't MI9 investigate? Furs asked in surprise. Zio brushed her now long blonde hair and forced a slight smile. If a criminal is killed while resisting arrest and attempting to escape, then it's not a problem. Heh, I only gave a subtle hint to a few colleagues at the time. They already loathed him deeply, so they cooperated with me and gave him an opportunity to escape. All right, you've definitely learned bad habits from Ebner. Furs yawned again and pointed to the armchair by the fireplace. I'll sleep for a while first. There's no need to go through all that trouble. I have a way to restore you immediately, Zio shook her head and said. Furs was momentarily confused, but quickly reacted, her eyes lighting up. Right, I almost forgot about that. As she spoke, she began to softly recite an honorific name in ancient Hermes, that safe, honorific name Ebner had told them, before concluding. I wish to restore all my spirituality. Within 2 or 3 seconds, she felt her mind become exceptionally invigorated, as if she had slept for an entire day. You really think fast. Furs praised Zio, earning a glare in return, but she didn't mind. Then she took out the Traveler Beyonder characteristic and supplementary ingredients that Ebner had obtained after killing the Aurora Order's divine emissary Louis Veen, and prepared a potion. The potion was pale and transparent, like half-melted snow water, with light green bubbles occasionally rising within it. Holding the potion, Furs glanced at her friend standing guard nearby and smiled. If I lose control, remember to recite that honorific name and make a wish to restore me. Zio nodded slowly. Maintain your current state. Furs silently exhaled and, without hesitation, raised the potion and gulped it down. In an instant, she felt streams of light surge within her body and before her eyes. They rampaged wildly, opening one illusory door after another. Her consciousness uncontrollably entered one of them, and her entire body turned transparent and vanished from the spot. In this state of drifting and chaotic thoughts, Furs almost lost her sense of self. Fortunately, she had endured considerable torment recently and possessed a fairly strong will. From time to time, she could also sense the 4 special coordinates within the spirit world, allowing her to gradually regain clarity. Slowly, she traveled back to a familiar place, escaping the overlapping dense colors and the faint, diffused mist, and stepped out of the spirit world. Exhaling once more, Furs shifted her thoughts and looked at Zio, smiling slightly. I'm a traveler now. At the same time, Ebner, who had just finished performing surgery on the Red Angel, felt a slight stir in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Letting Furs conduct the ritual and consume the potion while he wasn't by her side had been part of his plan all along. After all, Furs's journey had been even smoother than in the original story, and she had become overly reliant on him. She was no longer well suited to the mental state required of a traveler. A traveler was lonely. What they should rely on were coordinates and their own will, not others. Therefore, if he had been there watching, it would actually have been detrimental to Furs's advancement. Pulling back his wandering thoughts, and considering what kind of gift he should prepare for Furs as a congratulatory present, Ebner looked at the three evil spirits in front of him, who had immediately distanced themselves and begun confronting one another after being separated, and cleared his throat. Ahem, you three, even if you're going to fight, you should at least leave my place first, my palace can't withstand your destruction. As if acknowledging Ebner's words, or perhaps noticing that the goddess of beauty and goddess of life beside him had yet to disperse, the three former archangels spoke in unison. How do we divide the gatekeeper body? And how do we divide that armor condensed from the Sequence 3 War Bishop characteristic? End of chapter. Chapter 1301, Gift. Dignified Sequence 1's arguing endlessly over such trivial things, don't you find it embarrassing? Looking at the archangels who had fallen into a quarrel, Ebner clapped his hands speechlessly and said, Gentlemen, I have a proposal that can solve your problem. Sauron, Medici, and Einhorn all looked at him at the same time and asked in unison, what proposal? Ebner glanced at them and curled his lips. Very simple. Whether it's the gatekeeper body or that set of armor which reveals the might of a war bishop when combined, they will all belong to me. In that way, you won't need to fight over them anymore. How about it? A great solution, right? You. Hearing Ebner's suggestion, Medici and Einhorn immediately wanted to curse, but upon seeing the goddess of beauty and goddess of life beside him, they swallowed the words that were about to come out. Those two projections were genuine Sequence 1s, and together with the scalpel formed from the Pale Emperor characteristic, they were extremely suppressive against undead like them who had lost their characteristics. Moreover, within this domain of the bizarre, whose level was astonishingly high and seemed to be blessed with the power of Sapphira Castle, escape wasn't even an option. This situation, wanting to object but not daring to, lasted for a few seconds before Sauron's evil spirit spoke first. No problem, I'll follow your arrangement. As soon as he said that, Medici inwardly cursed. If the three of them stood united, they might still be able to negotiate conditions with this unknown old monster, but if Sauron sided with the other party, they could only let themselves be handled at his mercy. Einhorn clearly realized this as well and immediately switched sides. You helped me get rid of those two fellows. I have no objections to your proposal. Seeing this, Medici could only bow his head. In any case, he didn't care much about those items, he just didn't want Sauron and Einhorn to benefit. Very good. Ebner clapped his hands again. In truth, he didn't absolutely need that body or the armor, he only wanted to seize the initiative in the conversation and carry out his subsequent arrangements. Next, imitating Mr. Fool's methods, he first blocked the senses of Medici and Einhorn before saying to Sauron. According to our previous agreement, I will send you back to the Sauron family in Intis and prepare a Sequence 2 characteristic for you. However, angel-level characteristics are hard to find, so it may take some time. When he had met the Red Angel for the second time, he had secretly established contact with Sauron. No, to be precise, Sauron had recognized him as Rhine, so he took the initiative to contact him. Rhine, the Sequence 2 can wait, but I need a Sequence 3 characteristic right now. Otherwise, after returning to the family, how would I suppress those juniors? Sauron's evil spirit seemed very familiar with Rhine, speaking quite casually. I'm not Rhine yet. Ebner first emphasized, then said, there's no problem with a Sequence 3 characteristic. I've already prepared an aging demoness beyonder characteristic. This characteristic came from the Saintess of Blue, Veronica. Her body was currently occupied by the demoness progenitor, Monica, serving as a vessel for moving about, but her beyonder characteristic had already been separated at the time of death. As for Monica's own downgraded demoness of catastrophe characteristic, although it was one of the main materials forming the Ghost Empire, it still maintained a connection with her, so she didn't urgently need a characteristic to stabilize herself like Aglia did. Even if you're not now, you will be sooner or later. After saying this firmly, Sauron looked at Ebner with a half-smile and said teasingly, instead of giving me that war bishop armor, you're giving me an aging demoness characteristic. I have other uses for that war bishop armor, Ebner replied calmly, then skipped over the topic and added, don't forget what you promised me. Don't worry. Once I take control of the current Sauron family, I'll push it forward. Sauron's evil spirit nodded, then silently added in his heart, I'm looking forward to the day you remember my name, Teacher Rhine. After reaching an agreement with Sauron, Ebner blocked his senses and then turned to have a private conversation with Einhorn. After giving you that armor, when you return to Faceac, you should be able to gain some say, right? Ebner asked after packing the entire set of armor into a spatial pocket. Of course. With the War Bishop characteristic, my strength won't be weaker than an ordinary sequence 2. Naturally, I'll have influence, Einhorn's evil spirit replied matter-of-factly. Very good. Ebner nodded in satisfaction. I'll lend you this armor temporarily. My only requirement is that in the upcoming war, Faceac's advance route must bypass Burden City. Hearing this, Einhorn's evil spirit hesitated briefly before agreeing. After all, if he returned to Faceac without a sequence 3 characteristic, he couldn't guarantee how his descendants would treat him. However, he asked one final question: does this count as the request you mentioned as part of the surgery payment? Of course not. Ebner said as if it were obvious. This is a separate deal. As for the request from the surgery payment, I'll inform you when I've decided later. All right. Einhorn didn't bargain further. Mainly because he didn't know that Sauron's side had already been settled so easily, otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so readily. After finishing his conversation with him, Ebner finally turned to Medici and said with a smile, what's the point of fighting them over these things? Without their burden, once you leave here, you can pray to the true Creator. The support you receive then will definitely be stronger than these items. The true Creator certainly wouldn't lack high sequence characteristics of the Hunter pathway. As for that gatekeeper, Ebner planned to keep it. Because although it was called a gatekeeper, that was merely a functional designation, the body actually belonged to a former Undying of the Numinous Episcopate. But the previous Sauron Einhorn Medici had only needed his gatekeeper ability. That makes sense. Medici put on an enlightened expression and glanced at the two archangels in the distance before saying, as the Lord's angel of war, I have no need to fight wild dogs for scraps. Your sarcasm, like you, is still stuck in the last epoch, Ebner retorted. Then he saw the Undying in the black robe suddenly lose all signs of life, its skin and flesh rapidly decaying into yellow-green pus. In just a few seconds, only a white skeleton and the separated Beyonder characteristic remained. Clearly, Medici had already severed his connection with it. Medici didn't look at his former body and instead asked, you can tell me the task you need me to do now, right? We'll have to wait a bit longer. When I need it, I'll naturally inform you. Ebner hadn't yet decided what to have him do. That's fine. When you've decided, recite my honorific name. I'm really looking forward to seeing you come begging me when you're at your wit's end, Medici chuckled. Don't worry, you'll never see that. If I'm ever at my wit's end, wouldn't it be better to go ask the goddess and Lilith? After grumbling inwardly for a while, Ebner removed the sensory block and, without giving the three angels a chance to communicate, sent them to 3 different countries. In Burden City, inside a castle that looked extremely gloomy. Furs glanced at the surrounding ghosts and couldn't help but tightly grab Zio's hand with one hand and Ebner's with the other. Then, forcing herself to remain calm, she complained. You've moved the haunted castle I described in my novel into reality. This is the gift you prepared for my advancement to traveler. And aren't those ghosts a bit too powerful? My spirituality is already warning me. You're even planning to open a place like this to tourists. Aren't you afraid of scaring people to death? End of chapter. Chapter 1302, Changes in Burden City. Ebner would, of course, not be so deranged as to place truly terrifying ghosts into a castle meant as an entertainment attraction. He had merely, in order to let Furs enjoy herself, deliberately docked the Ghost Empire in the mirror world corresponding to the castle, then allowed the aura of some high-level evil spirits within it to seep through. These auras had no effect at all on ordinary people with low spirituality perception, or even low sequence beyonders, because they simply couldn't detect them, but to Furs, a sequence 5 of the cowardly trio, they were terrifying to the point that her body went weak. Even though she knew Ebner and Zio, 2 demigods, were right beside her, and even though she was certain she wouldn't be harmed, Furs still felt that this place was far too stimulating. It could be said that this gift tonight would likely be unforgettable for the rest of her life. This was recreated 1-to-1 based on your description. You should know that Miss Cece in your writing wasn't afraid of this place at all, Ebner teased with a smile after they had finally finished experiencing all the attractions in the castle. But Miss Cece is just an ordinary person. She doesn't have as high a spiritual perception as I do. Only now did Furs recover. Thinking back to how she had reacted when seeing the ghosts, she seriously suspected that Ebner had tampered with her secretly, otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for her to embarrass herself like that. As a medical student, she felt that her fear earlier had been somewhat excessive. What Furs didn't know was that Ebner had indeed done a little tampering. It was the result of reverse engineering after he studied the negative effects of Klein's Death Knell revolver. The negative effects of Death Knell were so powerful that even after Klein advanced to Sequence 3, he still couldn't completely resist them. Ebner had coveted that for a long time and had always wanted to understand its principles. Unfortunately, despite studying it for so long, he still hadn't been able to fully analyze it. The mystic technique developed from it found it difficult to specify a particular kind of fear, and the reason Furs just happened to draw the effect of fear of ghosts was because Ebner had also applied a brief bad luck buff on her beforehand. Of course, Ebner wasn't going to tell Furs these unimportant details. Faced with her suspicious gaze, he merely smiled and led the two of them to experience other attractions. Finally, just before sunrise, the three of them arrived together at the summit of the tallest mountain on the outskirts of Burden City. While waiting for the sunrise, they looked down over the entire city. They saw that Burden, which had once looked like a massive construction site, had completely transformed. Buildings from various eras and styles were arranged in different zones at the four corners of the city. They were all newly built film studios, convenient for most low-budget productions to shoot on location. Between the four corners were interspersed famous landmarks and wonders from various countries. Even some buildings that existed only in novels had been faithfully recreated, bringing them from people's dreams into reality. At the very center of the city was a massive theme park, which was where Ebner and the others had been playing earlier. Inside were many classic scenes from films, all developed into attractions for future tourists to consume. Aside from a few particularly iconic ones, these attractions were all detachable and replaceable, making it convenient to add new scenes after new films were released, allowing for continuous harvesting. As for Burden's local residents, they were either concentrated in the old urban area or had moved into a newly planned residential district in the south of the city. As she watched, Zio suddenly noticed something odd. She frowned, leaned close to Ebner's ear, and carefully said, "There are too many residential-type buildings in those filming locations, aren't there? Is that really necessary? A lot of those houses probably won't be used, right?" Ebner glanced back at her and said meaningfully, "I'm more worried there won't be enough." Zio thought about it and seemed to understand his meaning. Then she asked a completely unrelated question, "I heard you've also purchased a lot of grain. Where is it stored?" "Right in the theme park. The underground areas of each attraction are filled with it," Ebner replied with a smile. Zio nodded thoughtfully, then sighed and asked again, "Is it really unavoidable? There's no way around it. This is the will of the gods." Ebner spread his hands helplessly. Zio fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. "Then I want to bring my mother and younger brother here. Is that okay?" "Of course. And I guarantee Burden won't be drawn into the flames of war," Ebner assured. This wasn't only because of Einhorn's promise, but also because it was meaningless for Faceax's military to attack a city guarded by an angel. Moreover, the god of combat might even need to seek the support of the Earth Mother, making it even less likely that he would act against his territory. While they were speaking quietly, Furs suddenly cried out in surprise, "Sunrise!" She raised her camera and captured the moment the first rays of sunlight fell upon the dreamlike city below. Ebner and Zio also shifted their attention, and the three of them immersed themselves together in the beautiful scenery. Once the weekend comes, bringing those people who won the survey to Burden and letting them personally witness their dream ideas, or rather, wishes, come true should accumulate enough miracles. If nothing unexpected happens, before next Monday, I should be able to go to the forsaken land of the gods and bring back the floating city and little son. In the luxurious villa of Count Hall in the Empress Borough. Count Hall, whose belly had grown somewhat round, took a puff from his pipe and handed a newspaper to his eldest son. "Hibbert, can you see Viscount Ebner Bryan's intentions?" Hibbert Hall took the newspaper and glanced through it. It reported that the Viscount of Burden would fund the rental of more than 10 airships to take the winners of the previous survey on a free 2-day tour of Burden. After thinking for a while, he answered, "He wants to promote his territory to attract more investment. No, he's leading a trend where traveling to Burden City is fashionable, a trend where filming movies must be done in Burden, a trend where, if you don't go, you'll feel regret. Hibbert, although our family holds a fixed seat in the House of Lords and you will eventually become a member, aside from those with special identities like the Speaker, why do some nobles wield greater influence than others, even though they are all members?" Hibbert thought for a moment and said, "Title, wealth, commercial status, and connections within the government and military. That's only part of it. As time passes and society develops, the overt privileges of nobles will weaken. Titles will become less and less important, eventually becoming merely honorary, while influence in the commercial world and personal influence will become the most important. This is something you should learn from Ebner Bryan. On the surface, it may not be obvious, but in reality, he has long-term plans for everything he does. Just looking at how he holds the initiative at every step in the emerging film industry shows how deep his calculations are. While others are still following trends in filmmaking or trying to expand cinema chains, he's already establishing his own rules, trying to control the entire industry from behind the scenes. After explaining this, Count Hall added, "Of course, the establishment of the Academy Awards is also about setting rules. And because our family acted in time, we gained most of the say. It's not that he didn't think of it, but that his network is still relatively weak. Even with Princess Vera's help, it would have been difficult for him to establish the Academy Awards alone, which gave us an opportunity. And yet, he didn't hesitate at all and chose cooperation. This is something you should learn as well. When it's time to let go of certain benefits, you must let them go. Hibbert replied with sudden understanding. I understand, father. At this moment, Susie, who had been crouching nearby and eavesdropping, yawned boredly. After everything ended, she slipped into Audrey's studio and repeated everything she had heard. At the end, she muttered. They talked about Ebner the whole time. She didn't particularly like that detective who had given her a new competitor. Audrey listened thoughtfully, then smiled faintly. This is perfect. I can pass this information to Mr. Pride, who asked me to gather intelligence on Ebner, in exchange for contributions. At the same time, as a marionette, Pride Vin Rambus once again received a summons from King George III. End of chapter. Chapter 1303, Permission. Still within that remote palace in Sodila Palace, King George III, wearing a crown, with a resolute face and a small mustache, sat high upon the throne. Standing beside him was a lady with delicate features and an elegant temperament, Josina, the personality incarnation of the Saintess of Purple. This witch was still dressed in a low-cut purple gown, exposing her fair shoulders and dazzling pale cleavage, though the style differed from before. Ebner, controlling Vin, glanced between the two before shifting his gaze away and continued reporting to the king about his work over the past 2 months, namely, the progress in deepening the rift between the Conservative Party and the New Party. Speaking of which, aside from slightly diverting the church's attention, Ebner hadn't initially understood why George III wanted to intensify the conflict between the two parties. After all, once war broke out, both the New Party and the Conservative Party would inevitably unite again, temporarily setting aside their differences to face a common enemy. But after several interactions with George III, he had roughly grasped the other party's thinking. The king likely intended to use the escalation of party conflict to prevent them from joining forces, thereby reclaiming part of the emperor's authority and strengthening his own symbolism as emperor. Back in the Solomon Empire, that Black Emperor had most likely used similar methods to divide the 6 gods, so George III wanted to imitate that approach. But the problem was that Solomon had done so out of necessity when facing multiple true gods. Among the many angel families under him, he was absolute authority. In contrast, the forces of the New Party and Conservative Party were far, far weaker than deities. Using such methods on ordinary people who could only play politics within rules seemed like putting the cart before the horse. Did a Black Emperor really need to play games within rules with his own subjects? After grumbling inwardly for a few moments, Ebner stopped his report and waited for George III's response. In truth, he hadn't done much to provoke the conflict between the two parties. He had merely encouraged some members of parliament to submit the issue of whether voting rights should be expanded for discussion, and that alone had caused the Conservative Party and the New Party to split rapidly, arguing endlessly every day. And this was part of the natural course of history, so Ebner felt no psychological burden in doing it. Very good, Vin. Your methods are becoming more and more refined, George III praised, acknowledging his contribution before continuing. I called you here this time because I have 2 matters I'd like your help with. Please give your instructions. Ebner had Vin respond with the proper attitude of a royal consultant. First, I need you to find a way to determine the attitudes of nobles such as Count Hall, the current Duke Negan, and Admiral Amirius toward a large-scale war. Especially Viscount Ebner Bryan. I hope you can have that young lady from the Deer family under your control confirm his thoughts. Confirm my thoughts. He wants to know the stance of the Earth Mother and the traitor dragon toward his ascension to godhood, since I'm publicly their blessed. Although he had already guessed George III's intention, Ebner still controlled Vin Rambus to ask with confusion, is Ebner Bryan's opinion that important? It is very important. George III nodded solemnly. That Viscount is not only a blessed of several deities, but also has close ties with a newly advanced angel of the Abraham family. And as far as I know, the Fainapotter royal family has already reached an agreement with the Abraham family. They will confer the title of Duke upon that newly advanced angel and grant the entire Sevilla Peninsula as his fief. Your information network is quite impressive. I only learned about this not long ago myself. While muttering inwardly, Ebner had Vin reveal a hint of surprise on the surface. The facilitation of this matter had actually involved Sloth Klosvia to a significant degree. That peninsula was located on the western coast of the Daisai Bay and had previously been the territory of Count Sevilla, namely, the younger brother of Giuseppe Castilla. Back then, due to Giuseppe's sudden disappearance, his younger brother, who had received little noble education, had inherited the count's title by chance. However, he indulged in pleasure and squandered the family's accumulated wealth, eventually amassing enormous debts and committing suicide not long ago. Although this count had many women around him, he had no offspring, leaving no heir. Under normal circumstances, an heir would have been selected from distant relatives, but due to the overwhelming debt, all eligible candidates voluntarily gave up their claims. Thus, under Closvia's maneuvering, the Castilla family ultimately decided to reclaim the Sevilla territory and reassign it to the Abraham family. As for the debt, it was naturally taken on by the Fainapota royal family. As his thoughts raced, Ebner agreed to George III's first request. After all, he was being asked about himself, so he could naturally provide a satisfactory answer. Whether it was true or not was another matter. Seeing Vin nod, George III smiled, then pointed to Josina beside him and said, "The second matter is this lady's request. She wishes to capture a traitor of the Demonist sect and needs your assistance." "A traitor? That must be Trissy. It seems that when you attended Viscount Lavrin's ball last time, you were also targeted by Amon and unknowingly fell into his arrangements. I had originally wondered where Amon's probe toward Palez would come from, now it seems it's you." As thoughts rapidly turned in his mind, Ebner felt that the plans he and Vera had laid out might proceed even more smoothly than expected. "What person is it?" Ebner had Vin ask cautiously. "Trissy Cheek. You should know her," Josina replied after giving a curtsy. Favored by Cheek, Trissy is probably the best sacrifice to connect with the primordial Demonis. No wonder you were used by Amon. Ebner instantly understood her intentions, but after a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Trissy, where is she now?" "She cultivated a witch and used her to secretly infiltrate the side of Viscount Stratford, the commander of the royal guards, intending to uncover His Majesty's secrets through him. Moreover, I believe she is likely to act soon, so I requested His Majesty to find me some assistance." As Josina spoke, she cast a tender gaze at George III. At this moment, although Ebner already had a plan in mind, he did not immediately agree. Instead, he made a request. "I need detailed information on Trissy. Additionally, I would like His Majesty's permission for one matter." "No problem with the information." George III nodded first, then asked directly, "What do you need my permission for?" "Please permit Zio Dericha, whom I have hypnotized, to personally kill Viscount Stratford, to avenge her father and to let go of her obsession with him, allowing her to be better controlled by me." End of chapter. Chapter 1304, Change. Because Zio Dericha had already advanced to Imperative Mage, even though she had been hypnotized back when she was in the mid-sequence, if she encountered something tied to her obsession, it was still possible for her to break free of control and regain herself. So the best method was to make her believe she had already found her enemy and completed her revenge. Only then could the obsession be eliminated, allowing her to be controlled more effectively by pride. Of course, all of the above was merely a justification for Vin wanting to kill Viscount Stratford in front of George III. As for whether George III believed it, Ebner didn't actually care, and George III himself wouldn't care either. He was nothing more than a guard captain who rose to power by betraying his former superior. For George III, who could even abandon his own son for the sake of his plans, why would he care about such a person's life or death? Moreover, as far as George III knew, Viscount Stratford had privately interacted with Vin before, even having quite a bit of cooperation with him at one point. It was only in recent months that this relationship had gradually faded. Now that Vin wanted to kill Viscount Stratford, whether it was due to personal grudges, or because the other party had learned some secret and needed to be silenced, or, as he claimed, just to better control the young lady of the dear family, George III had no intention of asking further. A mere mid-sequence beyonder, if he had to be sacrificed, then so be it. What's more, ever since agreeing to let the Saintess of Purple use him to lure Trissy Cheek, George III had already abandoned Stratford. Thus, the King of Lone almost didn't hesitate before granting Vin's request. After that, the three discussed the timing and specific details of the operation, and only then did Ebner end this audience. In Empress Borough, beside Viscount Stratford's residence, a heavy iron gate emitted the sound of metal scraping as it slowly opened backward. Immediately after, a figure cloaked in deep black slipped out from inside, head lowered, walking to a hired carriage and lightly boarding it. This figure was the witch cultivated by Trissy, once the young man with a different orientation, Sherman, now the beautiful girl, Shirley, and also the female protagonist of the tragic love story Zio had obtained in the Dream Labyrinth Tower. At this moment, Shirley was immersed in the joy of Viscount Stratford proposing to her. She first broke into a genuine smile, but soon her eyes became misty, feeling that all the suffering and torment she had endured in the past had been for the sake of welcoming this moment of happiness. But suddenly, she heard someone call out her former name, Sherman. With that somewhat familiar voice, Sherman noticed that at some unknown point, there was already another person inside the carriage, someone who had once understood her, someone who hadn't mocked her. Bounty hunter Zio Dericha. No, an intelligence officer of MI9, Zio Dericha. Still unaware that Zio had already attained the rank of general, Shirley first felt fear, then instinctively recalled some of the things Trissy often said. You must not let people from your past see you now. Do you want your husband, your beloved, to know what you used to be like? Only by completely severing ties with the past can you gain a new life, can you be saved. Such words flashed rapidly through Shirley's mind, causing a thought she herself feared to suddenly emerge from the depths of her heart. Kill her. This thought was like a demon from the abyss, constantly whispering in her ears, echoing within her heart. Kill her. Kill the one who recognizes you. Only then can you truly escape the past, without losing the present. Kill her. Shirley did not respond to Zio's greeting. Her left hand at her side slowly clenched, trembling slightly as it tightened. But in the end, she couldn't truly harden her heart. Her lips moved a few times, her left fist loosened slightly, and with a trembling voice she said, "I've already started a new life. Can you please stop disturbing me? I don't want to lose everything I have now. I don't want to see people from my past." The more she spoke, the faster her speech became, her pleading growing more obvious. Hearing this, Zio sighed, gazed steadily at Sherman, pressed her lips together, and said, "Viscount Stratford isn't a good person. He's using you. If you withdraw now, it's still not too late. No, you don't understand him. He already proposed to me. He said meeting me was a blessing from the Lord. Even though my background isn't noble, he's already been married once, so he doesn't need to care about such trivial matters. He also said he would find a way to have a merchant acknowledge me as an illegitimate daughter to raise my social standing." Shirley muttered, her eyes full of longing. How can such sweet talk be trusted? You should look at what he does, not what he says, like Ebner. Zio shook her head helplessly and decided not to persuade her further. It was obvious that Shirley had already fallen into the vortex of emotion. No matter what outsiders said, she wouldn't believe it. Coming here despite the risk, as a friend, Zio had already done her best. Thinking this, Zio said calmly, "I hope you won't pay too great a price for your choice," then glanced at the empty seat on the other side of the carriage. Without lingering any longer, she opened the carriage window and leaped out in a forward motion. Shirley silently watched the entire process, finally letting out a long breath as she collapsed weakly into her seat, as if all strength had left her. She had barely managed to suppress the demon within her heart. At that moment, she saw on the opposite side a figure rapidly take shape, appearing out of thin air. The figure wore a gloomy, old-fashioned black dress, yet it did nothing to diminish her sweet and gentle appearance and temperament. Simply sitting there without speaking, she drew all attention. Demonis Trissy. The two looked at each other in silence. Finally, Shirley nervously asked, "You saw everything just now?" "I saw it all." Trissy nodded slightly, her expression somewhat grave. "Please don't hurt her. She's one of the few people who didn't discriminate against me and even helped me," Shirley pleaded with courage. "Hey, don't worry. How could I possibly harm a demigod?" Trissy mocked herself. Without the old grandpa backing her, she might have jumped out of the carriage to flee just now. A demigod. Shirley's eyes widened in shock. Zio is that powerful. I even had the thought of killing her to silence her. Fortunately, I didn't act. Shirley felt a wave of relief. The truly powerful one is the Viscount of Belden behind her. But letting Zio Derichan notice your situation isn't necessarily a bad thing. Trissy let out a soft heh, skipping over the topic and instead said, "You seemed to be in a very good mood when you came out." Recalling what had just happened, Shirley showed a trace of shyness. "Maybe, possibly. I might have a chance to become a mother." As she spoke, her right hand moved to her stomach, the corners of her mouth lifting uncontrollably. "I feel him kicking me, kicking me." Shirley suddenly froze, blurting out in shock, how could it be this fast? She wasn't even sure she could conceive today. Seeing her reaction, Trissy's smile became even more enchanting. On a dim street, Zio, her expression somewhat gloomy, had just lifted her head when she saw Ebner standing not far away. She wasn't surprised. She never believed she could hide anything from Ebner's insight. Being able to meet Shirley smoothly must have been with his tacit approval. "Met her?" Ebner asked with a smile. Zio nodded, then asked, "It didn't ruin your plan, did it?" "Don't worry, no problem." Ebner patted her hand, signaling that everything was fine. After all, the old man disguised with insight was watching over Trissy, everything was under his control. "I could have easily rescued Shirley, even if she might have hated me for it. But for various reasons, I didn't. If it were the old me, I wouldn't have had so many concerns." "Am I really becoming worse, like Furs said?" Zio murmured. "Becoming a demigod inevitably brings some influence from divinity. Unless you join the unknown big family, this kind of change is relatively mild." Ebner sighed inwardly, then, half comforting, half jokingly said, "You're just becoming more mature in how you handle things. After all, experience and knowledge aren't like height, they can grow." Before he could finish speaking, Ebner felt a sharp blow to his knee. Chapter 1305, Airship. September 30th, Friday. Inside a small house in the southern district of Backlund Bridge, Freya was humming an unknown little tune that Atres had taught her while packing her luggage. This 18-year-old girl, who in the original story should have died along with her mother in last year's great smog, now had a gradually healthier complexion thanks to improved living conditions, blooming with a charm that belonged to her alone. As she tried hard to press commonly used items into her suitcase, the door was suddenly pushed open. Her younger sister, Daisy, who had just turned 15, rushed in energetically from outside. "Daisy, since you're back, come help out," Freya called. "Okay." Daisy dropped her school bag and quickly ran over to her sister, helping smooth out the clothes and close the suitcase lid. "How was school?" Freya asked casually. Since she had followed her mother in converting to the Earth Mother, she could no longer attend the Church of Evernight's free school. However, her learning progress wasn't slower than her sister's, because Priest Emlyn and Pastor Hazel of the Harvest Church, and even the newly arrived Priest Honest, would kindly guide her in their spare time. Not to mention the private lessons Atres had given her before. The school received donations from the Film Charity Foundation, so the conditions are much better than before, but I didn't apply for the special subsidy for poor students. Compared to our family, those classmates still living in the East Borough need that money more. Daisy said, then added somewhat nervously, "Freya, don't tell Mom." "Daisy, you're right. The Mother teaches us not to be overly greedy." After moving out of the East Borough and receiving the protection of Bishop Utravsky and Sheriff Faison, we can safely use the inheritance Dad left behind that Atres brought back. Even though our income isn't high, compared to before when we washed clothes day and night, it's already much better. We shouldn't take that subsidy meant for poor students. And don't worry, Mom is also a believer of the Mother. She listens to the bishop's teachings often, so she won't oppose your decision. Freya patted her sister's head. Daisy widened her eyes. "Freya, you sound so refined now. Did Brother Atres teach you that?" Freya's face flushed slightly, but she forced herself to stay calm. "That's because I've gained more experience. So on this trip to Belden City, you have to observe and learn more, it'll definitely broaden your horizons." At the mention of traveling to Belden, Daisy's expression turned dreamy. "I heard Viscount Ebner Bryan rented many airships to take us winners to tour his territory." "That's an airship. I might only get to ride one once in my entire life." As she spoke, her eyes seemed to sparkle. Freya smiled. "Our lives will definitely get better and better. We'll ride them twice, 3 times, or even more." After sitting on either side of the luggage and chatting about their hopes for a while, Daisy suddenly came back to her senses. Rolling her eyes playfully, she asked, "I remember Viscount Ebner Bryan is Atres's friend. Do you think we won the survey questionnaire because of brother-in-law's connections?" "Maybe. After all, Atres's family also won, it's just that he hasn't come back yet." Freya nodded, then immediately realized the trap in her sister's words. She stopped herself and lightly smacked Daisy on the back. "Once we're on the airship, don't say nonsense like that in front of Mrs. Faison." "But I think Mrs. Faison quite likes you," Daisy asked in confusion. "For some things, if they're not confirmed yet, don't say them out loud, or it'll make you seem frivolous." While the sisters were talking, the door was pushed open again. Their mother, Mrs. Liv, who had gone to pray at the Harvest Church, returned. This laundress no longer had the fierce and rough demeanor she had in the East Borough, though she was still capable and efficient. And thanks to improved living conditions, she looked much younger than before. After all, being only in her 30s but looking like she was in her 50s had never been normal. "Freya, is your luggage packed? If it is, hurry up and come out with Daisy. The kind Priest Honest lent us a carriage to take us to the airship station. Also, bring some dry food. Even though Mrs. Faison said the airship provides free meals, what if it doesn't? Then we'll eat our own." Hearing Mrs. Liv's loud voice, Freya and Daisy didn't dare delay. One dragged the luggage while the other ran to the kitchen to grab dry food. Soon, they met their mother at the door and boarded a rather luxurious-looking carriage. The 3 of them rode all the way to the square where the airships were docked, and there they saw the massive vessel, dozens of meters long, colored in deep blue and pure white. Seeing an airship up close for the first time, Daisy and Mrs. Liv both stood there with their mouths wide open in astonishment. Only the worldly Freya calmly handed over her ticket to the staff and led her still-dazed mother and sister up the gangway into the cabin. Atres had previously taken Freya on an outing where they rode an airship once. The interior of the cabin resembled that of a ship, divided into 3 levels. The top level housed complex mechanical devices and cargo storage. The middle level had a hall where buffet banquets and dances could be held, surrounded by lounges and passageways leading to the upper and lower levels. As for the bottom level, it had originally been a machine gun room, ammunition storage, artillery positions, and quarters for soldiers. But since Ebner rented the airships for commercial use and all routes were domestic, no soldiers or ammunition were carried, leaving space for more passengers. The cabin assigned to Freya's family corresponded to what used to be the soldiers' quarters. They didn't mind, after all, the lounges and ballroom on the 2nd level were clearly meant for important figures. They would feel even more uncomfortable being placed there. Since it was still early before departure, there weren't many people inside the airship yet. Those important figures always liked to arrive at the last minute, unlike commoners like them who feared missing it and came early. However, Freya soon ran into someone she knew in a small cafe converted from the ammunition storage. Melissa. Freya called out in surprise. They had both helped out during the premiere of Brian Film Company, so they recognized each other. Melissa had come with her brother Benson. They had also won after filling out the survey questionnaire. However, when boarding, Benson seemed to have spotted someone on the upper level. After settling their luggage, he hurried off to the ballroom upstairs. Melissa had just been about to pick up a book to study when she heard someone call her name. She looked up and saw Freya approaching with her sister. Meeting an acquaintance unexpectedly naturally brought joy. The three girls quickly began chatting excitedly. Of course, most of the time it was Melissa explaining the structure and principles of the airship, while Freya and Daisy listened attentively. Daisy, in particular, seemed extremely interested in mechanical creations, which made Melissa even more enthusiastic in her explanations. Only when the airship took off and the free dinner began did they reluctantly stop. At that moment, Melissa noticed her brother Benson still hadn't returned, so she planned to go upstairs to find him. Freya also wanted to greet Mrs. Faison, so she decided to go along. In the ballroom on the second level of the airship, Mrs. Faison, pushing a baby carriage, was chatting with another lady who was also pushing a baby carriage. They seemed to be exchanging parenting experiences. "Vilma, your son is so lively. Look at the way he's staring at the ice cream tray, he's absolutely adorable." Vilma, Dr. Allen's wife, looked lovingly at her young son and complimented the other's daughter. "This must be Tolsna, right? She looks so quiet, she'll definitely grow into a lady no less charming than the most beautiful gem. You flatter her." While the two mothers exchanged compliments, the babies in their respective carriages subtly exchanged glances. "You left Backlund too?" "Of course. If I didn't leave, Amon wouldn't feel at ease making his little moves. Isn't that a bit too deliberate?" "It is deliberate, but the more deliberate it is, the less Amon will suspect anything. After all, Amon is currently, on the surface, in an alliance with him. For him to actively withdraw all his forces is clearly meant to be shown to Amon. But I still think it's useless. Amon won't truly relax because of that. At least the priority will drop. And as he once taught me, this is mixing truth with falsehood, reality with illusion. Only when even you don't fully understand the meaning behind your own actions can you truly deceive Amon. As expected, my student Rionette Tinker was right. You people who play with fate are all a bunch of speak. Half of it. Leave half unsaid. Charlatans." End of chapter. Chapter 1306, Surprise and Worry. Melissa and Freya walked up the stairs to the second floor. After looking around the ballroom, the latter quickly found where Mrs. Faison, Atrice's mother, was, and smiled as she walked toward her. Meanwhile, the former was surprised to discover that her brother Benson was chatting with a beautiful lady. This was quite an unbelievable thing. After all, Melissa had worried a lot about Benson's marriage prospects. More than once, she had hinted that her brother should spend more time interacting with their neighbor, Viscount Ebner Bryan, so he could learn from that romantic detective how to get along with girls. Unfortunately, Benson seemed to have misunderstood and instead tried to persuade her to visit next door less often, which had left her sulking for quite a while. But now, what was she seeing? Her brother had actually gotten the hang of it. Melissa couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. At that moment, Benson also noticed Melissa from the corner of his eye. He called her over and introduced her to the lady he had been chatting with happily. "Ruth, this is my younger sister, Melissa." After saying that, he turned to Melissa and said, "This is Miss Ruth Brooke. She is my, colleague, and also a good friend. Looks like having you spend time with Ebner Bryan was the right call. See? Now you already have a good friend." Feeling inexplicably excited inside, Melissa still greeted the other party politely on the surface. Miss Ruth smiled and returned the greeting. After chatting with the siblings for a few more sentences, she returned to her parents' side. Watching Benson's gaze continue to follow her departing figure, Melissa couldn't help but cough lightly and say, "Benson, will Miss Ruth become my future sister-in-law?" "She will." Benson replied subconsciously, only to realize what he had said. He quickly glanced carefully at Ruth in the distance to make sure she hadn't heard, then finally let out a sigh of relief. Turning back to face his sister's burning gaze, he stammered, "Melissa, I'm still working on it." "Then do you know her family background, her standards for choosing a partner, her personal preferences, her values, and most importantly, whether she has any feelings for you?" Melissa asked in quick succession, recalling content from one of Miss Furze's romance novels. Benson was rendered speechless. Aside from having some understanding of Ruth's family background, he knew little about the rest. Seeing this, Melissa shook her head helplessly and said softly, "Benson, I suggest again that you go learn from our neighbor, Viscount Ebner Bryan. If you can learn even 1/10 of his skills, maybe you'll succeed in pursuing Miss Ruth. Benson gave a bitter smile. Of course he wanted to learn, but the man was now a viscount and rarely held banquets or balls. How could he have the nerve to keep visiting? Besides, it wouldn't help to cram at the last minute, would it? Melissa could guess some of her brother's troubles, so she decided that tonight she would use a mystical item to enter that lady's dreams and ask around, consider it helping her foolish brother a bit. Although the nightmare badge Klein had mailed her had expired, her brother's colleague, the Nighthawk, Leonard, had later given her a similar item, though it had limited uses. October 1st, Saturday morning. When Melissa compiled the results of last night's dream investigation into a booklet and handed it to Benson, the airship, after flying through the night, finally arrived at its destination, the city of film, Belden. From afar, they could see a row of huge white letters erected on a mountain in the western outskirts of the city, forming the loan word Belden. Next, the theme park within the city, various buildings, and numerous artificial wonders came into view one after another, drawing exclamations from the passengers aboard the airship. At this moment, Benson and Melissa stopped discussing Miss Ruth and instead enjoyed the breakfast provided by the airship while admiring the fairy tale-like Belden city below through the porthole. Daisy, look. Isn't that the haunted castle you wrote in the dream section of the questionnaire? Wow. Viscount Brian actually brought it into reality. Yeah, Freya, look, that's the Great Kulu Pyramid from the southern continent that you wrote down, it's here too. Listening to the excited cries of the sisters at the neighboring table, Benson also smiled and pointed to a roughly 10-meter-tall robot statue, saying to his sister, that's the Optimus Prime you wanted to see, right? I didn't expect the protagonist from Emperor Roselle's stories to be brought to Belden as well. Yes, but it's a bit different from what I imagined. Melissa frowned as she looked. Where's its boiler? Isn't there a chimney? Even though Roselle's novel says it uses energy cubes, when it transforms into a vehicle, how does it run without a steam engine? But Viscount Ebner Brian wouldn't make such an obvious mistake. Did I overlook something? Ah. Melissa, I don't understand any of that. Benson kept his mouth shut, not disturbing Melissa who had fallen into deep thought. Instead, he opened the small booklet his sister had handed him about Miss Ruth's preferences and began studying it seriously. It was said that Melissa had gathered this information from many people last night, though he didn't know how accurate it was. At the same time, on the platform of Belden City's train station, Zio Dericha helped a middle-aged woman who looked to be around 40 step out of the carriage, followed by a delicate-looking teenage boy. The middle-aged woman resembled Zio by 5 or 6 points, though her features were more mature and far more worn. There were even strands of white at her temples. The boy wore narrow-framed glasses and had slightly fluffy short hair similar to what Zio used to have. They were Zio's mother, Mrs. Carley, and her younger brother, Lo Dericha. Zio, after we arrive in Belden, we won't be hunted anymore, right? Mrs. Carley asked again as she carefully walked along the platform. Of course. This is Ebner's territory, it's very safe. You don't need to worry at all, Zio explained patiently. Hearing the pride in her daughter's tone when mentioning the Viscount of Belden, Mrs. Carley couldn't help but sigh deeply. In her view, the reason that Viscount was willing to shelter their family must be because her daughter had paid an unimaginable price. She didn't believe Zio's claim that it was simply because they were friends. Friends. Back then, her husband had many friends, yet not a single one was willing to take in their family. From that perspective, this Viscount of Belden was quite loyal and righteous, it's just that his reputation wasn't very good. Zio paid no mind to what her mother was thinking. She first took the two of them on a tour around Belden City, and only before lunchtime did they arrive at the Viscount's residence. And when she saw the group of witchmaids coming out from the mansion to greet them, Mrs. Carley's worries for her daughter deepened once again. Because no matter how one looked at it, those maids were no less beautiful than her daughter, yet had even better figures, and by intuition alone, none of them seemed simple. End of chapter. Chapter 1307, Amon enters the game. Just as Lady Carley was sizing up the members of the maid squad and worrying about her daughter, Zio walked straight forward and asked the leading demoness, Nightingale, where is Ebner right now? The maid called Nightingale was actually the former Despair Nightingale, Panatia. After part of her soul had been fished out of the River of Eternal Darkness by Ebner through a ritual, she had existed in the form of a sealed artifact. Even her current appearance was manifested, and she could not leave the bounds of the Viscount's estate, so Ebner arranged for her to manage the demoness maid group. Speaking of which, the new names Ebner gave these former demonesses of the demoness sect were all rather strange, things like Nightingale, Scroll, Lightning, in short, they sounded more like code names than actual names. Miss Zio, Master has gone out to receive the first batch of guests visiting Belden. He likely won't return until the afternoon, Nightingale replied respectfully. I see, then where's Furs? Zio asked again. Miss Wall's breakfast has not been touched, Nightingale answered tactfully. So she still hasn't gotten out of bed. Zio slapped her forehead helplessly, then instructed Nightingale, send someone to wake Furs up. Also, take these pieces of luggage to the rooms we prepared earlier. Yes, Miss Zio. Nightingale responded, naturally taking the suitcase that Rio Dericha had been dragging all along, and even smiled at the young boy. Faced with the demoness smile, Rio's cheeks instantly turned red. Then, while repeatedly saying, "I'll do it," he tried to take the suitcase back. But how could his reaction compare to that of a former despair demoness? Nightingale easily lifted the suitcase, which Rio could only drag with both hands, with one hand. She even had the leisure to use her other hand to brush back her hair, revealing her delicate, exquisite ear. Seeing her younger brother's face grow even redder, whether from embarrassment or shame, Zio had no choice but to dismiss the maid squad that had come to greet them. She then personally led her mother and brother toward the dining room. Watching her daughter manage those clearly extraordinary maids so effortlessly, almost like a mistress of the house, Lady Carly finally snapped out of her surprise. While marveling at Zio's growth, she also let go of some of her worries, but still couldn't help asking in a low voice, "Are those all Viscount Brian's maids? Isn't that a bit too many?" If they were normal maids, then for a residence of this size, it wouldn't actually be too many, but those just now were all excessively beautiful, clearly abnormal. "That's not even that many. You should know Ebner basically swept up all the demonesses under the Yellow Saintess, Red Saintess, Blue Saintess, Grey Saintess, and even those under the Black Saintess and White Saintess of the Demoness sect. Although a large portion of them were directly killed and had their characteristics taken due to the evil they had committed, and a few slipped through the net, there were still dozens left, and they're all here now, well, as Ebner puts it, undergoing brainwashing and labor reform. And the ones you just saw were only the dozen or so staying behind in the estate. Because Belden Film City has just opened for the first time and the territory lacks manpower, most of the maid group has been sent out today to greet guests. After all, demonesses are generally well trained in etiquette and quite capable, perfect as emergency personnel. It can be said that if a war really breaks out in the future, just this nearly 100-person maid group in the Viscount's estate would be enough to give the Faceac military a headache. After inwardly complaining for a bit, Zio thought for a moment and answered, "They're all just ordinary maids." Lady Carly didn't quite believe it, but didn't press further. After all, she had no standing to interfere in Viscount Brian's household affairs, so she instead asked, "The Furs you mentioned earlier, is she the good friend you often talk about in your letters, the famous author Miss Furswall?" "Yes." Zio nodded as she pushed open the dining room doors. She also lives in Viscount Brian's estate?" Lady Carly asked hesitantly. "Of course. She's not only my friend, but also Ebner's good friend," Zio replied matter-of-factly. As she spoke, she naturally led her mother and brother to their seats and instructed the butler to begin serving the dishes. Hearing this, Lady Carly sighed and began to worry again. On the other side, after the first batch of guests personally witnessed the scenes from their dreams brought into reality, Ebner also sensed the accumulation progress of completed wishes. He estimated that tomorrow, Sunday, when the number of tourists would peak, the miracle needed to transport the floating city should be achievable. When he returned to the estate in a good mood, lunch had already ended, and Zio's mother and brother had gone back to their rooms for a nap. "How is it? Have Lady Carly and Rio gotten used to the place?" Ebner asked with a smile. "What's there to get used to? My family used to be Viscounts too," Zio replied, then added, "but we can't let Rio just stay here doing nothing. It's best to find something for him to do." She was worried her younger brother might be dazzled by the demonesses. After all, he wasn't Ebner, he didn't have that kind of willpower, and might easily be charmed, even if those demonesses weren't using any beyond their abilities. Rio's dream is to become a lawyer, right? Then he can first intern at the Judicial Bureau. Once things settle down, he can enroll in a preparatory school for the bar exam, Ebner said with a smile. "I'll have Longzel look after him." "All right." Zio nodded. At that moment, Ebner suddenly narrowed his eyes, as if receiving some kind of message. Then he looked at Zio again and said with a smile, "I've secured you an opportunity to legitimately take care of Viscount Stratford. Do you want to personally execute him? Tonight. In the Docklands, inside a warehouse filled with goods." Sherman sat on a filthy wooden crate, her hands bound behind her back, her body wrapped in layer after layer of thin yet tough spider silk. Her entire body was like it had been sealed inside a transparent cocoon, she couldn't even make a sound. "This isn't necessarily a bad thing for you," Trissy stood in front of Sherman, holding a mass of pitch-black flames in her hand. "At least this way, you'll be able to determine whether he truly loves you or is just deceiving you." Sherman was both furious and terrified, desperately making muffled sounds to beg for mercy. But Trissy remained completely unmoved. She flipped her hand holding the black flames and pressed it onto Sherman's abdomen. The flames seemed to possess intelligence. First, they spread out like flowing water, then, as if formless, passed through skin and flesh, attempting to burrow inside. Trissy's smooth black hair floated against the laws of nature, as if pulled by invisible hands, stretching outward in all directions, until even the surrounding air carried a strange scent. Her hair seemed to thicken subtly, separating strand by strand. At their roots, streaks of deep, eerie light emerged, carrying curses and murmurs, flowing rapidly forward, merging into the black flames, entering Sherman's abdomen, and quickly vanishing. Sherman's face began to twitch uncontrollably, yet she felt no pain. It seemed to be nothing more than a pure instinctive neural reaction. She soon calmed down and saw Trissy, dressed in a dark gown, gradually fade, becoming transparent until she disappeared completely. Sherman's pupils dilated as she struggled again, but no matter what she did, she couldn't break free of her restraints. She exhausted herself again and again, only to start over each time, like floodwaters in a silent warehouse rising inch by inch. Meanwhile, on the warehouse rooftop, beneath crimson moonlight and a sky full of stars, a young girl holding a parasol, wearing a monocle over her right eye, and with beautiful golden hair stood steadily on the eaves, as if observing everything inside through the tiles. An opportunity? Or a trap? The girl curled her lips, then turned her gaze toward a figure rapidly approaching the warehouse from outside the factory district. An internal conflict among demonesses. No, beside that Viscount Stratford, there's not only a hidden demoness, but also a manipulator residing within his mind. Oh. That manipulator isn't alive, it's just a marionette. What a subtle method. Even an ordinary archangel might not notice. Let me guess, who's controlling this marionette? End of chapter. Chapter 1308, interesting. Under the crimson moonlight, the now middle-aged Viscount Stafford staggered slightly as he slammed open the warehouse doors, but he could no longer maintain his balance and fell straight to the ground. He wasn't wearing his usual white wig, his high hairline and rather messy black hair were fully exposed. The latter clumped together in strands, as if it had been soaked by a heavy rain and then partially dried, yet in the past several hours, the clouds had been thin and the red moon hung high, there had been no rain at all. On Viscount Stafford's face, drops of sweat slid down along the hard lines of his features toward his neck, while beneath his skin, countless black threads seemed to be flowing. He slowly climbed up from the ground, his body slightly hunched, his facial muscles twisted, his eyes filled with pain and worry. After glancing around and spotting Sherman, he first felt joy, then immediately turned anxious, rushing toward her with unsteady balance. And when Sherman saw him enter the warehouse, her face suddenly came alive, as if illuminated by a layer of light. She immediately revealed a mixture of worry and fear, frantically trying to shake her head, but her neck was tightly fixed by spider silk and couldn't move at all. She grew more and more anxious, until tears overflowed from her eyes, one drop after another, crystal clear and fragile. Just as Viscount Stafford was about to reach her, a loud bang suddenly erupted between them. It was as if an invisible wall had appeared, separating Viscount Stafford and Sherman on opposite sides, impossible to cross. If you want to lift the curse and take her away, then answer my questions without any concealment. At that moment, a figure rapidly outlined itself in the corner of the warehouse. Her features were each individually charming, and together formed an exceptionally sweet appearance, like the lover every man had fantasized about in his youth. She was the demoness Trissy. Without waiting for Viscount Stafford to respond, she directly raised her right hand, causing a pitch-black flame to leap up. The skin on Viscount Stafford's face, hands, and neck, all exposed areas, instantly turned transparent, revealing one blood vessel after another. And within each vessel, black flames burned quietly, flowing silently. The pain in Viscount Stafford's eyes reached its peak at that moment, but vanished in an instant. His expression became extremely cold, his gaze even carrying a hint of mockery, as if the one cursed wasn't himself, but Trissy far away. In the corner of the warehouse, large amounts of black flames suddenly rose around Trissy, illuminating densely packed invisible spider threads, but they could not ignite them. In an instant, Trissy became like Sherman, sealed inside a transparent cocoon, unable to move or escape. At the high ventilation opening of the warehouse, another figure outlined itself. This was a woman whose age could not be discerned, wearing a simple and sacred white robe, with black hair and blue eyes, delicate and ethereal, possessing an indescribable charm. Katerina Pell. Trissy, as if using all her strength, finally uttered a name. At the same time, within Viscount Stafford's mind, Vin Rambus, controlled by Ebner through pride, also showed surprise, thinking. The Saint of White, Katerina, why is she here? I had thought that to capture Trissy, the main body of the Saint of Purple would come personally. I had already prepared to capture her, but it turned out, just like in the original story, it's Tracy's mother who made the move. Has she sided with the Saint of Purple? Katerina's state seems off, she looks like she's been controlled again. I knew it. After everything she's experienced, that Saint of White should be more cautious and wouldn't expose herself so easily. Hey, seems she's truly miserable, no matter which side she joins, she can't escape being controlled. However, the ability controlling her feels somewhat familiar, it seems related to Helena's pathway of wealth. Her current situation is similar to being settled as debt and sold to a beyonder or item of the collector pathway. She needs to be redeemed to break free from control. If that's the case, then she should now count as a commodity, something that can be stolen and transferred into a commodity within the Alvin Palace. As thoughts raced, Ebner had already formed a plan, deciding to seize Katerina when the opportunity arose, and when returning her, trace the connection to find that collector pathway item or beyonder. On the rooftop, Amon also observed the Saint of White's condition, the smile on her lips deepening. At that moment, Viscount Stafford grabbed at his own body and pulled out a phantom doll tightly wrapped in black fiery threads. He first glanced at Sherman beside him, then spoke to Trissy about how he had turned the situation to his advantage, finally glancing again at Sherman and concluding with a smile. "Your gift was quite good." Hearing Viscount Stafford's words, Sherman, who had been struggling instinctively, suddenly stopped all movement, her expression becoming unprecedentedly blank. Her eyes widened, yet lost focus, as if she were sinking inch by inch into water. "Love." Trissy suddenly laughed, sounding both mocking and self-deprecating. She showed no tension on the surface, but secretly called out to the old man. The all-seeing eye, parasitizing her mind, pretended to sigh, then used the real old man's worms of time to simulate the aura of Pallas Zoroast. At the same time, within Trissy's eyes, two slightly dim worms of time with 12 translucent segments each were reflected. The two worms of time connected head to tail, forming identical vertical rings. The rings slowly rotated, projecting behind her an ancient, mottled, enormous phantom. This phantom resembled the surface of a stone-carved wall clock, divided into 12 sections, each either gray-white or dark cyan, interspersed yet clearly separated, each bearing different symbols. Dong. A bell-like sound, as if crossing through history, rang out, echoing layer by layer within the empty warehouse. In the next moment, clarity briefly returned to the eyes of the Saint of White, Katerina. Her expression changed abruptly, and she was about to dive into the mirror world, but before she could act, she fell back into her previous state. Only this time, as a commodity, her owner had changed. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Viscount Stafford retreated swiftly like a leopard, arriving beside the bound Sherman, then pulling out from his inner pocket a cross ornament stained with verdigris, its surface protruding with several sharp spikes, as if it had once pierced someone. At that moment, Viscount Stafford pressed the cross against Sherman's neck, seemingly intending to use it to threaten Trissy, who had gained the upper hand. Seeing this, how could Sherman not understand? The expression she hadn't yet withdrawn froze on her face, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. Love. Trissy, having regained control of her body, sighed once more, then prepared to command the Saint of White to deal with Viscount Stafford and take Sherman away. But at that moment, Vin Rambus, who had been hiding in Stafford's mind, heard the plea from that avatar of the Saint of Purple. Even at this point, the main body of the Saint of Purple still refuses to act. Truly cautious. Ebner had no particularly good way to deal with a demoness who constantly hid and only acted through avatars and puppets. Fortunately, luring out that undying demoness was only incidental. His main goal was to draw Amon into the game. Thinking this, Ebner no longer hesitated, controlling the pride to transform into a giant dragon and fly out from Viscount Stafford's body. He deliberately released a trace of Zeridal's aura through his connection with Vin, but quickly erased it. At the same time, Princess Vera, who had long been following beside the disguised Alvin Abraham, posing as Zeridal, caused the surrounding mist to subtly shift, revealing faint traces of the power of the Hand of Order. Inside the warehouse, upon seeing the giant dragon, Trissy immediately received a warning from the old men, realizing she no longer had the ability to act. She decisively chose to abandon Sherman, letting the Saint of White take her into the mirror world. The giant dragon pursued instantly. On the rooftop, Amon stared seriously in the direction the dragon and demoness had departed. After several seconds of contemplation, she smiled again and thought. The one who turned that manipulator into a marionette is Zeridal. And the direction they fled in, there's faintly order power hidden there. Is this a trap? A trap set for me? Hey, it seems Zeridal and Pallas have really joined forces, makes sense. Both were once subordinates of Solomon, so they have a basis for cooperation. Also, the owner of that order power seems to be a Hand of Order. Has the Augustus family also joined their alliance? This is quite interesting. End of chapter. Chapter 1309, Zio's Rebuke. Truly interesting. Amon pressed a hand against the frame of his monocle, then looked north. Alvin deliberately brought everyone connected to him to Beldan. Is it to prevent me from taking the opportunity to lead Zeridal and Augustus toward him? What a good ally. With that thought, Amon twirled the parasol in his hand and then vanished. Within a mirror world shrouded in mist, Alvin Abraham let out a slight sigh and said. Amon indeed didn't switch his main body over, he didn't even send an avatar to follow. Looks like we'll have to continue with Plan A. Beside him, Vera said with a smile, wasn't revealing Zeridal's and Order's aura exactly to deepen his misunderstanding. You should know he never acts without certainty, how could he so easily send his main body over? Through this setup, it's enough that he now suspects the Augustus family is involved. Ebner nodded slightly. To deceive a being like Amon, one must not be impatient, otherwise all prior efforts would be wasted. Fortunately, he didn't need to completely fool Amon. As long as he could trick the Augustus family into joining, it would already count as more than half a success. As for the king's side, we don't need to worry. After the Saintess of Purple fails, she'll definitely want to find out who the angel parasitizing Trissy is. Vera said with a smile. And as far as I know, the lone royal family happens to possess a grade 0 sealed artifact that can request answers from an unknown existence. An unknown existence. Ebner froze for a moment and repeated Vera's words. Before this, he truly hadn't known about this. He had only planned to act once Augustus began investigating, using the sequence 2 characteristic Amon had once dropped in Tinjin. It's exactly the unknown you're thinking of. Vera said meaningfully. Where did the lone royal family get an item related to the unknown? Ebner asked, frowning. Naturally, it's something left behind by one of your past selves, but I'm definitely not Rhine. Vera replied simply, then continued, that item is designated 0 to 37, called the Gate of Truth. By sacrificing a person or object to it, one can obtain the answer to a question. Although the price is extremely high, its accuracy is beyond doubt. It said that the Augustus family obtained that conqueror left behind by death precisely by making a deal with it. But that sealed artifact cannot be used at any time. I suspect it only works during eras when you are active. And once the value of the question exceeds the value of the initial sacrifice, the questioner will become the property of the Gate of Truth, serving it until the debt is repaid. This ability sounds familiar. Could it be that the White Saintess Katerina is now a puppet of the Gate of Truth? So she's being controlled by the owner of that sealed artifact. If that's the case, she might have been set up by the Augustus family. But when she prayed to the unknown existence for an answer, why didn't I sense it? Ebner was puzzled and voiced the question. Vera smiled and replied, very simple, because the one that item points to is someone you have not yet come into contact with, so naturally you wouldn't sense it. However, if you constantly pay attention to changes in the unknown land, you should now be able to interfere somewhat with the responses. The version of myself I haven't yet come into contact with, since it's not Rhine, then it's either Vincent or Oliver. Inside the warehouse, seeing the dragon chase into the mirror world, Viscount Stratford finally let out a sigh of relief. He then removed the cross pressed against Sherman's neck, glanced at the girl, who looked utterly lifeless, with a somewhat complicated expression, and quickly returned to normal. Trissy is truly patient. To deal with me, she actually spent several months cultivating a new demoness. Viscount Stratford shook his head with a chuckle. What exactly did she want you to obtain from me? At this moment, with the connection to Trissy severed, the spider silk around Sherman had already loosened, no longer binding her. The beautiful girl wore a blank expression, her gaze hollow as she replied. She wanted me to find out who you truly serve. Without waiting for him to speak, a trace of complicated emotion appeared in her eyes as she hesitated and asked. Those things you said to me, those promises you made, how much of it was real? Viscount Stratford was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. You're probably the dumbest and most naive demoness I've ever met. Before he could finish, a cold voice interrupted him, and you're one of the most despicable men I've ever seen. Who's there? Viscount Stratford immediately became alert, but the next moment, as a sudden sound rang out, a visible tornado rose beneath his feet and surged into the air. The court chamberlain, caught in such a terrifying attack, couldn't maintain his balance at all and was directly lifted by the tornado, slamming heavily into the warehouse ceiling. Boom. The roof was torn apart by the gale, some parts collapsing downward, others spinning higher into the air. The impact nearly knocked Viscount Stratford unconscious. He could no longer hold onto the cross, letting it fly from his grasp. The spikes tore free with a trace of blood, and the mottled verdigris once again covered the surface of the cross. That flawless radiance disappeared. Just as he tried to adjust his posture and retrieve the cross, he suddenly felt his fear, nervousness, and other emotions forcibly amplified and detonated, severely injuring him in an instant. He had no way to counter it and could only rely on the formidable physique of a disciplinary paladin to endure. But in the next moment, the court chamberlain saw a petite figure reveal herself, holding an open notebook in one hand and clenching the other into a fist as she slammed it downward. Execution. Suspended in midair with no way to dodge, Viscount Stratford could only watch as the power of execution descended upon him. Immediately after, his neck was severed, and a large amount of blood sprayed from the stump, scattered everywhere by the still not fully dissipated gale. The one who executed Viscount Stratford using Lamino's travel notes and her own ability was naturally Zio. She glanced at the head flung to the other side of the warehouse, confirmed his death, and paid it no further attention, walking straight to Sherman, her former friend. Seeing that the Viscount who had mocked her just moments ago was now decapitated, Sherman was caught in shock and confusion. As Zio approached, her hollow eyes gradually regained some focus, but also gained a trace of pain. She opened her mouth and said in a broken voice, Zio. I regret it. I can't bear this kind of price. I'm in so much pain. Sherman did not resent Zio for killing her lover. What had just happened had already revealed the Viscount's true nature. Zio sighed softly. After checking her and confirming she was unharmed, she said, "You just didn't meet a good person." Sherman took a breath, revealing a sorrowful smile as she choked out. "For this love, I did too many things that need repentance. Thinking back on it now, I can't forgive myself. Zio, kill me." Clearly, due to her lover's betrayal, she had lost all will to live. Slap. Zio directly slapped her across the face and scolded, "Even if you want to die, make up for the mistakes you made first." After saying that, she ignored her and went to collect the spoils. Sherman stood there stunned for a long time before finally breaking into sobs. "Zio, you're right. I shouldn't run away. I have to make up for my mistakes before I die." Only then did Zio walk back to her and say earnestly, "There's nothing wrong with pursuing love, but your choice of target was far too blind. Ask yourself, did you really love that so-called Viscount that much? You were just someone who had never received affection from men, and you were deceived by his surface. Compared to Ebner, a man who only spouts sweet words like that is just canned wolf fish. Throwing your life away for someone like that simply isn't worth it." End of chapter. Chapter 13:10, Why So Long? Inside a remote palace of Sodila Palace, after Josina, the avatar of the Saintess of Purple, finished reporting the events of the night to King George III, she said solemnly, "I didn't expect that behind Trissy there would be a high-sequence beyonder of the Marauder pathway. I wonder whether Mr. Pride, after chasing after her, managed to confirm the other party's identity." George III shook his head and said, "Vin has already come. He said that the one parasitizing Trissy is an angel, so he had no choice but to retreat." "An angel, what evidence is there?" Josina asked, frowning her beautiful brows. "It's actually easy to judge, since the Saintess of White could be stolen from 0 to 37 by the other party, they must have used power at the angel level." At this point, George III added meaningfully, "There is also an angel behind Vin, so he shouldn't be mistaken. An angel of the Marauder pathway. I'm afraid that can only be that son of God, Amon, and he indeed has the motive." Saying this, Josina glanced at the king seated high upon the throne, clearly aware of George III's plans as well as the requirements for Amon's apotheosis ritual. "In fact, our ally, Zeradal of the Secret Order, and I have long had plans to deal with Amon. Hey, if you want to join as well, you can go speak with Zeradal's agent, Mr. Lust. I believe he would be very willing to communicate with you." George III first joked with a smile, then his expression suddenly turned serious as he said solemnly, "But before that, we must first confirm whether the enemy is truly Amon, lest we be used by certain people." Hearing this, Josina asked thoughtfully, "You want to use the Door of Truth again?" But last time, in order to obtain the answer about Ebner and Alvin's relationship, not only were many treasures sacrificed, even Katerina was lost as well. "This time, do you intend to sacrifice me to it too? Although that wouldn't be a loss for you, working for the Door of Truth is equivalent to working for you." "How could that be? How could I bear to?" George III shook his head and continued, "In fact, the reason the cost was so great last time was because the answer required was too detailed. If we only need the Door of Truth to make a yes or no judgment, it doesn't require much value." As he spoke, a door engraved with a lion's head on its surface had already been delivered into the palace. George III stood up, removed a ring from his finger, and handed it to the guard carrying the door. The latter respectfully received it, then turned and threw the ring into the door. With the guard acting as an intermediary, even if the ring's value was insufficient, what the Door of Truth would take would instead be items from the guard. "Honored Truth, I wish to know whether the Son of God Amon appeared tonight in warehouse number 11 on Kerr Street in the Docks District." After George III made his inquiry, the door trembled for about a dozen seconds. Then the lion head on its surface opened its mouth and spat out a word in ancient Fasak. "Yes." As expected, the one parasitizing Trissy is indeed Amon's avatar. Upon hearing the answer of the Door of Truth, both George III and Josina thought at the same time. At the same time, within the mirror world shrouded in fog, Ebner, who had been keeping the omniscient eye open, vaguely sensed George III's request for an answer. However, its location lay behind the illusory sun, making it impossible not only to touch, but even to observe. That position seemed even farther than the imprint of the God of Luck. Could it be another uniqueness or characteristic that a previous me obtained? Judging from the affinity my later self has with the collector and gourmet pathways, could it be that, aside from the high-dimensional overseer, some even earlier me snatched authority from the primordial hunger? TSK, and together with the inevitably existing, indefinite fog, among the outer deities beyond the barrier, at least 2 or 3 are targeting me. Thinking of this, Ebner rubbed his forehead, then reined in his wandering thoughts and turned to consider the present situation. I could, with all my strength, interfere with the answer George III is seeking, but there's no need. the question he asked would have received a yes answer anyway. That king has probably already identified Amon as his enemy. With Amon's personality, even if he noticed something, he wouldn't tell Augustus. He might even enjoy this game. After all, for him, digging a pit to bury Pallas is the primary task, everything else is just entertainment. He has probably never taken Zeradal or Augustus seriously. So, our game has only just begun, Amon. With thoughts racing, Ebner closed the omniscient eye, then bid farewell to Princess Vera beside him and teleported back to the villa at 28 Kingster Street. In the living room, after listening to Zio recount what had just happened, Ebner pointed at the still somewhat listless young girl, Sherman, and said to Zio, "So, you want me to find a safe place to settle her?" "Yes, because Viscount Stratford has been killed. Although the lone royal family knows I did it, the intelligence personnel below who don't know the truth will definitely focus their attention on her, so she is no longer suitable to remain in Lone." At this point, Zio lightly patted Sherman. The pat made Sherman stagger, and her tears nearly spilled out, but she understood Zio's intention and still said in a soft voice, "Viscount Brian, I want to atone for my past mistakes. I hope you can give me a chance." "Atone for what?" "As far as I know, Trissy actually treated you quite well. During the assassin stage, the targets she arranged weren't all people who deserved to die, but at least they weren't innocent, and the targets of a provoker's instigation were all unlawful merchants. Although this inevitably caused some family tragedies, even Mr. Fool couldn't avoid such things, so it can't be considered a major wrongdoing. If you really want to make up for it, just donate money to charity. However, before atoning, you'd better learn some basic knowledge about Beyonders. Trissy probably didn't teach you much about that," Ebner said. "Basic knowledge, where can I learn it?" Sherman pursed her lips and asked. "I happen to know a pretty good place. I believe you'll live a very fulfilling life there." Ebner stroked his chin, and before Sherman could ask further, he directly grabbed her and teleported away. More than 3 hours later, when dawn was approaching, Ebner finally returned to the living room, where Zio was still waiting. "You took Sherman to Vice Admiral Iceberg's ship?" Seeing Ebner return, Zio took a sip of coffee and asked, trying to stay alert. "Right, the reason this young lady was so easily deceived is that she lacks too much knowledge. Receiving education under Edwina and enriching her empty mind is a very good choice," Ebner replied with a smile. Zio glanced at him and suddenly asked, "Then why did you take so long?" End of chapter. Chapter 13:11, Returning to Nas. After dealing with Zio's interrogation, Ebner used the excuse of resting to arrive at Alvin's palace. And Katerina, the goods that had previously been stolen by the Hand of Wisdom and then mortgaged here, had already been released from the collection room by the goddess of wealth, Helena, and was now waiting for Ebner's interrogation. At this moment, this saintess of white, with black hair, blue eyes, delicate and refined features, skin as fair as snow, and as tender as a young girl, had completely lifeless eyes, as if she had lost her soul. After observing her for a while, Ebner pinched his chin and complained inwardly, could it be that this saintess of white has some kind of physique that makes her prone to being controlled? In the original story, being controlled by the Red Angel aside, she has now been successively controlled by lust and 0 to 37, and in the end, after going in circles, she has fallen into my hands. Has she been cursed or something? Shaking his head and discarding these baseless thoughts, Ebner signaled to the goddess of wealth beside him, who was also the current, intelligent life of the palace, Helena, to temporarily restore Katerina's thinking and speech abilities. The state of goods could also be adjusted. Next, the eyes of the saintess of white gradually regained their luster. She first looked around in confusion, then her expression changed as she attempted to use her abilities. Unfortunately, she couldn't even move a finger now, so naturally she failed. Only then did she carefully look around. When she discovered that the people standing before her were Ebner and another unfamiliar woman, Katerina's beautiful blue eyes flickered slightly. Then she revealed a pitiful expression that invited sympathy, preparing to speak and use Tracy to build a connection. But Ebner had no mood for idle chatter and directly asked, "What question did you ask, 0 to 37, that resulted in you being sold to it for 200 years? The seductive expression on Katerina's face faded somewhat as she answered with a pure smile, "I asked about the relationship between Ebner Bryan and Alvin Abraham." As a possession of the palace, she could not refuse the owner's inquiries. The effect was somewhat similar to directly performing spirit channeling on a spirit body. "Asking about my relationship with Alvin. It seems my intention of acting as a miracle invoker in Belden was too obvious, and at present, the only one who still needs such acting is Alvin, so suspicion arose." As his thoughts turned, Ebner asked again, "What answer did the Door of Truth give?" "They come from the same place," Katerina replied with a solemn expression. "That answer isn't exactly wrong, but it does carry a certain misleading implication." "Very much my style." Ebner nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "And just that answer got you sold for 200 years?" "Yes. The place they come from likely involves a great secret, which is why its value was so high. And because of that, George III did not dare to continue asking where exactly that place is, Katerina answered truthfully. In that case, George III will most likely think that Alvin and I come from some god's divine kingdom. No wonder even after learning about our relationship, he didn't rashly make a move against me, and instead had pride manipulate Zio to probe my attitude toward his advancement to the Black Emperor. Ending his thoughts, Ebner nodded and asked again. Do you know where the true body of the Saintess of Purple is hiding? Upon hearing this, Katerina revealed a confused expression and shook her head. I don't know. She hides herself very deeply. After learning more details, Ebner finally ended the questioning. Then, smiling, he instructed the Saintess of White. Now don't resist. Cooperate with me to complete a ritual. I need to extract some spring of eternal youth from your body. In an underground space near Nas, the capital of the Gargas archipelago, the easternmost colony of the Fasak Empire. Alchemy Master Klaus stood within the power chamber of a floating city, supported by countless steel frameworks. After studying its systems for who knew how many times, he sighed helplessly and muttered with a frown. What exactly is the power source of those 4 major systems? Why is it that even though I've restored them so perfectly, I still can't make the floating city fly? At that moment, a chuckle suddenly came from behind him. Hey, that's because the external environment is wrong. Who's there? Klaus didn't hesitate to roll forward, turning midair while simultaneously pulling out a revolver and aiming it at the source of the voice. However, when he saw that it was Ebner, his tension eased somewhat, as he recognized him as the young man Jane had once brought here to visit. But Klaus did not lower his guard and asked vigilantly, without going through the broker, how did you get in here? Because the broker is no longer Jane, I didn't trouble them, Ebner replied with a smile, avoiding the question of how he entered, and instead asked, is your previous promise, that whoever can make the floating city fly can have it, still valid? Jane had already accumulated enough merit in August to obtain the materials needed for the gatekeeper ritual from Master Klaus and had returned to the future. Of course it's still valid. Master Klaus replied instinctively, then quickly reacted and asked in surprise, you found a way to make it fly. What is it? Does it have something to do with the external environment you just mentioned? I do have confidence in making it fly, but not here. I need to take it to the sea region of the God War ruins. Ebner said with a smile, explaining his plan. Master Klaus pondered for a moment, then stared into Ebner's eyes and asked seriously, how can you prove that you're not lying to me? And why should I believe you? Although his intuition told him the other party wasn't lying, the floating city was the work of his lifetime and also an important construct funded by Element's Dawn. How could it be taken away by a few words? That's fair, we do need someone both of us can trust to act as a witness. Ebner nodded in agreement, then clapped his hands and said, wait here a moment, I'll be right back. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from before Klaus. This action left Klaus stunned on the spot. But before he could recover, that gentleman reappeared not far away, bringing a lady with him. The lady wore a youthful yellow dress and a somewhat old-fashioned black soft hat. She was none other than the leader of Element's Dawn, the mystic queen, Bernadette Gustave. The queen. Klaus froze for 2 seconds, then carefully examined her and confirmed that the young man had indeed brought the real mystic queen. No wonder he could bypass so many traps and rituals to enter this underground space, but this gentleman not only has a close relationship with Jane, but he also has connections with the queen. While Klaus was lost in his own thoughts, Bernadette, who had been hurriedly brought here, finally understood the situation. After glancing sideways at Ebner, she nodded slightly to the alchemy master in front of her and said, Master Klaus, this gentleman is worthy of trust. End of chapter. Chapter 13:12, The Protective Layer of the God of Luck. Klaus looked back and forth between Ebner and Bernadette a few times before finally nodding and saying, all right, since Her Majesty the Queen says you are trustworthy, then I'll believe you as well. At this point, he paused, then couldn't help but ask, however, how are you going to move a city the size of a mountain to the sea region of the God War ruins? Upon hearing this question, Bernadette also looked at Ebner, her azure eyes unconsciously revealing meanings of curiosity, wanting to know, and tell me. Seeing this, Ebner smiled and replied, that will require a miracle. In Belden City, it wasn't only buildings that moved things from the dream into reality, there were also wonders from other nations, which naturally counted as another form of accumulating miracles. However, we'll need to wait a bit, things over there haven't started yet, Ebner added. Over there. Bernadette's azure eyes, like a condensed ocean, instantly became even deeper, briefly losing focus. But her action was immediately interrupted by Ebner. As the holder of the Wheel of Fortune, he still had the ability to briefly block others from peeking the River of Fate. If you want to know something, you can ask me. Don't casually look, the true creator, who has sealed the place isn't someone easy to deal with, Ebner said helplessly as he activated the omniscient eye. Before Ebner's main body went to Nas, his other body, Alvin Abraham, had already arrived at the fragrant manor in Byam. Unlike last time, when he had to turn into a bear and dig underground, this time he didn't even alert Ghaznanim, who lived in the manor, and directly teleported into the outermost layer of the God of Luck ruins deep underground. Inside the underground hall, which was nearly 10 meters high, the surrounding murals and the door engraved with densely packed symbolic patterns and strange designs were no different from the last time he came. Even the thief hole he and Edwina had dug to enter still remained. Ebner didn't have the time to go through another round of challenges. With a few grabs, he took out the black staff inlaid with numerous gemstones. The Staff of Stars. Then, in his mind, he sketched the scene of the final room outside the palace where the body of the God of Luck resided, restoring every detail. The moment the scene was completed, the gemstones embedded in the Staff of Stars emitted a faint glow, instantly making Ebner disappear and reappear in that empty room, where only 6 sun-like incandescent lamps existed on the ceiling. He looked up at the mechanical creation left behind by Roselle that could form an assembled mech, nodded thoughtfully, and muttered to himself, "It actually works." In fact, when I was outside, I tried using the Staff of Stars to enter this room, but failed. I didn't expect that after entering the range of the ruins, it would work instead. There should be anti-roaming and anti-teleportation measures arranged around the ruins, and the reason I could just now teleport into the outermost room is probably because of the hole that Edwina and I made when we turned into bears. As his thoughts turned, Ebner walked to the door leading to the palace. After glancing again at the 6 Chinese characters written in some unknown pigment, "Wang Tao was here," he cursed so ugly under his breath, then pushed the door open and walked in. What came into view was still that enormous crystal palace with an elven style mixed with some Gothic characteristics. The palace was divided into 2 levels. Below was a platform surrounded by various decorations made of gemstones and gold. After ascending the long staircase to the second level, one could see a rather luxurious high-backed chair, and the body of the God of Luck seated upon it, over 2 meters tall even while sitting. That body had its head lowered, leaning forward, with its right hand clenched into a fist pressed against its forehead, its elbow resting on its thigh. If not for the complete absence of any aura, it would look as if he were still alive, still deep in thought. However, Ebner's attention was more focused on the complex ritual arranged by Roselle in front of the staircase. The ritual used a dual structure, with 2 altars. On one of them was a pair of connected, constantly rotating gears, on the other altar lay a card quietly. They were, respectively, an item formed from the Beyonder characteristic of a knowledge magister, and a blasphemy card, the Paragon card. The last time he came, because Ebner and Edwina were not strong enough, they didn't dare touch these 2 items. Moreover, they were also the power source of the mech outside and served as a form of protection for the body of the God of Luck. But this time, Ebner, who had come here as Alvin the Miracle Invoker, had no need to worry about such things. With a wave of his hand, he collected both the Knowledge Magister characteristic and the Paragon card into the Fog of Mysteries. Even though the moment he touched the ritual, he suffered a ray attack comparable to Sequence 3 of the Sun Pathway, losing a paper figurine meant nothing to him. After destroying Roselle's arrangement and taking away the gift he had left behind as a bribe, Ebner walked up the stairs to the throne of the God of Luck. With another wave of his hand, he attempted to also collect the body of this poem of the goddess into the Fog of Mysteries. But strangely, it didn't move at all, completely ignoring Ebner's ability. Although he had long known that this God of Luck, who had initiated the later cycle mode, wouldn't be simple, Ebner was still somewhat surprised by his state. Thus, he used multiple methods one after another, only to find that he couldn't move the other party in the slightest. Even a miracle was ineffective. It seems to exist, yet also seems not to exist. His state is very strange. Even with my current, omniscient eye, I can't analyze it. After closing the omniscient eye, Ebner rubbed his temple and judged that the God of Luck had likely used the power of some spheroid or outer deity to seal his own body, which resulted in this current state. When I came last time, because I didn't dare touch his body, I didn't notice this at all. Hey, in his current state, even I have no way to deal with it. Others probably won't be able to take it away either, so I'll just leave it here for now. And the power he used to protect himself most likely comes from the unknown land. I'll deal with it after I can come into contact with it in the future. With thoughts racing, Ebner made a decision. Then, without further delay, he went around to the passage behind the seat and placed the stone slab that served as a key into the indentation on the wall. The 2 fit perfectly, without the slightest excess. Immediately after, the wall began to emit light and gradually turned transparent, revealing behind it rows upon rows of vertically arranged black, illusory doors. As a former traveler, Ebner was not sucked in like last time. Instead, he actively stepped through door after door, rapidly descending toward the direction of Afternoon Town. End of chapter. Chapter 1313, Returning to Morning Star. In the forsaken land of the gods, on the streets of the nightmare Afternoon Town. Ebner looked up at the floating city, suspended beside the staircase leading to the upper level. He didn't enter immediately. Instead, he first restrained the power of the black gemstone bestowed by the goddess, allowing himself to appear in the real afternoon town. If he wanted to transport Morning Star City into the normal world, there was no way to avoid the true creator, so he had to go greet him first. The best candidate to pass along a message was naturally Elder Lovia of Silver City. And according to the intelligence Ebner had gathered, this shepherd elder was currently stationed at the camp in Afternoon Town. Thus, Ebner quietly followed behind a hunting squad that had just completed a monster-clearing mission, tailing them into the camp square illuminated by bonfires. Around the square were more than a dozen simply built stone houses. One of them, set apart from the others, was where Lovia resided. Since he didn't want to alert the other residents of Silver City and avoid unnecessary trouble, Ebner didn't knock. He directly used his door-opening ability to enter. Inside the room, Lovia, dressed in a black robe embroidered with many mysterious purple patterns, was drawing a map of the surrounding area of Afternoon Town based on recent explorations. However, the moment Ebner entered, she suddenly raised her head. Even though she couldn't see anything, she still said in a low voice, "Tower, since you're here, don't hide any longer." Hearing this, Ebner revealed himself and carefully observed her. He found that this elder had smooth, fair skin, striking and elegant features, appearing to be just over 30 years old. Her pale gray eyes seemed capable of piercing through the soul. "Your connection with the true creator is closer than I imagined," Ebner said after withdrawing his gaze. If not for that, how could a mere Sequence 5 possibly see through a miracle invoker's invisibility, even if Ebner hadn't been particularly serious? Lovia made no comment on Ebner's words and simply said calmly, "You need not worry about the Lord's promise, what the Lord says will certainly be done. Rather, it is you, remember to fulfill what you promised the Lord." "What I promised the true creator, that would be to help him obtain the blasphemy slate, right? He really trusts me. Without Morning Star City as a hostage, how can he ensure I'll actually follow through? My credibility. I don't believe the true creator would be so foolish. He must have other means of controlling me. Could it be Silver City? But how would he know how much I value it?" As his thoughts turned, Ebner nodded and said, "All right, please convey to your lord that I will not forget that promise." After saying that, he turned to leave, but at that moment, Lovia called out to him again. This shepherd elder hesitated for a moment before saying, "I would like to ask you a question." "What is it?" Ebner looked at her in surprise. "Do you know who Volite is?" Lovia narrowed her pale gray eyes slightly as she asked. "Volite? Isn't that the name the mechanical emperor Ivan's copied for his artificial life? And that artificial life was actually created from the soul of a fallen shepherd. Why is Lovia asking this? Is she interested in Volite's perfect restoration technique and wants to understand his background?" After thinking for a moment, Ebner answered simply, "Volite was once a companion and assistant to an existence known as the mechanical emperor." At this point, he paused and then asked, "Why do you ask?" "Nothing, thank you for your answer." Lovia, draped in her purple robe, showed no change in expression. After giving a slight bow, she said nothing more. Seeing this, although Ebner had some doubts, he had more important matters to attend to, so he didn't press further. He removed his hat and returned the bow before leaving her house. Only after returning to the nightmare Afternoon Town did Ebner realize that the etiquette Lovia used seemed to be in the lone style, although not very standard. Could it be that she learned it herself after watching those films Little Son brought back? Muttering a few words inwardly, Ebner temporarily set the matter aside. Then, with a single step, he entered the range of Morning Star City. At the same time, inside the stone house in the camp, Lovia held a feather pen and muttered to herself, "Is it confirmed this time, Volite?" "Confirmed. Only he treats me as a partner, not a tool." A mechanical voice sounded beside her. "Thank you. No need to be polite. Without you receiving the Lord's ravings on my behalf, I wouldn't be in such a good state now." Morning Star City, inside an office on the 7th floor of the central tower. Alchemist Annex Sprint was tasting newly made pastries together with a small girl-like avatar of Miss Eleanor, occasionally writing down evaluations, preparing to submit them to the city's magazine so that those who had undergone complete modifications could also experience the charm of food through these descriptions. Ever since the last visit of the Divine Envoy restored the function of the solar furnace, Morning Star City was no longer short on energy. The botanical garden had expanded several times over, and thus the variety of food, luxury goods, had also increased significantly. However, their food critiques had been harshly criticized in an article by another High Council member of Morning Star City, Ormos, who believed such behavior to be unethical. Although many people agreed with him, even more people enjoyed reading those food reviews, as evidenced by the consistently high sales of the gourmet magazine. The little girl Eleanor, with bee-like wings, licked her fingers and said with a smile, "Describing things with words alone really isn't ideal. It would be great if we could develop a system to share taste. I've had that idea for a long time, but there are quite a few difficulties to overcome, and it could easily lead to damage of the implants." Anik sighed after putting down his pen. It's still a shortage of raw materials. If we had enough minerals, upgrading the parts on the residents to grant them the corresponding functions wouldn't be too much of a problem. Eleanor flew in front of Anik and said. But the reality is that people in the lower levels can't even find replacements when vital organs are damaged. They can only make simple repairs. Just as Anik said this, the red light in his slit-like eyes began to rapidly sway left and right. Beside him, Eleanor also turned her head and looked toward the edge of the city through the glass window of the tower. There, the figure who had once descended upon Morningstar City several months ago appeared once again within their sight. And in the next moment, the lights of Morningstar City all lit up uncontrollably once more, illuminating the surrounding darkness as if it were daytime. The great, omniscient I, Lord of Fate, Emperor of Knowledge and Machinery, is about to return. When he returns, the believers of Morningstar City shall chant his name. The great, omniscient I, Lord of Fate, Emperor of Knowledge and Machinery, is about to return. When he returns, he will lead Morningstar City out of darkness and into a world of light. Recalling the oracle left behind by that divine envoy before his last departure, Eleanor and Anik exchanged a glance, then left the central tower at the fastest speed to welcome the envoy's arrival. End of chapter. Chapter 13-14, The Calculations of the Mechanical Emperor. My name is Lazar. I live in Unit 2, Building 13, District 4 of Cloud Top. The name, Lazar, was personally given to me by the great, mechanical emperor, His Majesty Ivans, when I was still an infant. It is said that this name once belonged to the emperor's close friend, and it carries his expectations for me, that I might also become a great alchemist, but unfortunately, I have disappointed the emperor. The reason I was able to receive such an honor is because my parents sacrificed themselves during an exploration mission to cover the retreat of their companions. The same familiar opening again. If anyone in the future happens to obtain my diary, please don't find me too verbose. After all, for an old man over 250 years old, even the soul is close to decay. If I don't regularly write these things down, it's easy to forget who I am. Inside a house filled with a mechanical aesthetic in a corner of the Cloud Top district of the floating city, Lazar, whose leg components had still not been replaced and who was making do with 4 wheels, rotated his lubricated wrist and wrote with a pen inserted into a socket. It has been more than 5 months since the last morning star illumination, but that young man who stood atop the emperor's statue, holding the mechanical codex, still left a deep impression on me. Even though the High Council later said nothing to the public and seemed to have blocked the information, I, Old Orny, Talima, all of us who once followed the Emperor know that the appearance of that young man is a sign of the Emperor's return. When he returns, the morning star will surely shine, and calamity will retreat. When he returns, he will surely lead the morning star out of the domain of darkness and into a world of light. I am now absolutely certain that this prophecy is real. Because since that day, Morningstar City has never lacked energy again. The plants used to produce lubricants and paper have also become abundant, allowing me to change my diary writing frequency from once a week to every day. And more importantly, the arrival of that young man has brought hope to everyone in the city. Although the High Council has not disclosed more information, the news of the Emperor's imminent return has still spread throughout the city, while Lords Anik, Eleanor, and Ormos have only remained silent. In times like this, what is silence if not tacit approval? Moreover, I have discovered something interesting. From the ascent of Morningstar City to its fall, a total of 203 years passed. And since the fall of Morningstar, it has been nearly 202 years and 12 months. Although there is no basis, I suspect that 203 is a number with mysterious significance. Perhaps the Emperor will lead us to the world of light on the day marking 203 years after the fall of Morningstar. A world of light, even seeing it just once before dying would be worth it. Those youngsters born in the fallen calendar may not understand the obsession of us old people who once followed the Emperor. After all, Morningstar City is already quite bright in this dark world. But the Emperor personally told us. Though the morning star is good, compared to the true sun, it is but a grain of light. At this point, Lazar adjusted the jet nozzle from his mouth and blew dry the ink on the paper. Just as he was about to check for typos, he was stunned to discover that the lights of Morningstar City had once again all been lit. Morningstar illumination, could it be that the Emperor has returned today? But according to my calculations, there should still be several days, perhaps even more than 10 days, before reaching the 203rd year. Although puzzled, Lazar still put on a coat made of karst grass and a top hat woven from bloodthorn at the fastest speed, then rushed out toward the central tower. Along the way, he saw Old Orny, saw Talima, saw more and more people gathering into groups, all heading to the Emperor's statue before the central tower, praying in unison. Welcomed into the tower by the 3 High Council members of Morningstar City, Ebner looked down through the window at the scene of the citizens spontaneously praying to the mechanical emperor. He then glanced at the metal statue and the soul stone embedded in its head, and couldn't help recalling a passage from Roselle's diary. I obtained the potion formula for sequence 2 of the Mystery Prior pathway, the Knowledge Magister. Although I don't need to worry about the main ingredients, the church will handle that. This ritual is even more evil than I imagined. It actually requires me to use alchemy to perform soul-level modifications on at least 5,000 people, allowing them to be closely connected to my soul. And the more people there are, the stronger the soul power, the better the effect. As a mystery prior, I can roughly guess what this ritual is for. As far as I know, a knowledge magister can alter physical laws to a certain extent. After consuming the potion, there is a high probability of suffering backlash on the level of rules. And unlike the demigods of the reader pathway, mystery priors do not possess absolute rationality, nor can they engage in multi-threaded thinking. Therefore, such impacts can easily cause one to become lost in the rules or directly lose control. Thus, the essence of this ritual is actually to borrow the computational power of other people's souls. Recalling this, Ebner revealed a look of realization and pondered inwardly. So the contingency left behind by me as the mechanical emperor was to ensure that when I revive him, I would receive the support of the souls of these believers he modified, allowing him to overwhelm the current me and take the dominant position. In simple terms, he stored part of his own power in the cloud in advance, to retrieve it during the struggle with me and suppress me to become the primary consciousness. And the secret technique I created by combining authorities like miracle and creation to bring the floating city into reality indeed requires the cooperation of the mechanical emperor to succeed. So he is certain that I will perform the technique here to revive him, falling into his, my trap. That's far too wishful thinking, and the method isn't particularly brilliant either. Perhaps I am also gambling. Being trapped in the forsaken land of the gods, it really isn't easy for the mechanical emperor to lay out plans. So even if he has other contingencies besides this cloud technique, they must also be within the forsaken land of the gods, on the side of the true creator. In that case, if I don't revive him now and instead act after returning to the northern continent, there shouldn't be any problem. As for the cooperation of the mechanical emperor, I am a miracle invoker. With most of your memories, wouldn't it be better to just pull out your projection? As his thoughts raced, Ebner glanced at Eleanor, Anik, and the others standing respectfully before him. Then he reached forward and grabbed, and a stylish belt appeared in his hand. Immediately after, Ebner fastened the belt around his waist and took out a card inscribed with the word machinery, inserting it into the slot. Transform. In the next moment, under the shocked and excited gazes of Eleanor, Anik, and Ormuz, the mechanical emperor Ivans, who had been absent from Morningstar City for 203 years, returned once again to the floating city he had built with his own hands. End of chapter. Chapter 13-15, Dawn of the Morning Star. The mechanical emperor was a tall, blond man. His facial features were refined yet not soft, steady, and firm. He wore a simple silver-gray suit of armor, with no traces of mechanical modification. This was his historical image, from when he had just advanced to mystery prior, lacking the aged feeling of the statue in front of the central tower. Additionally, at the moment of transformation, Ebner also activated the omniscient eye, using the imprint left by Ivans to influence the statue outside the central tower, causing it to broadcast a mental transmission announcing the return of the mechanical emperor. Having personally witnessed the divine envoy transform into the mechanical emperor, Anik, Eleanor, and Ormuz should have harbored doubts about his identity. But the mental broadcast that followed, emanating from the statue of the mechanical emperor, erased all their doubts. They immediately fell to their knees and recited the honorific name and praise Ebner had told them during his last visit. O great, omniscient eye, Lord of fate, Emperor of knowledge and machinery. When you return, you shall lead Morningstar City out of darkness and into a world of light. Looking at the three rulers of Morningstar City devoutly chanting his name on the ground, Ebner, in his transformed state, couldn't help but nod, thinking to himself. The mechanical emperor really did perform soul-level modifications on all the residents of Morningstar City. Otherwise, with the firm will and vast experience of these three demigods, there's no way they would cast aside all doubt just from hearing a mental broadcast. And the memories I received earlier from touching the imprint didn't include the specific details of those mechanical modifications. It seems my guess was correct, Ivan's contingency is most likely hidden here. But unfortunately, I've seen through it, this is as far as you go. As his thoughts turned, Ebner, presenting himself as the mechanical emperor, solemnly declared. The divine envoy is me, the mechanical emperor is me, and the omniscient eye, Lord of fate, Emperor of knowledge and machinery, is also me. Does that mean the divine envoy, Ebner, who appeared earlier, like the mechanical emperor, is also a part of the omniscient eye, Lord of fate, Emperor of knowledge and machinery? I see. I remember that mechanical emperor once told us about the ancient sun god, who abandoned us, and the story of the Holy Son, Holy Father, and Holy Spirit as a trinity. The emperor's situation must be similar. The three High Council members instantly filled in the gaps in their minds, each revealing a look of realization in their own way. Praise be to the great, omniscient eye, Lord of fate, Emperor of knowledge and machinery, the three said as they bowed again. This time, their reverence was even more solemn, for the being before them was no longer merely the mechanical emperor, but an incarnation of a god. Seeing that his performance, aided by the status of the omniscient eye, had successfully fooled the three, and knowing his transformation time was limited, Ebner wasted no more time. He spread his arms, palms facing upward, as if embracing something. Make a wish to me. Speak your desires. This sudden action left the three demigods momentarily stunned, standing frozen in place. Fortunately, Eleanor was the first to recover. Clasping her hands together, she spoke as if divinely inspired. O great, omniscient eye, Lord of fate, Emperor of knowledge and machinery. We pray to you, we beseech you, lead us out of the forsaken land of the gods and into the world of light. Anik and Ormuz also snapped back to their senses and hurriedly repeated Eleanor's wish. Their words were transmitted through the mental broadcast into the souls of every resident of the floating city. For a moment, everyone in Morning Star City prostrated themselves on the ground and collectively prayed. Please lead us out of the forsaken land of the gods and into the world of light. Seeing this, Ebner no longer hesitated. While placing the Book of Gears, also known as the Mechanical Codex, into the core of the tower, he simultaneously connected to the omniscient eye, linking together authorities such as miracle and creation. At the same time, in the underground space near Nas, Ebner's main body pulled out the historical projection of Alvin and cast a miracle upon the replicated, floating city beneath his feet. In the next moment, the mountain-sized city vanished from the underground space and appeared in the sea region of the God War ruins. At the instant the floating city was transferred, Ebner used his spirituality to touch the black gemstone bestowed by the goddess on his chest. Borrowing the divine power of darkness, and the inherent connection between the two, he linked the replicated floating city in reality with the floating city in the dream of the God War ruins. At the same time, the floating city, from the nightmare of Afternoon Town suddenly appeared within the dream of the God War ruins, completely replacing the original floating city that had existed there. Reality and dream are intertwined. The authorities of creation and miracle took effect simultaneously. Standing inside the central tower of the floating city, the mystic queen Bernadette and alchemy master Klaus suddenly saw many strange people appear out of thin air on the inverted mountain platform. They were kneeling before a statue with a distinct steam church style, worshipping devoutly. What is this? Bernadette turned her head to look at Ebner, her azure eyes full of curiosity. These are the original residents of the floating city. I've transferred them out of the forsaken land of the gods, Ebner replied simply. Then, with a casual motion, he took out the Book of Calamity and placed it into the Storm Engine, one of the four major systems of Morning Star City. Because the sea region of the God War ruins also retained divine power from the Lord of Storms, maintaining the flight of the floating city wasn't a big problem. But they couldn't remain in this dangerous sea forever, they had to leave eventually. Therefore, using the Book of Calamity as a power source was inevitable. At this moment, the figures of the three High Council members of Morning Star City, Anik, Eleanor, and Ormuz, gradually took shape. However, they had no time to pay attention to the additional Bernadette and Klaus nearby. Instead, through the glass windows of the tower, they stared intently at the sun above the sea. It was already evening, and only the afterglow of the sun remained, about to sink below the horizon. Even so, its light was firmly imprinted in their minds. Anik, as a student of the Mechanical Emperor, couldn't help but exclaim. Teacher was right, compared to the true sun, the light of Morning Star City is like a grain of rice. Eleanor said nothing, but she gazed at the setting sun with obsession. That greedy look of hers revealed the true nature of greed even more than Xenia's mask. Ormuz, whose entire form resembled a black mechanical suit, was relatively more rational. Although he was equally reluctant to look away, the multiple cameras in his implanted body allowed him to notice the additional people around them. He recognized Ebner's appearance and assumed that after displaying divine power, the god had reverted to the form of the divine envoy. However, the beautiful lady standing beside him was completely unfamiliar. As for Klaus, that old man stood at the back and clearly looked like a servant, not worth much attention. After a moment of thought, Ormuz stepped forward, knelt on one knee before Ebner and Bernadette, and said excitedly. Praise be to you, great, omniscient eye, Lord of fate, Emperor of knowledge and machinery. At this point, he paused, then looked toward Bernadette and respectfully bowed. And praise be to you, your majesty the queen. In his view, a woman who could stand side by side with a god must be the divine queen. Bernadette and Ebner were both stunned for a few seconds by this form of address. Then the former immediately cast a sharp gaze at the latter. In response, Ebner had no choice but to cough and explain, I am only a divine envoy right now, there's no need for honorifics. Also, this lady is the Master of the Dawn, the Holy Spirit who pursues knowledge, the lighthouse of the mysterious world, the eye that peers into fate, and the mystic queen above the seas. He deliberately avoided stating Bernadette's true honorific name to prevent causing her trouble. Ah, that makes sense, our Lord is the ruler of Morning Star City, the Lord of Fate, the Emperor of Knowledge and Machinery, and the Morning Star symbolizes dawn. This lady's titles, Holy Spirit who pursues knowledge, and I that peers into fate, also correspond to our Lord. My earlier guess must have been correct. Furthermore, the appearance of the Master of the Dawn here signifies that Morning Star City has finally ushered in its dawn. Thinking this, Ormuz changed his words on the surface and said, Praise be to you, Master of the Dawn, Holy Spirit who pursues knowledge, Lighthouse of the mysterious world, I that peers into fate, and Mystic Queen above the seas. Previously, the group chat was disbanded. The new group number is below, just join with one click. I originally wanted to add more updates, but setting up the group took too much time, so I didn't have time. End of chapter. Chapter 13:16, The God of Wishes. On the plaza in front of the central tower of Morning Star City, Lazar stood there blankly, staring at the deep blue ocean beneath the floating city, the various fish occasionally leaping out of the water, the mermaids singing enchanting songs, and the orange-red sun that had just approached the horizon. If he hadn't lost the relevant functions, he felt that he would probably already be shedding tears, yet even so, he could feel some of his implanted equipment beginning to overheat, forcing him to draw some water from his tank to start cooling himself. Under normal circumstances, he would never be so extravagant. He would simply enter dormancy and let his components cool naturally. After all, in Morning Star City, water was a scarce resource. The price of a single unit of water was equivalent to 30 standard units of energy. But at this moment, he had no such concerns. On one hand, he couldn't bear to look away, on the other hand, he could clearly sense that the seawater below lacked that extreme corruption, filth, and mysterious power. It was boundless, clean water, completely unpolluted, an inexhaustible and endless resource, with no need for worry. Feeling an emotion he hadn't experienced in a long time, Lazar's entire body of implants couldn't help but enter an overloaded state. At this moment, it was as if he had returned to the first time he saw Morning Star City, illuminating the dark land with its faint glimmer. He and his parents had originally been ordinary residents of a city on the brink of destruction, living a hopeless life with no future, until that day, when the arrival of Morning Star City allowed him to see light. It was the will of the mechanical emperor that gave him, for the first time, a goal in life, to pursue the world of light. And today, after hundreds of years, his goal had finally been realized. So the mechanical emperor hadn't lied. The world of light truly exists. And we have finally found it. Lazar felt that even the condensed water in his tank could no longer cool his overheated implants, so he vented the heat through his exhaust port, vibrating the air to produce a voice from the depths of his heart and soul. Praise the mechanical emperor. Praise this world of light. And he was not alone. Almost all the residents of Morning Star City nearby could no longer suppress the excitement in their hearts. In various ways, their voices converged into the same words. Praise the mechanical emperor. Praise this world of light. The sound waves spread far and wide. Even the mermaids below the floating city, who had been observing from afar, panicked, stopped their singing, and dove into the water with splashes. Inside the central tower, Ebner listened to the unified praises and clearly felt the anchors stabilizing, while the unknown power that balanced his divinity was steadily receding. As expected, before Sequence 1, the power of the unknown automatically balances divinity together with the anchors. No wonder Roselle's diary mentioned that Hermes said Rhine and Vicente could maintain their humanity very well even without many anchors. If possible, staying at Sequence 2 is probably the most comfortable. Unfortunately, every generation of Lubo descends with a mission. Trying to slack off only leads to a miserable end. Additionally, fulfilling the wishes of the residents of Morning Star City has further digested Alvin's Miracle Invoker potion, but the progress is still slow. Hey, just like in the original work, being a god of wishes isn't the most correct acting method. As his thoughts turned, Ebner informed Anik and the other two demigods about the dangers of the sea region and instructed them to broadcast it to all residents. After all, at the current speed of Morning Star City, it would likely take 2 or 3 days to leave the range of the God War ruins. After the 3 High Council members left with grave expressions to make arrangements, Ebner ignored Alchemy Master Klaus, who was still muttering, "It actually flew, it really flew," and smiled at Bernadette. "I'll have to trouble you to watch over this city for 2 or 3 days." He still needed to keep a close eye on Amon and the Augustus family's movements and couldn't leave Backlund for too long. Meanwhile, the floating city required an angel-level being to guard it, or problems might arise. Bernadette thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. Her azure eyes swept over Ebner as she said calmly, "You still owe me an explanation." "I'll find time to tell you the story of Morning Star City," Ebner replied with a smile and a nod. "Next time, remember to knock." Bernadette silently added in her heart, though she didn't say it aloud. After all, she herself didn't have the habit of knocking when visiting others uninvited, so she wasn't really in a position to criticize. In the nightmare of Afternoon Town, after Alvin used a miracle to send away Morning Star City, he left the town built against the mountain, rumored to be the gateway between myth and reality, and headed toward Nightmare Town, which was only a day's journey from the City of Silver. Of course, a day's journey referred to the pace of a team led by the chief, not an angel like Alvin. Taking out the staff of stars and outlining the corresponding scene in his mind, Ebner instantly appeared outside the ruins surrounded on three sides by a shaped black river. The dilapidated buildings in the distance were exactly the same as when his projection had come here before to hunt the bone demon wolf. Only now, as Alvin's figure took shape, they appeared somewhat more illusory. Clearly, the demon wolf hidden deep within the town's nightmare had detected the arrival of a miracle invoker. As expected of a former servant of concealment, even after losing its beyonder characteristics, it still retained such keen spiritual intuition. Of course, it might also be because it had once devoured high-sequence characteristics of the seer pathway, granting it a kind of intuitive premonition. But no matter how well you hide your nightmare, you can't stop me from entering. Thinking this, Ebner reached forward and pulled out the black gemstone bestowed by the goddess once again from the river of history. Since his main body wasn't here, he could only summon a projection. Using the black gemstone to guide the residual divine power of darkness in the surrounding space, Ebner searched for only a short while before discovering the hiding place of the offspring of the demon wolf king, then directly opened a door leading to that concealed world. Alvin was not only a miracle invoker, but also a former traveler. But soon, something extremely unexpected happened. That demon wolf, the former god of fear Muir, simply died on the spot. Yes, at the very moment it saw Alvin appear within its nightmare, it closed its eyes and dissipated on its own, leaving not even a soul behind. Seeing this, Ebner was rendered speechless. Although he had come to hunt it, to find a food for the dream taper in the observer's castle, what kind of situation was this, dying immediately without even a fight? And its soul had just dissipated like that. An angelic wraith whose essence had already changed actually vanished so quickly, this didn't make sense. Ebner frowned tightly and activated the omniscient eye, scanning the surroundings in an attempt to trace back the true cause of Muir's death. A moment later, he closed the channel connected to the unknown and repeated the keyword he had discerned using the omniscient eye. Kotar. The god of wishes, Kotar. I see, Muir had already become Kotar's marionette long ago. Placing Muir so close to the City of Silver, was it for surveillance? End of chapter. Chapter 13-17, Derek enters the city. Kotar likely used the concealment, authority inherent to the god of fear, to hide the fact that he had long ago turned Muir into a marionette. Since I had never delved deeply into this town's nightmare before, nor met him face to face, I never noticed. And the reason the dark demon wolf, Kotar, made Muir decisively commit suicide, was probably to better conceal his own existence. If I didn't have the omniscient eye, he would have almost succeeded. As expected of Kotar, so cautious and prudent in the original story. He could even resist the temptation of Sapphira Castle, got scared once by the seal near Moon City and never dared approach again, and in the end even managed to escape successfully from Klein, truly steady. But why would he place a marionette here to monitor the City of Silver? As his thoughts turned, Ebner quickly left the dream that was gradually collapsing due to its owner's death and returned to reality. He glanced at the river channels around the town, which had almost instantly dried up, and knew that this place would no longer have nightmares in the future, it was now just an ordinary ruin. But the plan to find snacks for the dream taper is completely ruined. Do I really have to go to the Church of War and kill a high-sequence nightmare? That doesn't quite align with my principles. Looks like I'll have to wait until the war begins. After muttering silently to himself for a few moments, Ebner stopped lingering here. After determining the direction, he continuously blinked toward the location of the City of Silver. City of Silver, inside one of the twin round towers. After being announced, Derek Berg met the chief of the six-member council, Colin Iliad. The oracle you received says that Mr. Tower will soon arrive at the City of Silver and temporarily take you to the outside world. Colin, whose face still bore many old scars, looked at the not-so-tall young man before him and asked calmly. Derek gave a salute and responded frankly. Yes, Chief. For my advancement to Priest of Light, I need to be in pure darkness. But entering darkness is extremely dangerous. I consulted Mr. Tower, and he suggested I go directly to the outside world. The darkness there is very safe, and he will also prepare a pure dark environment for me. Colin Iliad already knew about this matter, but he still listened carefully before nodding. It's good for you to go out and take a look. However, this also counts as owing the gentleman a favor. After you successfully advance and return, you may choose a demigod-level sealed artifact from our City of Silver to give him. Yes, I will give you a list of the items later. But correspondingly, after you advance to Sequence 5 and become an Elder, you will lose the qualification to choose items. Derek had no objections to this and instead felt it was only proper. He was about to reply when he saw Colin Iliad suddenly stand up, his hands gripping the hilts of the two straight swords crossed behind his back. At the same time, a voice of admiration sounded from behind Derek. As expected of the chief, just a slight leak of my aura and you noticed. Hearing this familiar voice, Derek quickly turned his head and indeed saw Mr. Tower standing not far behind him. Mr. Tower, you're even more impressive, to be able to enter the round tower silently without being detected. Colin withdrew his hands from the sword hilts, but his expression remained highly vigilant. I merely borrowed the power of a deity. On my own, I wouldn't dare guarantee I wouldn't be discovered, Ebner said modestly. This was also the truth. Without the black gemstone bestowed by the goddess, Ebner wouldn't be able to maximize the effect of the secret technique, Ivan's concealment barrier, and there was a high chance he wouldn't be able to hide from the several Grade 0 sealed artifacts inside the round tower. Especially the Crown of Glory, as the former crown of the Giant King, both its defensive power and perception were beyond doubt. Divine power. Colin nodded thoughtfully, assuming the other party referred to Mr. Fool. While speculating about the scope of his authority, he took out a gold bar and handed it to Derek. Derek, take this and exchange it for some currency from the outside world. According to the records, this metal should be quite valuable. Derek originally wanted to say that Miss Justice still owed him 1,000 gold pounds for materials and had promised to give it to him personally once he reached the outside world, but after thinking about it, he realized that having more money would allow him to purchase more supplies needed by the City of Silver, so he readily accepted it. In fact, the chief intended to use this to test the exchange ratio between gold and currency, so that when the entire City of Silver could eventually go out, they wouldn't be easily deceived. Seeing that their conversation had ended, Ebner smiled and asked, "Are you ready?" Derek patted the pocket he carried with him, indicating that everything he needed, especially the potion ingredients, was inside, and said firmly, "I'm ready." "Then let's set off." Ebner didn't waste any more words. He removed his hat in salute, then pulled out a projection of the Staff of Stars with one hand while grabbing Derek's arm with the other. Using some divination techniques, he outlined in his mind the scene before the passage when he last left the forsaken land of the gods. A great door covered with dense symbolic patterns and strange designs. As detail after detail rapidly filled in, the corresponding gemstones on the black staff lit up. In Ebner's mind, the oil painting-like scene suddenly expanded, intertwining with reality until the two became indistinguishable. In the next moment, he and Derek descended into the dream beneath the tower beside the church in Afternoon Town, arriving before rows of illusory black doors arranged like torii gates. However, this transportation passage relied on the residual network left behind by the dried-up Chaos Sea underground, allowing it to bypass the blockade of the true creator. Even though the Chaos Sea here had been relocated, its pollution still remained. While it had little effect on Ebner, Derek, who had not yet reached Sequence 5, clearly couldn't resist it. Pray to Mr. Fool for angelic protection, Ebner said to the somewhat dazed little son, who had suddenly arrived in an unfamiliar place. Hearing this, Derek obediently began to pray silently. A few seconds later, with the descent of a paper angel, he opened his eyes and nodded to Ebner. Seeing this, Ebner reassuredly transformed into his mythical creature form centered on worms of stars, wrapped up the little son, and blinked into the passage. Within seconds, they passed through countless torii-like black doors and arrived before the wall on the other side. Next came continuous spirit world traversals. By the time Derek reacted, the two of them had already returned to the rooftop of the Viscount's mansion in Belden. Since Ebner hadn't spent much time in Nightmare Town or the City of Silver, Belden had only just entered dusk. The moment Derek stepped out of the spirit world, he saw the orange-red sun on the horizon. The true sun. End of chapter. Chapter 13-18, Derek's observations. Dusk dimmed, the setting sun like blood. To ordinary people of the northern continent, this was nothing unusual, but in Derek's eyes, it was profoundly shocking. Even though he had long learned about the outside world through a projector, images were still just images, they couldn't compare at all to the scenery he now witnessed with his own eyes. It went on like this for quite a while. Only after the sky darkened and the myriad lights of Burden City were lit did Derek reluctantly withdraw his gaze and say somewhat embarrassedly, "Mr. Tower, sorry to have kept you waiting." "Here, just call me Ebner, or Mr. Bryan," Ebner corrected his form of address, then said with a smile, "Dinner is already prepared. It's not often you come here, so you should properly taste the food on our side." "Dinner? Shouldn't we perform the ritual first?" Derek asked hesitantly. "No need to rush. After dinner, I'll arrange for someone to take you around my territory and buy some souvenirs, so you can prove to your chief that this world is real. Also, tomorrow I'll take you to Backlund. Miss Justice is also looking forward to meeting you." As he spoke, Ebner led Derek by teleporting into the living room of his mansion, then rang a bell to summon the head maid, Nightingale, and instructed her, "This gentleman is an important guest of mine. Arrange for a few maids to help him wash up and change into a new set of clothes." What little son was wearing was clothing made from monster fur. Though sturdy, durable, and highly flexible, very suitable for combat, the style clashed completely with that of Lone. Moreover, since it was made from monster materials, it carried a strong odor, making it unsuitable to keep wearing. Little Son didn't quite understand Ebner's arrangements, but out of trust in Mr. Tower, he still muddle-headedly followed several demonesses into the guest room. Soon, the boy's intermittent, flustered voice came from inside. Wait. I can take this off myself. No need to help, thank you, please go out for a moment, I can use this faucet now. Ah, I can wear this piece of clothing too, no need to help. Ebner shook his head with a smile, then also bathed and changed clothes under the service of the maids before returning to the palace and swapping in his main body. At this time, Derek, now dressed in a round-collared shirt, brown jacket, and wide trousers, was moving his limbs about while practically fleeing from the guest room. With a bitter expression, he said to Ebner, "Mr. Tower, the ladies in your house are too." He stammered "too" for a long time without finding a suitable adjective, his face turning red. "All right, I had them take care of you just so you could adapt more easily to life here. After all, if you can handle even those demonesses, then there's no need to worry about interacting with other people." While speaking, Ebner sized little son up and found his outfit acceptable, it wouldn't attract too much attention. After all, Derek wasn't from the warrior pathway, so his height wasn't as exaggerated as others from Silver City who often exceeded 2 meters 30 or 40. Though still tall, he was within a range ordinary people could accept without feeling fear. Demonesses. Derek froze slightly, then muttered in surprise, those ladies just now were all demonesses. No wonder. Ebner gave him an interested glance but didn't probe what he meant by no wonder. Instead, he directly led him into the dining hall of the mansion. At this time, Zio's mother and younger brother had already finished dinner and returned to their rooms. Aside from the maid group, only Zio and Furs remained waiting here. Son. Sitting at one side of the dining table, Furs brightened upon seeing Derek enter and greeted him with a smile. Zio also nodded to him. Derek was initially confused, but he quickly recognized their identities through details like their faces and hair. Miss Magician and Miss Judgment. Derek immediately calmed down, no longer confused or uneasy. After all, with Mr. Tower and himself included, there were now 4 Tarot Club members gathered here, giving him a strong sense of familiarity. It was just that Miss Judgment's height in reality didn't match what it was in the Tarot Club. Was that a disguise? Derek didn't dare ask. After greeting the 2 ladies and introducing himself, he was soon drawn by the aroma of the dishes being served one after another. To be honest, the chef at Ebner's mansion was fairly average, completely incomparable to the gourmet servant Klein kept, and only represented the general standard of lone cuisine. But even so, Derek ate without stopping, devouring food like a whirlwind, stuffing at least 3 people's worth into his stomach. Furs watched him in astonishment, took a bite of the steak on her own plate, and found no difference from usual. She couldn't help but ask, do you think this tastes very good? Extremely delicious, even better than the wolf-fish canned food Miss Temperance once gave us. Derek said vaguely. Better than wolf-fish canned food. I think that's the greatest insult to Chef Old Beck. After becoming a traveler, Furs had traveled widely and spent time at sea, so she naturally knew the terrifying reputation of wolf-fish canned food. After licking even the last bit of sauce clean, Derek's determination to bring the people of Silver City out grew stronger than ever. He had to bring this kind of happy life to everyone. Mr. Tower, no, Mr. Bryan, please take me to a pure darkness environment to complete my advancement. I feel my condition is extremely good right now. Derek put down his bowl and requested earnestly. Not going to tour my territory first. Burden has been very lively recently due to events, with all kinds of goods gathered, you might be able to buy quite a few good things, Ebner suggested with a smile. Derek shook his head firmly. It's better to complete the advancement first. Otherwise, no matter what I do, I won't feel at ease, it all feels like a dream. All right then. Ebner stroked his chin. Wait while I retrieve something. After saying that, he extended his hand and drew a circle of golden flames, stepping through it. A moment later, Ebner reappeared from the ring of fire, now holding a card in his hand. Derek could vaguely make out that the card depicted a statue of a steel giant. All right, let's go. Ebner first nodded to Zio and Furs, then drew another golden ring of fire and led Derek through it. In the next instant, they arrived inside a church. The surroundings were quiet and solemn, filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. Derek looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on a dark, illusory door. Sensing the terror within, Derek swallowed and asked nervously. Mr. Bryan, where is this place? Ebner glanced at him, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly as he replied. This is the headquarters of the Church of Evernight, the entrance to the deep dark heaven. When it comes to a place that is both safe and pure darkness, where could be more suitable than the divine kingdom of the Evernight goddess? End of chapter. Chapter 13:19, The Mechanical Emperor and the City of Morning Star. Deep dark heaven, the divine kingdom of the Evernight goddess. Upon hearing these words, Derek instantly fell into a dazed state. He had never imagined that Mr. Tower would bring him into a true god's divine kingdom to advance, even if this truly was the most pure darkness environment. Looking at Ebner, who crushed the card in his hand and summoned into reality a statue over 3 meters tall, clad in red armor that shimmered with a metallic sheen and wearing a fully enclosed helmet. Son, Derek asked somewhat worriedly. Can the ritual really be completed here? Mr. Tower. Ebner grabbed the statue's hand while turning his head to look at Derek, smiling as he said. Don't worry, Mr. Fool and the goddess are allies. And the goddess has tacitly permitted our intrusion. Hearing mention of Mr. Fool, Derek finally gained a bit of confidence, thinking that perhaps that existence had reached some understanding with the Evernight goddess, which was why Mr. Tower had brought him here. After filling in the blanks like this for a while, and seeing that Ebner showed no nervousness at all as he tossed the statue into the illusory door, Derek finally mustered his courage and followed him into the divine kingdom of a true god. In the next moment, he found himself within endless darkness. Faced with such an environment, which he was instinctively afraid of, Derek subconsciously tried to use the abilities of a sun priest. But he quickly discovered that no matter how hard he tried, the surroundings remained pure darkness. His sun domain abilities seemed completely ineffective here. Fortunately, Derek quickly realized he had done something foolish. So he knelt down in the darkness, sincerely thanked the goddess and Mr. Fool, and then fumbled through his belongings to take out the prepared light priest potion and drank it without hesitation. On the other side, Ebner located the mechanical emperor mech statue he had just thrown into the darkness. Then, with a leap, he landed on its shoulder, while within his own white tower, he began constructing the model of the revival technique that several generations of himself had worked together to finally complete. Only this time, the core resurrection miracle of the secret technique was no longer provided by Zeradal, but instead came from one of Arvin Abraham's 4 resurrections as a miracle invoker. This was also one of the main reasons Arvin had been revived first. With prior experience, Ebner was extremely familiar with the process this time. He extended a finger and directly tapped the statue's forehead. At that spot, a gemstone that pierced through the darkness and radiated the light of civilization suddenly shone brightly. It was precisely the soul stone left behind by one of Lu Bo's reincarnations, the mechanical emperor, Lucian Evans. At this point, the secret technique was successfully constructed. The processes of tracing back and restarting, connecting to the river of eternal darkness, resurrection, becoming a clone, and so on all activated one by one. The entire process went extremely smoothly, until the final step of spiritual synchronization, when Ebner finally saw within his mental world the mechanical emperor, Evans, with his brilliant golden hair. The other's appearance had long been within Ebner's expectations, so he wasn't surprised. He simply said calmly, "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Evans sighed upon hearing this. As expected, the one who understands me best is myself. You've blocked all the arrangements I made. I have no way to contend with you now. If you could stop communicating with those souls you modified, your words might carry a bit more credibility. Ebner chuckled lightly, then added, "This is within the goddess's divine kingdom." Evans fell silent for a few seconds, then shook his head. "It seems I've completely lost. Without support within concealment, it's impossible for me to take the lead in the fusion with you. However, since you can revive me within the goddess's divine kingdom, it means you've already brought those children out of the forsaken land of the gods. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let you take away this body of mine containing the soul stone. That's good. Very good." His greatest scheme had actually been here. If his later self had chosen to revive him before bringing out the City of Morning Star, then, as the one with home field advantage, the mechanical emperor could have used the power he had previously dispersed into the souls of all the city's residents to seize dominance in the fusion. Moreover, bringing the City of Morning Star out of the forsaken land of the gods indeed required the power of the mechanical emperor. This had been an agreement he made with the true creator before his death. But he hadn't expected Ebner to solve this problem using the transformation belt, and that the true creator, due to Ebner having sided with him in the previous battle at Indo Harbor, did not make things difficult. Once he sensed the aura of the mechanical emperor, he simply let it pass. However, the mechanical emperor was, after all, a heroic figure who had lived for hundreds of years. After his moment of emotion, he no longer dwelled on it. After all, the contingencies he left behind were merely a gamble. Since his later self had cracking them, he would accept the outcome. After thinking for a moment, he answered Ebner's original question. "Since the City of Morning Star has already left the forsaken land of the gods, I don't really have many regrets. I only hope you will treat them well." "Oh, I misspoke. After the fusion, you will also be the mechanical emperor, so naturally you won't mistreat them. Then, the only thing I'm still concerned about is Violet. You seem to have received most of my memories, so you should know who it is. It may now be in the hands of the true creator. It is the hostage ensuring that you and I fulfill that promise. So the true creator's trust in me comes from holding a hostage." Ebner nodded thoughtfully. Although after the fusion he would remain the dominant self and wouldn't value the so-called Violet as much as the mechanical emperor did, if it was within his ability, he didn't mind rescuing it. However, why does the mechanical emperor refer to Violet as it? Does that mean that even this so-called concern is just treating it as a useful tool or pet? That doesn't quite match the memories I obtained. Just as Ebner was growing suspicious, the residual consciousness of the mechanical emperor, Evans, had already completely dissipated, merging into Ebner's mind. At that moment, Ebner obtained Evans's complete memories and fully took control of the mechanical body he had left behind, turning the mechanical emperor Lucian Evans into one of his clones, just like Arvin Abraham. Only then did Ebner realize in astonishment that Lucian Evans's mechanical body was not merely that statue. That was just one of the mechanical bodies he used for external activities. The true body of the mechanical emperor was, in fact, the city of Morning Star itself. End of chapter. Chapter 1320, Demon of Knowledge. Morning Star City was essentially the body of the mechanical emperor, and it could actually transform into a humanoid form. Evans, you really shouldn't be called the mechanical emperor, this thing should be called the galactic emperor instead. After sensing Lucian Evans's abilities, Ebner couldn't help but complain inwardly. Yes, with the help of the unknown land, even within the goddess's divine kingdom, he could still perceive and control the body that was Morning Star City. He could even clearly reflect in his mind those residents of the floating city who had undergone soul modification. They were like computers connected to a local area network, completely opening up the permissions of their own hardware to him, the mainframe. As long as Ebner wished, he could freely manipulate all their data, including memories, emotions, and abilities. He could even influence their mind body and ether body through the spirit body and astral projection, thereby altering the state and attributes of their physical bodies. Roselle was right, soul modification technology is indeed extremely evil. Once the person performing the ritual has ill intentions, the fate of the thousands who underwent modification is easy to imagine, yet it just happens to be required for advancing to knowledge magister. Additionally, it's fortunate that the mechanical emperor didn't possess a sequence 2 beyonder characteristic and failed to advance to angel. Otherwise, after becoming a complete mythical creature and turning into a law or rule-based life form, he could have easily dispersed himself and hidden within those who underwent soul modification, making it nearly impossible to completely kill him. Even so, he still relied on the abilities of a demon of knowledge to separate part of his power and hide it within them. Otherwise, those ordinary residents wouldn't have been able to persist for over 200 years in the nightmare of Afternoon Town, even with mechanical modification. The two knowledge pathways are really interesting. One is an information life form, the other a law life form. Although both are knowledge itself, they embody two different aspects of it. So one is explicit, ultimately becoming the paragon, the other is implicit, ultimately becoming the hermit. As his thoughts turned, Ebner once again controlled the mechanical emperor statue before him and experimented with the beyonder abilities of the demon of knowledge, or rather, the arcane scholar. Having the relevant memories was one thing, actual operation was another. A moment later, he muttered silently. There are roughly 3 categories of abilities. First, the alchemy ability derived from the core skills of artisan and appraiser. It allows the creation of mechanical constructs far beyond the current technological level, and can even imbue them with souls, though in terms of souls, it still falls short of the classical alchemist of the mother pathway. Of course, far beyond the current era refers to what can be achieved within the bounds of existing theory. Anything incomprehensible is still impossible. For example, before Roselle, the Church of Steam, no, back then it was still called the Church of Artisans, their beyonders couldn't create items from the Steam Age. Second, the various arcane abilities derived from the core skills of the astronomer. This ability is somewhat similar to the mystery reenactment of the mysticologist, except that instead of accumulating unknown, hidden stories, it transforms observable astronomical phenomena into beyonder abilities. The aurora once used by Archbishop Horemic of the Church of Steam is one manifestation of this ability. Its power is extremely formidable. Even Mr. A, whose life-preserving methods rival ordinary demigods, was nearly killed just by being grazed from afar. Of course, that aurora was already an upgraded arcane attack. If it were used by a mere Sequence 5 astronomer, it would only reproduce a low-tier astronomical phenomenon, and its power would be much weaker. However, since the forsaken land of the gods cannot see the starry sky and cannot observe astronomical phenomena, the mechanical emperor has no accumulation in this ability. In fact, he hadn't even fully digested his astronomer potion before hastily advancing to alchemist. In the end, he relied on the assistance of the unknown to forcibly withstand the risk of losing control. Finally, the third category of ability is actually transforming into the incomplete mythical creature, demon of knowledge, temporarily adding, deleting, or altering the labels of certain objects. For example, sealed artifacts of the sun pathway are extremely effective against evil, undead, and shadow-type creatures. However, a demon of knowledge can temporarily delete the undead label, rendering the artifact incapable of affecting undead enemies for a short period of time. And the Holy Sword Bernadette that the Mystery Queen gave me also has labels added by her brother, Benova. But as an angel, the labels he adds are far more powerful and longer lasting. Thinking this, Ebner put away the more than 3-meter-tall mecha statue. Then, after waiting a little while longer and confirming that the goddess had no intention of receiving him, he gave a respectful salute toward the depths of darkness before withdrawing from the deep dark heaven. At that moment, son Derek had just completed his advancement and was thrown out by a certain force. Monday morning, Northern District, Backlund University of Technology. Audrey was walking through the campus with several staff members of the Film and Television Charity Fund. She wore a simple light green dress, with a plain white belt tied around her waist. Her golden hair framed a slightly playful gauze hat adorned with ribbon flowers. She wore almost no jewelry, only a silver bracelet on her left wrist, making her appear no different from a female student of merely average family background. During this period, she had visited public primary schools on the edge of the Eastern District and technical schools in the Backlund Bridge area. She already understood what kind of clothing suited what kind of occasion, unlike many nobles who treated charity events as social gatherings. Her clear green eyes shifted slightly as Audrey observed the passing students with a faint smile. These days marked the time when Backlund University of Technology issued admission notices and new students arrived to register. Originally, registration should have taken place in late August or early September. However, since Backlund University of Technology was a newly established school, its entrance exams were held later than those of other universities, and the results were also released later. This meant that many applicants had likely also taken exams at other universities and might have already been admitted. Therefore, they advanced the registration process to verify numbers and determine how many additional students needed to be admitted. For this reason, Audrey, and the disguised demoness of affliction Margaret, had come here to assist the first batch of approved applicants with their enrollment procedures. From what she saw, the students on this campus all radiated vitality. Their behavior exuded clear confidence, and their words and actions carried an indescribable vigor, as if they were full of hope for the future and could see a light ahead. This was completely different from Audrey's experiences at several public primary schools. The students there were either rude and noisy or silent and gloomy. Their common trait was frequent confusion and unease. When encountering outsiders of status, they would shrink back timidly, their eyes dim, lacking the spirited energy that young people should have. I truly hope those children can all have the opportunity to receive higher education, to strive for a better future like the students here. Audrey sighed inwardly as her gaze swept over a pair of young men and women nearby, who appeared to be siblings. The older brother had clearly already entered society and begun working. He wore a silk top hat and a relatively thin black formal suit, looking about 30 years old, with the demeanor of a government employee. He had somehow borrowed a rather old camera, setting it up on a stand. As he gestured for his sister to adjust her position, he searched for the best angle. The sister looked about 17 or 18. Her black hair hung simply, and her brown eyes revealed a hint of helplessness, yet she said nothing and obediently followed her brother's instructions. Audrey found them somewhat familiar. After a brief recollection, she remembered seeing them helping backstage at the premiere ceremony of Bryan Film Company. These two were naturally Benson and Melissa. After spending 2 days sightseeing in Burden, they returned to Backlund by airship last night. They should be acquaintances of Mr. Tower. Audrey thoughtfully withdrew her gaze. Just as she was about to go take a look at the retired steam locomotive displayed in the central square, she suddenly saw Mr. Tower, whom she had just been thinking about, walking toward her with a boy nearly 2 meters tall. And the staff around her, as well as the hidden bodyguards, all turned a blind eye to their arrival. Mr. Tower seemed to have constructed a large-scale dream in an instant. That's truly impressive, even that annoying Mr. Arrogance from the Psychological Alchemists probably couldn't achieve this. On the other side, Ebner stepped forward, exchanged greetings, and pointed to Derek beside him. Miss Justice, this is Mr. Sunday. As previously agreed, I'll leave the task of showing him around Backlund to you. During this time, Margaret will transform into your appearance and continue the inspection here. Audrey glanced at the identical version of herself that had already appeared beside her. She then put on the lie mask and replied with a smile, "It would be my honor." End of chapter. Chapter 1321, Tarot Meeting. After handing little son over to Miss Justice, Ebner left Backlund University of Technology, got into a hired carriage, and casually bought a copy of the Daily Observer and Sea News. A few months ago, through Vera's connections, Ebner had acquired the shares of the Daily Observer that once belonged to Prince Edisac, making him one of the major shareholders of the newspaper. Therefore, it came as no surprise that on the front page of this paper, which had just barely squeezed into the top 3 in circulation, he saw news about his own territory, the city of Burden. Although the reporter who wrote the article did not know about the relationship between the newspaper and the Viscount of Burden, it was obvious that during last weekend's trip, he had been treated extremely well. As a result, he lavished the city of Burden with praise. He even directly referred to it as the city of film and television, the dream destination for all actors and those who wish to become famous through films. He suggested that anyone with the means should visit at least once, or they would regret it for life. Although this was just praise from his own newspaper, the popularity of Burden City had indeed risen. It was expected that within the next 1 or 2 weeks, there would be a peak in visitors, and by that time, the number of people required for the sacrifice that the demoness of affliction anticipated should be sufficient. She would definitely come personally to preside over it. Before that, her avatar named Josina could be reasonably captured without arousing her suspicion, forcing her main body to take action hastily and burden. This would require the cooperation of the completely unaware Miss Justice and Mr. Fool. It would also be a good opportunity to formally have Pride exit the stage. Closing the Daily Observer, Ebner rubbed his chin and began planning the next week in his mind. Speaking of which, just last weekend when Ebner organized people to visit Burden under the pretense of winning a prize, Klein had also hosted a banquet at his newly purchased Morgue Manor, inviting many of Dwayne's neighbors and friends he had met at the officers' club. Among them was Major General Conas Kilgore of the military. And that very night, with the help of the servant of concealment, Ariana, Klein had turned Conas into a marionette and learned the secret of the mausoleum in the northwest suburbs of Backlund. But unfortunately, the subsequent raid carried out by the 3 major churches yielded nothing and failed to uncover any key evidence. However, since Conas had exposed the royal advisor Vin Rambus and the demoness Josina, after receiving an urgent notice from the royal family, Ebner had them hide in the shadows together with the avatar of the demoness of affliction. After calculating for a while, Ebner picked up Sea News and immediately saw a very eye-catching headline. A new ruler of the Sonia Sea and the Raging Sea is born, Queen of Stars. The rest of the article reported how the Queen of Stars fleet had encountered a Faceac fleet by chance and completely annihilated it. As a newspaper of loan, it was filled with mockery and disdain toward the Faceac fleet. Didn't expect Katlia to move so quickly, directly using a Faceac fleet as a sacrifice to declare herself king. However, by doing this, she would surely make Loan look down on Faceac even more, and their surprise attack a month later might go even more smoothly. I wonder if the Twilight Hermit Order had a hand in arranging this. As his thoughts turned, Ebner flipped through the rest of the newspaper and noticed that Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina, had remained very low-key after becoming a demigod. She had no intention of claiming the title of king. Instead, because she only had a single ship, the Golden Dream, quite a few pirate crews had set their sights on her, but those people all disappeared mysteriously in the end. Targeting a prophet. They deserve to die. Ebner shook his head with a smile, then put down the newspaper, stepped out of the now stationary carriage, and walked into a cafe by the street. After waiting in a private room for about 10 minutes, a sweet girl holding a parasol pushed the door open and walked in. She glanced at Ebner and curled her lips into a smile. As an ally, you're a bit unqualified. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Derek followed Miss Justice through various shopping malls, purchasing many items he had never even seen before. As the Tarot Club gathering approached, they had no choice but to arrive at a building called the Film and Television Charity Fund, each entering a separate lounge. Dong. 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 As the bells of a nearby church echoed, a tide of deep crimson light surged before Audrey and Derek's eyes at the same time. Inside the grand and magnificent palace, beside the ancient mottled long table, figures appeared one after another without distinction of order, condensing into form. Justice Audrey happily stood up first, faced the head of the bronze long table, slightly lifted her skirt, and performed a curtsy. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Miss Justice seems to be in quite a good mood. Did something nice happen? The Fool, Klein, nodded almost imperceptibly and responded to the greetings of the Tarot Club members. Shopping with someone does tend to put one in a good mood. Ebner guessed what Klein was thinking and silently answered for him, though the latter could not hear it. Hermit Katlia did not sit down immediately after her salute. Instead, she respectfully said, "Great Mr. Fool, this time I have one page of Emperor Roselle's diary." There's a page of Emperor Roselle's diary? Has the matter with the Mystic Queen been settled? But there haven't been any unusual changes in Backlund. Neither Amon nor Zerdal have made any moves, and no one discovered the demigod battle at Morgue Manor. The Fool, Klein, nodded calmly. Very well, you may think of your question or request. At this moment, the hanged man Alger spoke up as well. Mr. Fool, I have brought 3 pages of Roselle's diary this time. Mr. Hangman has found another channel for Roselle's diary. Not bad, although in terms of quality, it's probably far inferior to what the Mystic Queen provides behind the Hermit. As his thoughts turned, Klein smiled faintly and said, very good. You may also think about what you need. After the manifested diaries appeared in his hands, the Fool, Klein, unhurriedly picked up the page submitted by Hermit Katlia and began reading it carefully. The content on this page was indeed quite valuable. Not only did it include Mr. Door's discussion about the 2 blasphemy slates, but also warnings regarding the ritual for advancing to godhood in the spectator pathway and the tides of the era. If Tower hadn't told me about these things in advance, this kind of knowledge storm would definitely have given me the feeling of facing a mythical creature directly. Unfortunately, my mind is now as calm as still water. After complaining a bit inwardly, Klein shifted his gaze to the 3 pages submitted by the hanged man. As expected, the first 2 pages were entirely about Roselle's romantic conquests, and they were ones Klein had already read, so he flipped past them immediately. However, part of the content on the 3rd page did pique a bit of his interest. The church promised to provide the corresponding ritual when I advanced to Knowledge Magister. As if I don't know what the ritual for Knowledge Magister is. Not to mention that I've already had Yaldabaoth secretly select suitable candidates for soul modification. Even if I hadn't, I still wouldn't accept the church's arrangements. Soul modification must be completed personally for me to remain myself. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to joining the local network of the god of steam, and at that point, I would truly become his angel. End of chapter.